Welcome to the Fantasy Audiobook. A magical journey starting at Hogwarts. Chapter 31. After Halloween, Hermione gradually forgave Ron and Harry, and the relationship between the three was no longer so stiff. Aaron also left an indelible impression on Hermione's heart because of his coming forward this time, but he didn't know this. In his opinion, the revolutionary friendship between the two was still at the stage of good friends and was still far from sublimation. Very far less important than signing in to become stronger. It is worth mentioning that Harry and Ron's views on Snape have also changed a bit. Maybe he is not so annoying. After all, the head of Slytherin can save a Gryffindor before everyone else. The students can already explain the problem very well. The next day, the auditorium. Although it was breakfast time, the auditorium was obviously more lively than usual. Because today is Planet 6, no, because the Quidditch season is about to begin, and the first game is Gryffindor versus Slytherin. Harry sat at the dining table absent-mindedly. The plate was filled with exquisite food, but he had no appetite at all. Eat some toast. Eat it quickly. Ron's right, Harry, you'll have to do something big later. But I'm not hungry, Harry said. Snape walked over with a playful smile on his face. Good luck today, Potter. As the famous Harry Potter, I believe that a little Quidditch is a piece of cake for you, even if your opponent is Slytherin. Quote. After Snape said this, he walked to the teacher's desk, leaving the three of them looking at each other. He still hasn't changed, he's so yin and yang. Ron snorted a little unhappily. He talks as if Slytherin is sure to win. Don't say that, Aaron's flying skills are still very good. Harry said, today is his first game, he is already nervous enough, not to mention that this time his opponent is a flying talent that is not weaker than him. People. So what? Ron was still unconvinced, but his voice was a little softer than before. Fred and George also inquired about Slytherin's training, and the news they got was that Aaron had never participated. Train? No way. Harry's eyes widened in disbelief. Could he be training secretly? No, I asked specifically. Wood attaches great importance to this Quidditch match. He will send people to the field almost every day to pay attention to the staff ratio and training situation of each academy. Before today, the original members of Slytherin were still active on the training ground, and the seeker was still Terrence. However, for some reason, they were indeed training very hard, much harder than before. Quote. Harlan thought for a while and felt a little relieved. It seems like Aaron may have temporarily joined the academy team. No, Ron patted his chest, so be confident. No matter how good his flying talent is, he can't be your opponent after weeks of training. Is that so? Harry's chest suddenly burst with confidence, and he felt his appetite increased a lot. I think it's better not to make random guesses, your guesses may not be correct. It's not the first day you've met Aaron. Would he do something so uncertain? Hermione said suddenly, pouring a ladle of cold water on the flame of confidence in Harry's heart. Hermione. Ron rolled his eyes. You don't want to emulate other people's ambitions and destroy your own prestige. Aaron hasn't participated in training for more than a month. I know I'm being blunt, but what about Snape? Do you think Professor Snape would choose a random first-year student to be the seeker? Hermione asked. Harry and Ron were speechless for a moment, and their hearts became inexplicably heavy. Why don't Hermione ask Aaron how he has prepared for the Quidditch match in the past month or so? Ron said weakly, you have the best relationship with him. You might be able to tell if you ask. He told you. Ha, Hermione revealed a hint of sarcasm. Sometimes I really wonder if you are an idiot. This kind of thing is a team secret no matter how you look at it. The game is about to start. If you ask me to find out the news, what is the difference between this and asking him to sell his teammates temporarily? Harry, you are also a seeker. Do you think it is appropriate for me to do this? Quote. Of course it's not appropriate, Harry said. Ron's face became a little uneasy, and he said angrily, I'm just a little curious, after all, it's about Gryffindor's honor. At this moment, the sound of birdsong suddenly came, and Harry's owl Hedwig flew over with a long package and placed it in front of Harry's dining table. Email came early in the morning, Hermione said in surprise. But I never have any mail. Harry was even more surprised, wondering who sent him this mail. Would his uncle's family send him things? Don't be ridiculous, their family wishes he would die outside and never go back. Open it first, Ron said, and then started to open the package. After a moment, a beautiful flying broom appeared in front of the three people. It's not an ordinary broom, Harry, it's Nimbus 2000. Ron pointed to the Nimbus 2000 logo on the end of the broom, and the excitement on his face almost overflowed. But who gave it to him? Harry murmured. At this moment, he suddenly thought of something. He turned to look at the teacher's desk, and as expected, he found Professor McGonagall smiling at him. He understood a lot in an instant. When Snape saw the brand new broom, he couldn't help but frown. Minerva, you were really generous. You just gave away a Nimbus 2000. I can't compare to you. You did a good job of keeping it secret. I didn't even know you changed the seeker temporarily. Professor McGonagall retorted. Temporarily, Snape smiled slightly. The word is not very precise. Aaron joined the college team more than a month ago, not long after you made an exception and recruited Harry Potter into the college team. McGonagall frowned. He didn't know this, but Aaron should be strong enough to make Snape pay so much attention to him, at least better than Terence. But she looked at the Nimbus 2000 that she bought at a huge price, and her confidence was fuller. Although equipment cannot determine everything, when the strength difference is not big, the side with better equipment can often have more advantages, and Harry Potter is the most talented in flying among the first-year Gryffindor students, and he can definitely make good use of this flying broom. No matter what, the champion of this Quidditch match is definitely Gryffindor. Professor McGonagall said confidently, and she must not lose in momentum. I'll wait and see, Snape said coldly, and then walked towards Aaron. Aaron was eating breakfast calmly, and suddenly found that the surroundings suddenly became quiet, and there was an extra figure in front of the table, so he put down the fork in his hand helplessly. Professor Snape, do you know that it is very rude to suddenly appear behind someone while eating? Harry Potter changed a Nimbus 2000. You'd better pay attention to me when you go to the game later. In case you lose. No, I won't lose. To give a simple example, even if a first-year student has an old wand in his hand, he is not the opponent of the prefect. Humph. Snape raised his eyebrows, but he was relieved in his heart. You are quite confident. I hope your performance on the field will not disappoint Slytherin. Definitely not. I usually don't make promises easily, but I will definitely do what I promise. Aaron said lightly. His tone was not open to questioning. Snape nodded in satisfaction and left the hall. After Snape left, Draco came up to him. Aaron, what you said just now was so domineering that it even frightened Professor Snape. Alas, there is no way. After all, I have been independent since I was a child. Aaron said with emotion. My parents are away from home for a long time, and I am the one who greets guests at home. After many times, I gradually learned the art of speaking. In a nutshell, I speak to people in a human way and to ghosts in a ghost way. Draco swallowed his saliva. It's not easy for you. It's not easy, but who made me the only son? Although I am reluctant, the glory of the Gaius family is for me to inherit and carry forward. Aren't you the same? Malfoy lowered his head silently. While feeling inferior to him, he was also glad that he had a good birth and was the heir of the Malfoy family. The pure blood among pure bloods, the pure blood inheritance that has never been broken for thousands of years is an unparalleled glory. In other words, as long as they don't make any big mistakes, this honor can be passed on, but it is still a long way to go to reproduce the glory of the Malfoy family. His great-grandfather passed this task to his grandfather, and his grandfather also passed this task to his father. Now his father seems to want to hand this task over to him. Thinking of this, Draco suddenly shuddered. No, this curse must be ended in his generation. What's wrong with you? Are you not sick? No, I just suddenly figured out something. Draco said. It's good that you are not sick. Do me a small favor. I will play in the game later. I ask you to take care of Abe for me. Aaron said and took Abe out from under the table. This. Draco looked at the cute Abe and nodded blankly. 11 o'clock, Quidditch pitch. Quidditch is the most popular recreational activity in the wizarding world. The teachers and students of the school almost surrounded the entire stadium. The principal, college dean, professors and various employees were sitting on top of several stands, while most of the junior students were at the bottom of the stands. Hagrid, the giant, probably preferred the lively atmosphere, so he stayed in the stands below. He even brought a pair of binoculars. In the Slytherin locker room, Aaron put on a green uniform with some disgust. Don't we have uniforms of other colors? No, Terence said. Red, green, yellow, and blue represent the 4 houses respectively. The green uniform is exclusive to Slytherin. This is a tradition that has not changed for thousands of years. That's really a pity. To be honest, I don't like the color. You have to wear it even if you don't like it. Captain Marcus came over and said, and then he looked at the other players. I won't say much else. We may suffer a little more in this game than in the past. But we have also gone through quite rigorous training during this period, and coupled with the most powerful seeker in the history of the Academy, Aaron Gaius, I really can't think of any reason for us to lose. Slytherin must win, and the trophy this time will definitely belong to Slytherin. Quote. Several people in the team also looked at each other and smiled, seeming to have seen the scene of Slytherin crushing Gryffindor. Ahem, it's not that I'm a disgrace, but if you want to win beautifully, you still have to pay attention to your enemy. Aaron said something inappropriately, and then met the angry eyes of everyone. They never took their opponents seriously. Okay, pretend I didn't say that, Aaron said with a smile. Although these teammates are conceited, their flying skills are not bad either. What's more important is that he is confident in his own strength. If he grabs the golden snitch, he can get 150 points and end the game. This is equivalent to the seeker mastering the rhythm of the game. Even if the score is really stretched, as long as it is within 150 points, the seeker can still turn the tide. In other words, as long as these teammates are not particularly stretched, Aaron can still lead them. A few minutes later, the Gryffindor and Slytherin teams flew above the stadium on broomsticks. With their appearance, the cheers in the audience became louder, like fire cooking oil. Hi, this is Hogwarts' first Quidditch match of the season. Today's match is between Slytherin and Gryffindor, commentator Jordan said excitedly. The 2 teams hovered in the air for a while, and then they each occupied half of the court. The 2 batters, 3 chasers, and 1 goalkeeper of each team looked at each other in the sky. Above them were the 2 seekers, Aaron Gaius and Harry Potter. Harry Potter was a little nervous. Although his skills had improved significantly after more than a month of training, today was his first official competition, so he felt a little uneasy in front of a large audience. Harry, you seem a little nervous, Aaron asked. It's a little bit, aren't you nervous? I heard Ron say you've never been to training. Quote, well, I don't feel nervous at all, this is just a small scene. As for not participating in training, it is purely because the college team has confidence in me. In fact, I am quite confident too. Aaron smiled. At this time, he saw the Nimbus 2000 trademark on Harry's broom and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. The broom is good. Quote. Harry smiled awkwardly. After all, Aaron's broom was still the school's old Nimbus series, which was slightly slower than his. The players on both sides are already in place. Now Professor Huochi is entering the field and the game is about to begin. Jordan said. The 2 of them looked down together, and saw Mrs. Huochi walking to a wooden box and looking up at them. I hope both sides can compete with each other in terms of level and style. As she spoke, she kicked the wooden box. The bludger flew out of the box, followed closely by the snitch. The snitch flew provocatively around Aaron and Harry. Professor Huochi picked up the quaffle in the box and threw it upward, and the game officially began. All players from both teams except the seekers rushed towards the quaffle immediately. After all, scoring the quaffle into the opponent's goal would get you 10 points. After a while, Gryffindor's chaser Angelina grabbed the quaffle and rushed towards the Slytherin goal. During this period, she encountered several interceptions, but she avoided them all with her flexible movements. Finally getting close to the goal, she threw the quaffle towards it from a few meters away. Boom! Just when everyone thought Gryffindor was about to score, the quaffle was blocked by goalkeeper Blake. The quaffle reached Slytherin's hands, and offense and defense instantly switched. Angelina sped up and rushed towards Blake, but he just smiled at the Gryffindor girl and passed the quaffle to Marcus, the captain behind. As the captain, Marcus's flying skills are still very good. Starting from his own goal, he avoided the Gryffindor team's pursuit and the sudden attack of 2 bludgers, and crossed most of the stadium to arrive. Gryffindor goal position. He threw it hard and the quaffle rushed towards the goal, but the goalkeeper Wood appeared in time and knocked the ball back with his broom, and the quaffle fell into Gryffindor's hands again. Wood looked at Marcus, who was so angry that he was gritting his teeth, smiled and shook his head. Gryffindor chasers Katie and Arya cooperated with each other to pass the ball around the pillars of the stands. After crossing half the court, they passed the quaffle to Angelina, who made the final throw. This time Slytherin's goalkeeper was a step late and the quaffle went into the left goal. Ding! Beautiful, Angelina scores, and Gryffindor gets 10 points. The commentator Jordan said excitedly, and then pressed the scorer, and the score of the two houses changed from 0 to 0 to 10 to 0. Professor McGonagall next to Jordan clapped excitedly, and the Gryffindors in the venue also let out earth-shaking cheers. Slytherin's momentum instantly weakened. The quaffle fell into the hands of the former seeker Terence. He quickly adjusted his state and flew towards the Gryffindor goal. Behind him was Montague holding a bat to protect him and block the game. Attack of the walking ball. Terence bypassed the Spinet, bypassed Katie, bypassed the Weasley brothers, and avoided a bludger, and finally arrived at the Gryffindor goal. There was no surprise, the quaffle was stopped by Wood and passed to the flying Angelina. At this time, Marcus flew to Montague, grabbed the bat from his hand, and wanted to hit the bludger toward Wood. But as soon as he raised the bat, his arm was caught by Terence. Don't forget what we promised, the dean is still sitting there. You don't want him to come back to talk to us, right? Marcus was stunned for a moment, glared angrily at Wood, who was somewhat confused, threw the bat to Montague, and then turned around and left. The game continues with bludgers flying around the field and the batters each hitting them at the opposing players. The quaffle was snatched back and forth, and after a few minutes of warm-up exercises, the atmosphere became more lively, with constant exchanges of offense and defense, and the one who had the hardest time was the goalkeeper. Wood and Blake each stuck to their posts and tried their best to prevent the other side from scoring a goal. The score remained unchanged at 10 to 0. At this time, the two seekers who had been parked in the sky became the focus of the audience's attention. Aaron's eyes have been constantly searching for the golden snitch since the beginning of the game. He didn't pay much attention to the situation of the game. He only made simple dodges when the bludger flew towards him. Harry, however, devoted most of his energy to enjoying the game and applauding the excellent performance of his academy. This did not mean that he had forgotten his identity as a seeker. It was simply his first time playing and he was a little too excited. The commentator Jordan also introduced the information of the two seekers. The two seekers are both first-year freshmen. One is the famous Harry Potter. He was recognized by Professor McGonagall as a talented person. In the first year, he was specially recruited into the academy team after a flying lesson and served as Gryffindor's seeker. Potter. The Gryffindors cheered loudly. The other is Aaron Gaius. He showed talent far beyond his peers at Hogwarts. He was a talent discovered by Professor Snape. Jordan's voice stopped suddenly. Originally, he wanted to talk about Aaron's glorious deed of bathing the Sorting Hat when he entered school, but then Aaron suddenly chased a golden stream of light. Is that the snitch? Wow! Aaron found the golden snitch! Jordan shouted excitedly. Harry also reacted and immediately chased after him on his broom. At this time, Nimbus 2000 also showed its due speed, gradually closing the distance with Aaron. Just as the two were getting closer to the golden snitch, Harry's new broom suddenly became particularly restless. Sometimes it jumps up and down, sometimes it sways left and right, and it rotates 360 degrees. It looks like a wild horse trying to throw off the person on the horse. Aaron noticed this scene and couldn't help but frown, and even stopped chasing the golden snitch. What are you doing? I don't know, the broom won't obey me. This is the first time I've encountered this situation, Harry said with tears in his eyes. This was no longer a question of whether he would lose the game, but whether he could keep it. A matter of life. No way. Aaron looked strange. This was Nimbus 2000, and this kind of situation would not normally happen. Besides, Harry was now considered a professional seeker, so mistakes like this that only a novice would make would never happen to him. Not only Aaron discovered the problem, but many people in the audience also discovered the problem and pointed at Harry Potter, who kept swinging on his broomstick in the sky. Why did Harry's broom become like this? Hagrid said in surprise. Hermione looked at Harry through a large telescope. As her eyes followed him, she unexpectedly caught a glimpse of a person in the stands who was concentrating on reciting some spell. This made her feel a little weird, and she immediately adjusted the telescope and found that the man was Snape, and his eyes were staring at Harry Potter without blinking. "It's Snape, he's reciting a spell," Hermione said in surprise. Although she didn't want to believe that Snape, who saved her life, would do such a thing, she couldn't admit it in the face of the facts. "Is he reciting a spell?" Ron also looked at Snape's position and found that it was indeed the case. "Then what should we do?" "Look at me." Hermione put the telescope into Ron's hand and left the auditorium, running quickly towards the stand where Snape was. Harry's broom shook even more violently and crazily. Before, it was only turning sideways, but now it was turning vertically. After 2 rounds of flips, Harry was almost thrown off. He could only hold on to the broom handle with one hand and hung in the air with difficulty, but anyone with a clear eye could see that he could not hold on for long. Nimbus 2000 was still shaking left and right, and Harry grabbed it with his other hand, not daring to let go of it. The Seeker's condition naturally affected Gryffindor's morale. Naturally, Slytherin would not give up this opportunity and scored 2 quaffles in a row in just a few minutes. The score became 10-20, giving Gryffindor the lead. "Oh, it seems the situation is more serious than I thought." Aaron flew next to Harry and reluctantly extended his right hand to him in front of the entire audience. "If you don't want to fall. Just a friendly reminder, this is not a broomstick problem. No broomstick would be so disobedient. Someone is definitely trying to harm you." Quote. Harry hesitated for a moment, grabbed Aaron's right hand while being tossed, and was pulled by him to his broom. Nimbus 2000 also seemed to have lost its target, and gradually stabilized, hovering in midair. Both Gryffindor and Slytherin widened their eyes when they saw this. Most people expressed admiration for him and thought he did not take advantage of others' danger. A few people were angry at him and thought he had given up. A great opportunity for a decisive victory. Aaron didn't know what they were thinking, and even if he knew, he wouldn't care. After dragging Harry onto the broom, he began to fly around the field quickly, not daring to delay for a moment, for fear of missing Harry Potter. Special footsteps. "Thank you." Harry saw that his broom became quiet again and knew that Aaron was right, so he awkwardly expressed his thanks. "You could have won," Harry said with some confusion. Aaron discovered the golden snitch before him. Even if there was no accident with his broom, there was still a high possibility that Aaron would snatch the snitch before him. "I have my own principles. I can lose openly, but I can't win without being clear," Aaron said calmly. "The condition for me to join the academy team is that when I participate in the game, the whole team is not allowed to commit any fouls, operate. But if I took advantage of the opportunity just now and caught the golden snitch, then I would be the one who committed the foul." Quote. On the other side, Hermione had already passed through the crowd and ran quickly to the platform where Snape was. Just as she was about to pull out her wand to block Snape's spell, she unexpectedly found Harry running onto Aaron's broom. "How could this happen?" Hermione murmured softly. With her clever little mind, she quickly figured out what happened. Looking at Aaron flying in the sky, the corners of her mouth could not help but raise slightly. "What are you doing here?" Snape looked at Hermione Granger, who had appeared in the row behind him at some point, his face so gloomy that he was about to drip with tears. "Ah." Hermione was startled, then recovered instantly and forced herself to calm down. "I think I can see it more clearly here." "Really? Do you need to pull out your wand?" "Miss Granger, I think you think Gryffindor has too many points and want me to deduct more points." Quote. "No." Hermione put away her wand in a panic and said hesitantly, "Yes, yes. I asked him to come." Professor Flitwick hurriedly smoothed things over. "Miss Granger had a few spells that she couldn't figure out, so I asked her to come to me after the Quidditch match. Maybe she was a little impatient. As you know, Hermione has always been a little wizard with a thirst for knowledge." Quote. Hermione was stunned for a moment, then nodded repeatedly. Snape looked deeply at Hermione, then turned his attention to Flitwick, snorted slightly, and turned his head away. Professor Flitwick secretly breathed a sigh of relief and pulled Hermione next to him, as far away from Snape as possible. "What do you want me to say about you?" Many Gryffindors dislike Professor Snape, but not one of them wants to play pranks with just a wand like you. "Hermione, you are still a first-year student and you have 7 years to go before graduation. Are you sure you want to offend a potions teacher who will teach you for 7 years in your first year?" Quote. Stop talking, kid, promise me you won't do such impulsive things again in the future, okay? Hermione felt a little aggrieved and wanted to tell Professor Flitwick about seeing Snape reciting the curse just now, but there was no evidence, so she could only nod helplessly. That's good, let's watch the game. Aaron is better than I thought. This excellence is not in talent, but in character. Of course his talent is also very good. Flitwick laughed. Hermione also came to her senses and turned her attention to the field. Aaron flew around the stadium and felt that the person who had assassinated Harry just now would not dare to cast a spell again in front of so many people, so he simply sent Harry back to his Nimbus 2000. The game continues, and I will not show mercy next time, Aaron said. Harry also nodded, gripping the broom tightly with both hands, quickly adjusting his posture and looking for the golden stream of light in the stadium. This time he was very focused, but it was Aaron who spotted the golden snitch first and chased after him. Harry followed closely behind and soon bumped into Aaron. While chasing the golden snitch, the two kept bumping into each other with their arms, trying to make the other party panic, but neither could do anything about it. The golden snitch began to rush towards the lawn on the ground, and the two of them also began to dive downward. The speed of Nimbus 2000 was slightly faster, but even with his head hitting the ground, Harry did not dare to move forward at full speed, and always maintained the same speed as Aaron. Finally, when he could clearly see the grass on the ground, Harry didn't dare to continue diving. He suddenly lifted his broom and came to a sudden stop. But Aaron was still flying downward. When he was about to hit the ground, he stretched out his right hand and quickly traced his fingers across the grass, leaving 3 shallow ravines on the lawn. Then he raised his right hand, pulled out a little dirt, and caught the golden snitch flying above the lawn. Aaron Gaius caught the golden snitch. He scored 150 points and ended the game. Lee Jordan explained, the score between Gryffindor and Slytherin was 10-117, 10. Professor Hooch blew her whistle and announced loudly, Slytherin wins. Slytherin's cheers instantly covered the entire stadium, and the professors in the stands also applauded this exciting game, but Professor McGonagall was a little more frustrated than others. I thought that with Harry Potter, a talented seeker, Gryffindor would be proud and sweep away the previous decline, but I didn't expect that Slytherin would also have Aaron Gaius, the killer weapon. But she couldn't find any fault. She used to say that the opponent was weak and often committed fouls, but this time she really couldn't comfort herself. Aaron held the golden snitch on the court and enjoyed the joy of victory with the rest of the academy team. Harry lowered his head guiltily, not daring to look at Wood, who had high hopes for him. Sorry, if I could have tried harder. There is no need to apologize, you have done your best. At least this time we were convinced. Wood comforted him. Although he was very sorry, as a qualified captain, he knew how to reduce the pressure on his players. That's right. The Weasley twins were also quite surprised. This competition is very abnormal. The other twin brother emphasized, it's particularly abnormal. Slytherin didn't do anything illegal. It can be regarded as a good performance. I know this. It seems to be a condition for Aaron to join the academy team. He will not allow Slytherin to do anything illegal during the game. Harry raised his hand and said, this was the only valuable information he obtained. Wood raised his eyebrows. It seems that he really loves Quidditch, and it's amazing that he can suppress 6 unruly players. But that's right, Slytherin respects the strong. If Aaron's abilities were mediocre, Marcus would never agree to this condition. Quote, it's more than that, Angelina said. I don't know if you have discovered it, but I have discovered it anyway. What did you find? Harry asked. Aaron's finger. Angelina pointed to Aaron not far away. His finger is still bleeding. Several team members looked over at the same time and found that Aaron's right hand behind his back was dripping with blood, and they gasped in unison. Wood sighed and forced a smile. Harry, to be honest, it's really not shameful to lose to him. At least I haven't seen any 11-year-old player do that, it must have hurt. Quote. Harry nodded silently. The big guy didn't blame him, and he felt a little better. After everyone left the field, Draco reluctantly returned the cat in his arms to Aaron. Aaron, you were so handsome just now. This is the most beautiful win that our Slytherin has ever won. It's overwhelming. A full 160 points for Gryffindor. Yeah, but I'll never play like this again. What? Why? Because there is a price to pay for being in the limelight. Aaron smiled bitterly and opened his right hand, which was already stained with blood. Are you hurt? Draco's eyes widened. Abe showed the pet's concern for its owner. He bit off a piece of the scarf around his neck and wrapped it around Aaron's finger as best he could. Then he took out a candy from his pocket and handed it to Aaron's mouth with his soft and waxy paws. This wave of operations shocked Draco. As the heir of the Malfoy family, he had never seen any kind of pets, but those who were as sensible, loyal and highly intelligent as Abe are probably only those rare ones. Magical creatures. Sometimes I really doubt it's not a cat, Draco said in astonishment, then looked at Aaron's wounds. It's better to go to the infirmary first. It doesn't matter, it's just a scratch. Aaron rubbed Abe's faucet, although it bled a little, no bones were injured, just bandage it and it'll be fine. Coupled with the magic potion I brought, I can be as good as before after just 2 days of rest. Quote. On the other side, Harry, Ron, Hermione and Hagrid were walking together. Hermione told Harry and Hagrid about Snape's curse on the pitch, while Ron testified. That's nonsense. Why did Snape curse Harry's broom? Hagrid said he didn't believe it. Would a professor harm his students on the playing field? Obviously, no. Who knows, but my broom is definitely out of control. Aaron also said that someone is harming me, and now it seems that that person is probably Snape. He has been very hostile to me since the first day of school. He must have some ulterior secret. Quote. Ha. Hagrid laughed loudly. Harry, everyone has their own secrets, and so do I. I also have a lot of pets in school. Pet. Ron paused. I suddenly remembered the three-headed dog the three of us saw in the room on the right corridor on the 4th floor of the school. Have you met Mau Mau? It still has a name. Hermione was a little surprised. Did you really raise that monster? Of course, I bought it from an Irishman in a pub last year, and later lent it to Dumbledore to guard. Guarding what? Harry asked immediately. I can't say. Hagrid's voice suddenly dropped, and then he looked at the three of them with wide eyes and said sternly, Stop asking, don't ask any more questions, this is top secret. In short, this matter has nothing to do with you, and it is very dangerous. The things that the dog guards are limited to Professor Dumbledore and Nico Flamel. Quote. Nicholas Flamel. The corners of Harry's mouth raised slightly, as if he had discovered some new world. Hagrid opened his mouth and walked towards his hut with some shame. He kept mumbling. I shouldn't have said it, I really shouldn't have let it slip, I really shouldn't have let it slip. Quote. I have a hunch. Harry turned around and looked at Hermione and Ron. Snape's purpose may be related to what Momo is guarding. Harry, Snape did cast a spell on your broom, but this only proves that he wanted to harm you, and it may have nothing to do with what Momo is guarding. Hermione said, this is too far-fetched. No, it's related. Harry suddenly thought of something. The things that Momo was guarding were taken out from Gringotts by Hagrid and I. Snape is a professor at the school, so he must know about it. Maybe he thought I knew what was in that bag, so he was hostile to me and harmed me on the playing field. I can't think of any other reason besides this. After all, Snape and I have no enmity, and he has no other reason to harm me. Quote. Ron and Hermione looked at each other. They had to say that Harry's speculation was reasonable, and they reluctantly believed it. Do any of you know this Nico Flamel? I don't know, Hermione said, but we can check it out in the library sometime. The next day, the stadium was also bustling with people. Aaron quit the academy team after the first game, and Terence returned to the role of Seeker. But even so, Slytherin's strength cannot be underestimated. Because Aaron defeated Harry Potter, Snape was in a particularly good mood and allowed him to sit on the teacher's stand and watch the game. After all, it was the dean's kindness, and he couldn't refuse it. It was very necessary to have a good relationship with the dean and potion master at Hogwarts. You look a little unhappy. Snape asked calmly. What do you think, Professor? Aaron hugged Abe and yawned. Not everyone likes to watch games, especially during nap time. Mr. Gaius, you may have some problems with your thinking. You don't have to watch some games, but this game is between Slytherin and Ravenclaw. As a member of Slytherin and the star who defeated Harry Potter yesterday, it's really unreasonable not to come and cheer. Quote. Don't tell me that I will lose if I don't come to Slytherin. I still miss the bed in the dormitory more. Besides, I promised you and I did it. We don't owe each other anything now. I'm already giving you a lot of face by giving up my precious nap time to come and watch a game with you," Aaron said, and then met Snape's cold sideways glance. Gulu. Aaron's Adam's apple moved, and then he stared back. No matter what, he couldn't lose his momentum, and he knew very well that Snape would never deduct points from Slytherin just because he was unhappy with him. Gradually, their eyes became a little sour. It was not until Mrs. Hooch blew her whistle and announced that Slytherin had won that they blinked and then turned their heads away in unison. When leaving, Hermione ran over and stopped Aaron. "Miss Granger, don't tell me that I still came to Professor Flitwick today to ask for advice on spells." Snape looked at Hermione indifferently. He felt that something was wrong yesterday. Flitwick was obviously a fabricator. The current performance, with his poor and stiff acting skills, could not deceive a person who has been acting for more than 10 years. However, he didn't have time to study it carefully when it related to Harry Potter's safety, but this time it was Hermione Granger who came to the door herself. If he didn't find a reason to deduct a few points from Gryffindor, then it would be a waste to be the Dean of Latelyn. "Ahem, Miss Granger, because, Hermione, you came on time," Aaron said suddenly, catching Snape off guard and swallowing back half of what he said. He looked at his student blankly, hoping that he could give him an explanation. Professor, Hermione and I have something to talk about, so I asked her to come over." "You've always had a lot of things, so you shouldn't blame me." Quote. The corner of Snape's mouth twitched involuntarily, and he showed his demeanor as the dean, gritting his teeth and said, "No." After saying these two words, Snape walked towards the bottom of the platform. When passing Hermione, he paused and lowered his voice. "Miss Granger, I won't say I hope there is no next time, because Granger, there are too many people in Fendo who refuse to change despite repeated admonitions. What I'm saying is, you'd better hope someone covers you next time." "Don't be stupid, Professor Snape has already left." Aaron looked at Hermione, who was stunned in place and looked a little funny. "What do you want from me?" "Yes, I almost forgot," Hermione said suddenly. "Follow me first, this is the Quidditch pitch, not a place for talking." "Mysterious." Aaron shrugged, picked up Abe who was lying on the seat and followed him. The two began to walk along the campus and gradually reached a place with fewer people. "That's almost it. If we go further, we'll reach the bathroom. Even if you are going on a date, find a decent place." Quote. Hermione's face turned red. "Who's going on a date with you?" "Isn't it a date? Then I would be even more disappointed. But it's okay, we are only 11 years old, so we just need to remain good friends." Quote. When Hermione heard the first half of the sentence, she couldn't help but feel a little secretive in her heart, but when she heard the second half of the sentence, the secretive joy was wiped out, and her face became a little bitter. "Okay, I was joking. If my mother knew I made girls cry, she would probably come back from Loch Ness and beat me." Quote. PFF'd. Hermione was amused and let go of her unhappiness. "Can you tell me what you want to do with me?" Aaron asked curiously. Hermione calmed down and looked around with a solemn expression. After making sure that there were no people or ghosts, she said, "Aaron, you must listen to me and stay away from Snape in the future. He is not a good person." Quote. Aaron was a little dazed, never expecting that Hermione called him over just to remind him of this. Although the Gryffindor students don't like Snape's face, they don't define him as a bad guy. It's impossible, I can still tell whether someone is a good person or not. Although Professor Snape is usually a bit strict, he definitely cannot be a bad person. Quote. It's true, I didn't lie to you. Hermione explained anxiously. Harry almost fell off his broomstick during the Quidditch match yesterday. You know that. So, what does this have to do with Snape not being a good person? You don't suspect it's him, do you? Quote. He was the one who cursed Harry, and I saw it with my own eyes. He was sitting on the platform, staring at Harry's broom without blinking, and he was chanting the spell very fast. Quote. That doesn't prove it's him. Why, this is already conclusive evidence. Don't you believe me? Hermione felt very wronged. Originally, only she, Harry, Ron and Hagrid knew about Snape's curse. She was very determined and even risked being noticed by Snape to come and tell Aaron. Seeing Hermione's red eyes, Aaron panicked and said hurriedly, It's not that I don't believe you, but are you sure that Snape is harming Harry? Snape was not weak in strength, and he was also a magician. A magician was concentrating on chanting spells on the broomstick. Why do you think Harry could persist for such a long time without falling? Rely on technology. Do not make jokes. I admit that he has good talent, but in the end he is just a novice. Quote. What do you mean? Hermione frowned, as if she had discovered the key point, but she was a little unsure. Stupid. I have read so many books in vain. Ling Jie shook his head speechlessly. Since you have read the relevant content, you should know that this evil curse can also be counteracted by the opposite spell. The method is similar. Keep your eyes on the target of the spell and concentrate on it. In other words, there were at least two people chanting the curse at that time. One was chanting the evil curse and the other was chanting the reverse curse. If Snape had recited a reverse curse, he would not be harming Harry, but saving him. You don't know the specific situation, so you just put such a big blame on Professor Snape. Isn't it too arbitrary? Or did you hear Snape reciting a curse with your own ears? Quote. But I only saw Snape chanting the curse at that time, and the other people's mouths didn't move that fast. Boom. Aaron flicked Hermione's head lightly. Who told you that evil spells must be recited with your mouth? Some high-level wizards only need to look at the object that casts the spell, and then use some props and secret techniques. The same effect can be achieved under normal circumstances. To give a simple example, before you came to Hogwarts, you should have suddenly released magic without using any spells. Quote. Hermione was stunned for a moment, thinking that the water in the wizarding world was so deep that everyone had to be so particular. But this can only reduce Snape's suspicion by half, and the other half may be that he is chanting curses. Hermione said stubbornly. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Aaron said word by word. At Hogwarts, everyone, you, me and even Dumbledore may harm Harry Potter, but only Harry Potter can't, he is. But what? Hermione looked at Aaron, the curiosity in her eyes seemed to overflow. Nothing. No, you must know. I really don't know, Aaron said very seriously. He didn't know that he killed Snape. Really? Hermione suddenly showed a meaningful smile. Aaron, if I go to Professor Snape now and say that Aaron told me everything, what do you think he will think? Quote. Aaron was startled for a moment, then clapped his hands. Oh. It's a good idea, very smart. If I didn't know, you might have succeeded. Quote. The smile on Hermione's face froze instantly. Snape Severus was the dean of Slytherin House. Aaron, a Slytherin and Snape's favorite student, could easily see him, but he was very special. Lanfondo, let alone seeing him, I'm afraid he won't even be able to get in. Now they are standing on the same starting line, but the endpoint is obviously much closer to Aaron. I am afraid that her little trick will be broken before it is implemented. Do you understand? Aaron said with a proud smile. I can tell you responsibly that Snape will never harm Harry Potter. Now please Hermione, please get out of the way, I have to go back and catch up on my sleep. Quote. No, you can't leave. Hermione grabbed Aaron's arm. I must know the reason. If you don't tell me, I will cry for you. Quote. Aaron sighed helplessly and raised Abe in front of him. Do you know what species this is? Cat, what's wrong? Aaron nodded. Then you must have heard of, curiosity killed the cat. As soon as he finished speaking, Abe kept turning over in Aaron's arms. It was a dragon with noble blood. That kind of despicable curse was simply an insult to it. Snapped. Aaron patted it on the back and said, don't make trouble. I'll give you a chicken drumstick for dinner. In front of the delicious food, Abe stabilized instantly. Isn't it a curse? It is a holy dragon, and the thing it is least afraid of is curses, let alone such curses that cannot be beaten with 8 poles. Hermione pondered for a moment, but I still want to know. I really can't tell you. This matter is probably related to Professor Snape's self-esteem, and the more you know, the greater the risk you take. Quote. I'm not afraid of risks. The most important thing in Gryffindor is the spirit of adventure. But I'm afraid. Aaron smiled bitterly. If you accidentally let it slip, I will be the unlucky one. Okay, Hermione said regretfully. Since you won't tell me, I can only check it out myself. As soon as Aaron breathed a sigh of relief, he was frightened by the second half of her words, and immediately said, stand there for me. Hermione stood up straight, then showed a victorious smile and stuck out her tongue sheepishly. I'm really scared of you. I can tell you, but you have to promise me not to tell anyone, especially Harry Potter. Quote, I promise. Hermione raised her right hand and said solemnly, I swear I won't tell you even if I'm killed. Ha ha. In the world of wizards, oaths are the least binding. But I am still willing to believe you this time, as long as you don't take my trust seriously, Aaron said, and then his face became more serious. Do you still remember Professor Snape asked me in the first potions class? What's wrong with Harry? Quote, remember, what do you get when you add narcissus root powder to a mugwort infusion? Yes, that's it. Have you ever wondered why he asked this question? Narcissus and wormwood, in the language of flowers, the meaning of these two plants can be understood as, my regret follows you to your grave, as well as, absence, and, bitter sadness. Snape apologized in this way when he met Harry for the first time. He felt extremely guilty towards Harry and would never harm him. Quote, you mean, OMG. Hermione opened her mouth in shock. The impact of this secret on her was so great that she couldn't accept it. Wait, that's not right. Why is Professor Snape always giving Harry a hard time? Quote, who knows, maybe it's because he's so angry that he won't argue. After all, Harry's grades were completely unworthy of his fame and talent. As long as he was good enough, Snape would have no reason to make things difficult for him, right? Quote, Hermione nodded blankly, that seems to be the case. Since Harry played with Ron, he didn't pay much attention to his studies. Both of them copied their homework from me. Quote, the corner of Aaron's mouth twitched. He didn't expect that these two people didn't learn well when they were 11 years old. But it doesn't matter, let alone copying homework, even if they hand in blank papers, it has nothing to do with him. After the Quidditch season started, Hogwarts seemed to be ignited with passion. Both students and teachers were particularly excited. This kind of enthusiasm did not slowly drop until more than a week after the end of the season. The students attended class as usual and completed the homework assigned by the teacher as much as possible. Everything seemed to be back to the way it was when school first started. However, these days, we often see Harry, Ron and Hermione in the library. A top student and two bad students travel among the sea of books whenever they have time. But it was not for studying, but for looking up information about Nico Flamel. Harry and Ron were convinced that Snape's purpose was to be guarded by the three-headed dog Fluffy, so it was crucial to find out what Fluffy was guarding. It is obviously unrealistic to expect Dumbledore to tell them, and it may also alert the enemy, so I can only focus on Nico Flamel, and maybe find some clues from this mage's information. Hermione knew that it was not Snape who killed Harry, but someone else, but she promised Aaron to keep it a secret and not tell the truth. The reason why she followed them to find information about Nico Flamel was because she guessed that the purpose of the person who harmed Harry was also something that Mau Mau was guarding. The library is very large, with tens of thousands of books in it, densely packed bookshelves, and hundreds of narrow passages. Finding a name in these books is like finding a needle in a haystack. Naturally, they can't look for them one by one, so they have to find the year of the monkey, the horse and the moon. Several people speculated that since Nico Flamel had some relationship with Dumbledore, the most powerful white magician in the world, he was at least a great mage, so they shortened the scope of their search to books recording great wizards in modern times. But they searched for more than 10 days but could not find Nico Flamel's name in these books. Of course, it may also be because they did not work hard enough. After all, they only looked for information in their spare time, and a dozen days of spare time were only enough for them to roughly read less than 100 books, which was a drop in the bucket compared to the entire library. That night, Aaron lay on the bed in the lounge, hugging the dragon-shaped pillow that was already asleep, and silently opened his personal panel. Host: Aaron Gaius, Magic Energy, 950 Intermediate Magician, your magic journey has just begun. Talent: Rare in a century can be improved, magic power increases by 2 points every day. Items: Moon Drops can remove any negative spells. Resurrection Potion can resurrect any creature that dies within an hour. Magic Points: 888. Check-in at Hogwarts, increase by 10 points a day. It's almost time. If you work hard for more than half a month, you can be promoted to a senior magician. Aaron thought with some excitement. When he saw the number of magic points, he nodded with satisfaction. Not for anything else, just for this auspicious number. What a good sign. System, open the magic mall. Okay, it has been turned on for the host. As soon as he finished speaking, the mall interface appeared in front of Aaron's eyes. Magic category. Transfiguration 1000 magic points, including Animagus water resistance spell 100 magic points, can breathe freely underwater levitation spell 10 magic points, Patronus charm 200 magic points, phantom movement 800 magic points. Materials. Phoenix feathers 30 magic points, dragon blood 20 magic points, mandrake 5 magic points. Bezoar 1 magic point, rhinoceros horn 3 magic points. Item category. Magic carpet 200 magic points, 3 meters long and 2 meters wide, magic crystal 100 magic points, has powerful magic power, can power the magic circle, fooling potion 500 magic points, invisibility potion 100 magic points, you can become invisible for 3 hours after drinking it, collector's edition quaffle 30 magic points, for those who like Quidditch, a priceless treasure in human eyes. Aaron took a long breath, excited and helpless at the same time. He looked at the magic carpet that he had longed for, decisively placed an order, and received it into his system space. After buying such things, Aaron only had 688 magic points left, but the remaining products allowed him to truly experience what it means to have your cake and eat it too. He simply ignored the material goods. Those things were available on the market and he had no use for the time being. But the remaining items and magic types are all what he wants, but with his current financial resources, he can only choose a small part. After thinking for a while, Aaron set his sights on the elixir, gritted his teeth, and chose to buy it. He has not forgotten that there is still a big battle to be fought this semester. To deal with a lingering Dark Lord, absolute strength is required. But now he just doesn't have that strength, so he can only take the wrong path and focus on luck. As long as you are lucky, even if you are charging into battle, the bullets will go around you, and the same goes for the magic spell. Of course, the amount of luck that can be improved is definitely limited, but sometimes what is missing is that little bit of good luck. Looking at the small bottle of fulling elixir in his hand, Aaron frowned, as this, 200 milliliters. The host must learn to be content. Taking a small sip will bring you good luck in the next 12 hours. This small bottle is enough for the host to use it several times. Aaron didn't speak, which was regarded as acquiescing to this statement, but this could only be regarded as psychological comfort. If you put all your money on luck and think everything will be fine, it is basically the same as seeking death. After all, the opponent is the Dark Lord. Even if it is just a remnant soul, it is not something he can defeat now. The first curse can be avoided by luck, but the second one may not be possible. Thinking of this, Aaron silently made a decision in his heart. At worst, he would play a big role when the time comes. For the next period of time, an owl sent a package to Aaron every day. In addition to Abe's dragon package, Jeans also sent some books and 2 mysterious small boxes. What is this? One morning, Draco picked up a box from Aaron's package and asked curiously. The thing you have on your hand should be a magic ring from the Middle Ages, an antique that is thousands of years old. Wow, Draco couldn't help but sigh. But what are you doing with this thing? I can't tell you this. Of course I have my uses. Aaron pretended to be mysterious and said, why don't you seize the time to study? Don't forget the bet you made with Hermione. I won't forget it. Draco blushed, and then couldn't help showing a little frustration, but I don't have that much confidence now. You don't know, I originally thought that I worked hard enough, and even my performance during this period exceeded my father's expectations. He even wrote a letter to praise me a few days ago. To be honest, my father has never praised me so seriously. Quote, isn't this very good? A good son is like a father. This proves that your efforts during this period have not been in vain. Aaron said meaningfully. Draco's talent is still very good. He has been exploring it for several months. They are the top few in the first grade. That's true. Draco scratched his golden hair in embarrassment, but when I went to the library before, Granger almost scared me. There were so many books on her table, thick. As he spoke, he made a gesture with his hand, which was about 2 feet. Aaron's eyes twitched. He knew Hermione liked to study, but this studying attitude was quite surprising. Ahem, people who are better than you are still working hard, so what reason do you have for not working hard? But now I feel like I've seen the end. No, it's not as if I'm not the kind of person who can't recognize the reality. I probably won't win this bet. Quote, are you giving up on yourself? Aaron smiled. Draco, do you know the difference between a miserable defeat and a sad defeat? Draco was stunned for a moment and said thoughtfully, I think there is no difference, they are all failures. That's right. Aaron nodded in agreement, then stood up and patted his shoulder, but you need to seriously consider this issue at this time. What's the meaning? Aaron patted his forehead and explained, what you and Hermione are comparing are scores. The full score is 100 points. She can get 100 points. It's not impossible if you work harder, right? Well, I am indeed a little sure of getting perfect marks in the exam now, but only a little bit. Then it's over. If you work hard, you still have hope of a tie. But if you lose, you will regretfully lose with 99 points. Compared with the disastrous defeat with 80 points, you will be far behind. Which one to choose? Of course 99, Draco said immediately, seeming to understand something. That's right, even if you lose in this situation, it's still an honor to lose. To put it mildly, at least losing is not that ugly and no one will gossip about you. In the future, when you see Hermione Granger, you can still hold your chest up confidently, at least without feeling guilty. Quote, I know what to do, Draco said, and then pulled up Crabbe and Goyle who were standing aside. Get up, you two, follow me to the library to study. In mid-December, heavy snow fell in the sky, Hogwarts Castle stood in the snow and ice, and the Black Lake was also covered with a layer of solid ice. Hagrid dragged a several-meter-high fir tree into the campus, leaving a long dragging mark on the several-foot-thick snow. Inside the castle, there is laughter and laughter everywhere. Most of the students are packing their luggage and preparing to go home for Christmas. Even the usually naughty ghosts will stop to say Merry Christmas. There are 12 medium-sized Christmas trees on both sides of the auditorium, and Professor Flitwick decorates the largest Christmas tree at the front of the auditorium, with Aaron helping him from below. Candles, colored paper, lamps and golden star models were placed on the Christmas tree by the two of them using floating spells. As the last star is placed on the top of the tree, the Christmas tree is decorated especially beautifully. It's done, Professor, Merry Christmas. Aaron wiped the sweat from his forehead. Decorating a Christmas tree was nothing to him, but he had finished almost half of the Christmas trees in the entire auditorium. This workload is a bit heavy. Although the floating spell is simple, his magic power can reach 4 figures, but he can't bear to squander it like this. Especially now that he doesn't want to attract too much attention, he has used a magic ring to seal half of his magic energy. It is really not easy to do such a physically demanding job with the initial magic power of an intermediate magician. Merry Christmas, Mr. Gaius. Professor Flitwick said with a smile, 10 points for Slytherin, that's what I promised you. But your talent is really good. Although you are only in the 1st grade, your magic level is almost as high as that of the 4th grade. Quote, thank you for the compliment. Aaron also showed a smile, and every extra point counts as 1, so that his system tasks can be considered guaranteed. Professor, if I don't have anything else to do, I'll leave first. After all the hard work all morning, I was still quite tired. Quote, go ahead, kid. Aaron picked up Abe, found a seat in the auditorium, sat down, and flipped through a book about magical creatures. Harry and Ron were playing wizard's chess next to him. Harry was obviously a novice and had to think carefully about every move he made. Ron, on the other hand, seems to have experienced hundreds of battles and killed with great joy. Of course, it cannot be ruled out that he is abusing vegetables. The vivid magic chess pieces are constantly fighting on the chessboard under the control of the 2 chess players, and the sound of ping-pong can be heard from time to time. At this time, Hermione came over, looked at the destroyed chess pieces and frowned, this is too barbaric. This is wizard's chess. Ron chuckled and put away the chess pieces, have you packed your luggage? Yours is not packed. Plans changed and my parents decided to go to Romania to visit my brother Charlie, who was studying dragons there. Aaron noticed that Abe had pricked up his ears. Apparently he was still very curious about news about other dragons. Good. You can help Harry. He was going to the library to find information about Nico Flamel. Quote, we've looked for it 100 times. Ron complained. Nicholas Flamel. Aaron raised his eyebrows. I seem to have heard of this name somewhere. Aaron, have you heard of it? Harry was overjoyed. They had been searching in the library for so long without finding anything. They didn't expect the answer to be right next to them. I've heard of it, but what are you doing with that old man? His temper was particularly weird. One second the spring breeze was warm, and the next second the autumn breeze was bleak. Quote. Harry's eyes evaded and he explained. We are not looking for him, we just want to get to know him briefly. Really? Aaron smiled playfully. I don't believe it. The three of you are all first-year wizards. Logically speaking, you will have no interaction with him at all. You should not even have heard of his name. Why would you want to find him? What's the purpose? Quote. Harry hesitated, not knowing whether to voice their suspicions. Harry. Ron shook his head slightly at him. Currently, only the three of them know about this matter, but if Aaron, who is closely related to Snape, is added to the list, the risk will be greatly increased. Seeing that the scene had reached a deadlock, Hermione interjected, Tell him. Don't you still believe in Aaron's character? It's not that I don't believe it, I just don't want to involve him. Harry said, You know, his relationship with that person. Hermione rolled her eyes speechlessly, knowing that with how suspicious Harry and Ron were of Snape, it was absolutely impossible for them to trust Aaron 100%. Aaron, Hermione said weakly and coquettishly, can you tell us the information about Nico Flamel? This is very important to us. Okay, but I don't know much. The last time I saw him was when I was 4 years old, and my grandfather took me to France. Quote. France, nothing else, Harry said in surprise. For example, what does he do? Alchemist, but he was not an ordinary alchemist. My grandfather had to give him some respect, and he even brought a batch of precious magic materials with him when he went. Quote. A few people looked at each other, and it seemed that the alchemist's book had to be carefully investigated. Any more? Harry continued to ask. Also, the guy is very old. You don't need to tell me this. Ron smiled and shook his head. He is a magician who can be related to Dumbledore, and he probably has a white beard. That's not necessarily the case. Dumbledore is a well-known white wizard, and his social circle is wider than you think. For example, the Minister of Magic, some pure-blood families, the Hogwarts Board of Directors, and the Ministry of Magic Foreign Affairs of various countries. There are even some races that live in the darkness, werewolves, giants, vampires and... Stop talking. Ron patted his little heart. I was wrong, Aaron. I shouldn't interrupt, you go on. Quote. TCH. Aaron curled his lips disdainfully and explained, the age I mentioned may be older than you think. Even Dumbledore can only be regarded as a junior in front of him. No way. Hermione's mouth twitched. Dumbledore must be over 100 years old this year. Hermione, unlike muggles, wizards have a longer lifespan. What's more, there are too many ways for wizards to extend their lifespan, including all kinds of magic potions, elixirs. As for the unconventional ones, you can go to Nocturne Alley and ask. Any wizard there will know the methods related to extending lifespan, but they are basically full of bloody violence and may not be useful. Quote. Gulu. Hermione swallowed. Forget it. So how old is Nico Flamel? Quote. Have no idea. You don't know. Ron couldn't control his emotions, then you just said so much. Calm down, calm down. I was only 4 years old at that time, and at best I was a little better than a 3-year-old child. How could I remember so much? What's more, do you think it's appropriate for me, a 4-year-old child, to ask a great magician his age? Even if it were appropriate, would Nico Flamel answer me? But there is one sentence that I remember quite clearly. When Nico Flamel opened the door for my grandfather and me, he said, the last Gaius boy who came here was your great-grandfather. Single quote. In addition, let me remind you that my great-grandfather was a little stronger than me when we met him. He was a 5-year-old child who was taken there by my great-great-grandfather. That means he at least knew my great-great-grandfather. Quote. 3 people. According to this, Nico Flamel must be at least over 200 years old. Hermione said, and then suddenly thought of something. She couldn't help but slap her forehead. I'm just talking about how to look up the classics of famous wizards in modern times. Not even Nico Flamel's name. The book recording his information should be pushed back at least 200 years. Quote. Maybe more, Aaron said lightly. His status in the hearts of some older generation magicians is not comparable to that of Dumbledore. That's all I know, the rest is up to you to find. Quote. Thank you, Aaron. Hermione smiled, at least modern wizards can be excluded. If you really can't find it, you can only go to the Forbidden Book area. Oh, the Forbidden Book Zone. You need a professor's approval to go there to study, but you, with all due respect, you don't have this qualification yet. Quote. Then can you help us? Every professor likes you very much. If you go and borrow it. Harry said excitedly, but was interrupted by Aaron before he finished speaking. Sorry, I can't help you with this, and I suggest you don't do this. It is quite dangerous for first-year students to come into contact with banned books, not to mention that the purpose of you going there is not to study. Quote. Harry scratched his head in embarrassment and was too embarrassed to ask Aaron for help. By the way, I don't think I saw you packing your luggage. Hermione looked at Aaron with some surprise. Aren't you going home for Christmas? Harry and Ron were also a little stunned when they heard this. You know, the Christmas holiday is not short. Almost 99% of the people in the school will go back. Only a few professors and some students with special circumstances will choose to stay in school. Harry did not choose to go home because his uncle's house was too dark for him, and it would be much happier to stay in school. Ron did not go home because his parents were going to Romania to see his brother. There was no one at home. Even if he went back, there would only be a few brothers, just like in school. In this case, it would be better to stay in school, at least there would be no worries about food and accommodation. But they never expected that Aaron would choose to stay in school. It seems that he has no need to do so. Are you surprised? Aaron asked calmly. The three of them nodded in unison. I matured early. The Gaius family generally adopted a free-range approach for the heirs. They believed that this would better cultivate a sense of independence. After I was 8 years old, my parents went out to travel. Unless they were tired or something big happened at home, they usually would not come back. The time I met my parents every year added up to less than a month, and my uncle usually took care of my daily life. But this is Christmas. Hermione felt a little unfair for Aaron. Don't get me wrong, Aaron shrugged, they will come back at Christmas, but I think it's more interesting to stay in school, so I chose to stay in school. This is only part of the reason, but more importantly, the magic points obtained by signing in at Hogwarts are 10 times that of home. Before having enough power, enjoying life, family reunion, etc., are all clouds. So that's it. Harry laughed. Otherwise, my family is still very good to me, the only son. The day before Christmas. After lunch, Aaron took Abe out of the hall, and the one and the dragon took a walk in the castle. The ice and snow outside completely aroused their interest, especially Abe, who had only seen snow a few times since he was born. A few days ago, the students were busy packing their luggage, and there were still many people, so it could still restrain its nature. But today was different. Those who should go back had all gone back, and there were fewer people left in the school, so the space was relatively larger. It rushed into the snow pile wantonly and rolled, its white body and white clothes completely blended into the white snow. If you didn't look carefully, you couldn't see that there was a white dragon in the snow pile. If Aaron hadn't warned it not to show its wings, it would probably flap its wings and fly into the sky to watch the falling snow. Arriving at the playground, Aaron saw that there was no one around, so he took out the valuable magic carpet from the system space, and then jumped on it with Abe. The dark blue magic carpet was not as difficult to control as the flying broom. It completely obeyed Aaron's orders and moved as he wished. Moreover, the area of the magic carpet was not small, and it could accommodate 3 or 5 people. Now there are only 2 of them. Even if they lie on it and roll around, they might fall down. Sitting on the magic carpet, admiring Hogwarts in the snow, one person and one dragon each hold a lollipop in their mouths, which can be said to be extremely comfortable. But it may also be because they fly too ostentatiously. Professor McGonagall, who is in the office, happened to see the 2 of them, and then her eyes brightened a little. Aaron, Mr. Gaius, can you come over? Professor McGonagall shouted with a smile in front of the window, like a witch who induces 11-year-old boys to commit crimes. Aaron was stunned for a moment, and then controlled the magic carpet to fly over. Professor McGonagall, is there anything? That, Aaron, your flying carpet is Professor McGonagall's eyes glanced at the magic carpet from time to time, a little embarrassed. After all, as a professor of Hogwarts, she was actually interested in students' things. She felt embarrassed to say it out, but she really liked such magic props. Professor McGonagall herself is a Quidditch fanatic. When she was young, she also liked to use a flying broom to experience the feeling of speed. But now that she is old, not only does her body not allow her to use a flying broom, but her image does not allow it either. The magic carpet perfectly meets her needs. It is elegant, comfortable, safe and can fly smoothly. It is better than a flying broom. Ah, I found this in the warehouse at home before I came to school. Erin explained seriously, then frowned. Professor, the school doesn't seem to have any regulations prohibiting the use of magic carpets. That's not the case. There is no such rule in the school rules. Professor McGonagall said, but you still have to pay attention to the impact, understand? I understand. I'm just playing with it during the Christmas holidays. I won't take it out during school hours. That's good. Professor McGonagall nodded, then looked at the magic carpet with a sharp look in her eyes. Mr. Gaius, I wonder if I can experience your carpet. Hearing this, Erin was a little confused, then turned his head and looked at Abe. It shook its head seriously, took a step forward with one foot, and showed an inexplicable sense of territory. The light in Professor McGonagall's eyes gradually dimmed. If it doesn't work, forget it. Sure, why not? Erin said immediately. It's my honor to have the professor come up. But it's okay. I know it very well. I succumbed to it with just 2 chicken drumsticks. It's okay to prepare some snacks if you can't handle it. Okay, got it. Professor McGonagall laughed excitedly. Wait for me for a while, I'll be there soon. A few minutes later, Professor McGonagall sat down on the magic carpet very embarrassedly. She had specially prepared a soft cushion for herself before she came. As for Erin, he looked at Abe who was holding a bunch of snacks and cheering and fell into deep thought. Is this dragon going to be abducted by a chicken leg one day? There was a professor sitting on it, and Erin became a little bolder. He controlled the magic carpet to fly around the Hogwarts castle, and the smile on Professor McGonagall's face grew more and more. After that, the magic carpet flew at a low altitude over the Black Lake. Erin would not dare to do this normally. After all, no one knew whether the magical creatures under the lake would suddenly jump out. But now there is a layer of solid ice on the lake, and there is a magician-level college professor on the magic carpet. The safety value is directly maxed out, so there is no need to be afraid at all. But when Erin returned later, he flew in the direction of the Forbidden Forest, which startled Professor McGonagall and said hurriedly, "Wait a minute, Mr. Gaius, you can't go there." "Can't you go?" Erin was a little regretful. He originally wanted to use the professor's power to see the snow scenery of the Forbidden Forest. If you're lucky, you might be able to see a live unicorn. Of course you can't go. It's best not to enter this forest without any special reason. There are many magical creatures living in the Forbidden Forest. Even Dumbledore cannot say that he understands them 100%. He can only reach an agreement with them to restrict them. But you have to understand that sometimes the agreement is not worth mentioning at all. They may be severely punished for attacking school students, and may even pay the price with their lives. But what's the use? The students have been harmed irreparably. Quote, "Got it, Professor." Erin nodded, and then flew in the direction where he started. After landing on the ground, Erin rolled up the magic carpet and roughly carried it on his shoulders. There is no way, there is a professor next to me. He doesn't want to expose the existence of system space. As for the traceless stretching spell, haha. Abe's pet pocket could fit such a large blanket, but it would be more conspicuous. Professor McGonagall looked at the magic carpet on Erin's shoulders with some reluctance, opened her mouth, but said nothing. She was already very content today. If she asked to borrow something again, she would seem a bit greedy, and she would not be able to get away with this in her face. If you are rejected, it will be even more difficult. Erin also noticed that Professor McGonagall's eyes were a little strange. He glanced at his magic carpet inadvertently and immediately understood something. "Professor, you don't want my magic carpet, do you?" "No, I didn't mean that." Professor McGonagall waved her hand and said, but there was a little blush on the old face. "Understood." Erin raised his eyebrows, gave Professor McGonagall a meaningful smile, and then walked towards the Slytherin lounge. After returning to the dormitory, Erin found a large gift box and stuffed the folded magic carpet into it. Tomorrow is Christmas. Pack this gift for Professor McGonagall and she will definitely be happy all day long. Of course, it is impossible to give it away. He spent a huge sum to buy the magic carpet, and he doesn't know if there will be a second one in the future. But it was still possible to borrow it. From Christmas to the end of the semester, he couldn't use it during this period. It was too ostentatious, but he could lend it to Professor McGonagall for free. She is the head of Gryffindor and the master of transfiguration. Making a good impression on her will definitely make your future study career much easier. Human relationships are inevitable at all times, and Erin also prepared a gift for others, but the degree of intention was different. The next morning, Erin opened his eyes. There were a dozen packages of various sizes lying on the corner of his bed, which should be his Christmas gifts this year. First he opened his parents' gifts, and the results were just as he expected. A postcard of a sunrise they saw while sailing on the sea. "Dear son, isn't it beautiful? We originally planned to take a picture of you with a sky full of stars. But I think it must be in the morning when you open the gift, so I give you a sunrise, may you always be full of vigor." Quote. Vico. Tisk. It's like this again. Erin shook his head and put the postcard away. Sending goose feathers from thousands of miles away is a light gift but a heavy gift. The people who know Erin's family situation best are his parents. Knowing that he lacks everything, they simply send him such a commemorative gift. The second package was from Gaius. Erin picked up a piece of paper from the gift box and smiled with satisfaction. It can only be said that the butler is indeed a butler, and he directly sent him the income report of the store he opened in Diagon Alley in recent months. In addition, there is also a dragon illustrated book, which records the varieties, characteristics, and gathering places of all dragons known in the magic world. It is probably prepared for Abe. After all, he is a dragon of noble blood and knows that it is still necessary to have some distant relatives. The third package was from his uncle. Inside the package was a pure white unicorn feather, the same material used to make wands. Except for these close people, the rest of the things were given by some of his relatives. They were all kinds of strange, but they were much more practical than the first three. Some people brought daggers, some people brought clothes, some people brought musical instruments, some people brought a funny mirror. Someone also sent a gift bag of snacks. As soon as he took it out, a white figure put his face into it. Erin picked up Abe in disgust, then pushed the gift bag in front of him, and rubbed his head several times. There was another item given by Hermione, which was a dental kit, including a tooth cup, toothbrush, and toothpaste. This made Erin a little dumbfounded. His teeth were definitely quite healthy, but they were better than nothing. Hall. Students and professors who stayed on campus gathered here for the Christmas banquet. The food on this festival is extremely rich, and everyone enjoys it very happily. Erin placed Abe on the dining table, then picked up a gift box and walked to Professor McGonagall. "Professor, this is for you." "Mine." Professor McGonagall pointed to herself, a little flattered. "Christmas gift." "So be it." Professor McGonagall opened the box excitedly, glanced at it briefly, and then closed it instantly. "Erin, I admit that I like this gift very much, very much. But I really can't have it, it's too precious." Quote. "Professor, you misunderstood. I didn't say I would give it to you. I just borrowed it from you, but you have to return it to me before the holiday." Erin said seriously. "Really?" Professor McGonagall was a little moved, and then quickly picked up the box in her arms. "Then I will accept it. This is the best gift I have received in recent years. As long as you like it." Erin smiled. "Ahem," Snape said coldly. "Some people seem to have forgotten that he is a Slytherin student." "Oh, yes, this is yours, Professor Snape." Erin took out a bottle from his pocket. "This contains the body fluid of a magical creature, and I spent a lot of money to get it. Of course it may be useful, or it may be of no use at all. Specifically, it depends on how you, the potion master, deal with it." Quote. While Erin was explaining, Abe, who was feasting on a turkey at the dinner table, suddenly froze for a moment, then sniffed the air with his nose. It turned its head and glanced at the teacher's desk. Its cute little face looked a little weird, and then continued to cook. Snape did not shy away from suspicion and directly took the bottle from Aaron's hand, brought it to his nose and smelled it slightly, then his expression changed slightly. Aaron, what kind of magical creature is this? This material is unique, I really haven't seen it before. Or maybe I've seen it, but I've forgotten it. But no matter which one it is, it can show that this kind of magical creature is particularly rare. Quote, I can't tell you this, Aaron said seriously. Everyone has their own secrets, and he definitely couldn't tell Snape that the bottle contained Abe's saliva. Mysterious, Snape said, and put the bottle into his pocket. Aaron, do you have a gift from me? Professor Flitwick asked sheepishly. Of course, if not, just pretend I didn't ask. We still have this. Aaron took out a brush and handed it over. This. Professor Flitwick became increasingly embarrassed. If I'm not mistaken, the material of this pen tip is unicorn feathers. Yes, I hope you like it. I love it so much. Guy, Mr. Gaius, maybe I shouldn't. Ask this. But, the gift, is it mine? Quote, Aaron glanced at Quirrell, who was sitting in the teacher's chair and spoke awkwardly, and showed an awkward but polite smile. Sorry, Professor, I can't use the family's property while I'm in school. I got all the gifts from Professor Snape and others through personal channels, plus other gifts for other friends. I have almost spent all my money, so. It doesn't matter, I understand. Quirrell covered his mouth and said, showing a little grievance. I'm very sorry, Professor, I didn't think carefully about this. Otherwise, I will prepare another gift for you next Christmas. Aaron comforted him apologetically, but what he was thinking about was that this school year is over and you're done with it. Burning a few pieces of paper for you next Christmas would be more than enough. After walking down from the teacher's chair, Aaron returned to his seat and began to enjoy the banquet. After a while, Harry and Ron came over. They were wearing the same sweaters as Percy, Fred and George. You are indeed good friends, you all have the same taste in clothes. Aaron joked, you look quite warm. Harry smiled awkwardly. This was the second best gift he had ever received in his life. The first was a package sent to him by a stranger this morning. Inside was his father's relic, an invisibility cloak. That's right, Ron said proudly, my mother made this by herself. We all receive such gifts every Christmas, but this year there is more. Harry. By the way, Harry also received a special gift, do you know what it is? Quote. Ron. Harry glared at him. Sorry, this gift of his is rather precious and I don't want too many people to know about it. Aaron raised his eyebrows. If Harry hadn't stopped Ron in time, he would have made it known to everyone soon. Well, Aaron, Merry Christmas. Well, Merry Christmas. Aaron looked at Harry. If you have anything to say, just say it quickly. I'm worried for you. All right, first of all, thank you for the gift you gave me. I like those pictures very much. Quote. Yes, Ron immediately interjected, that is the most affordable gift I have ever received in my life, a gold galleons, a silver sickle, and a copper canute. But why do you want to send me money? Quote. Because that's probably what you want and what you desperately need, and Harry isn't very short of money. That makes sense. Ron nodded with deep approval. Ahem. Harry coughed lightly, then glanced at the teacher's desk without any trace, and found that no one was paying attention before he said, then I have one thing to ask you. I want to go to the Forbidden Book area to find the relevant information. Clues to Flamel, so. Poof. Aaron almost spit out the half-eaten food. He looked at Harry in shock. No. You haven't given up yet. Again, it is impossible for me to help you in this regard. The restricted book area is not accessible to first-grade students. Quote. But why can you go? Ron said a little unconvinced. Harry and I saw you in the library before, and Ms. Pants put you in the restricted book area. Could it be that you are not a first-year student? Student. Aaron turned his head, looked at Ron meaningfully, and then patted his shoulder. Ron, people are different. As you know, our dean is very optimistic about me, and it only takes a matter of minutes to get an approval note. Quote. Harry's mouth twitched and he smiled bitterly. But Aaron, this matter is really important. Stop it, no matter how important it is, it has nothing to do with me. Aaron said seriously, I can give you some help in some aspects, but absolutely not in some aspects. Again, it's a little too early for you to enter the restricted area. Quote. The day after Christmas, the alarm clock rang, and Aaron opened his eyes drowsily. After washing, he went to the auditorium to eat as usual, and then went to the library. After showing Ms. Pants the approval note from Professor Snape, he went directly into the restricted book area. This is not to say that books in the general area are useless. On the contrary, books in the general area are more useful to students. Almost 99% of the questions can be answered here. But it was precisely because of this that he felt a little bored. The forbidden book area is more like preparing for the so-called 1%. It contains content that cannot be taught in class, secrets of the magical world, the habits of dark creatures, and the deeper history buried, and even about the soul. Research can be found here in a few words. According to later generations, one can be checked online casually, but the other can only be read by VIPs. It must be that VIPs have high gold content. Passing through rows of bookshelves, Aaron stopped in front of a gray book, which told the history of the elves, including their wars with other races, the magical treasures in the clan, and so on. Although there are only partial records, it can also broaden your horizons very well. Because in the history of magic class, the professor only spoke a few words about the secrets of other races. If you really ask in detail, it would be embarrassing, because the professor may not even know. While Aaron was watching with gusto, the angle of the sunlight shining through the window was slowly changing, and the reflection on the floor stung his eyes. What is it? Aaron closed the book and took a closer look. He saw several pieces of glass with some gray-white lamp oil stuck to them. After thinking for a few seconds, Aaron's face became more playful. He then picked up the pieces of glass, put the book back on the bookshelf, and walked out of the restricted book area. Hello, Prefect of Gryffindor. Aaron stopped Percy on the corridor. I may have to ask you something. Are you, Aaron? Percy looked at the Slytherin symbol on Aaron's robes and frowned subconsciously, not understanding what a Slytherin wanted to do with him. Yes, it's me, Aaron Gaius. Oh, Fred and George told me about you. They thought very well of you. Can I help you? Quote, I have something important to talk to Harry Potter about, but he should be resting in his dormitories right now. If I go there as a Slytherin who doesn't know the password, the fat lady won't let me in. I don't want to trouble Professor McGonagall with this little thing, so I can only ask you, as a prefect, for help with this matter. Quote, Percy pondered for 2 seconds and said seriously, I can help you with this, but I need to know what you want from him. After all, you are a Slytherin, and Slytherin and Gryffindor have always been incompatible. Please understand that I will not take you to the common room without a good enough reason. Quote, Aaron was a little dumbfounded. Actually, it's not as serious as you said. I don't need to go in, as long as you can call Harry out. Percy looked directly into Aaron's eyes, slightly hesitant. Who knows if this Slytherin will lead Gryffindor students wrongly, but if something goes wrong, he, the prefect, will not be able to escape the blame. Now that he had encountered it, he had to find a way to deal with it. It's better to go directly to the common room. Otherwise, it will be quite troublesome to go back and forth. Don't you need a good enough reason? Percy suddenly paused and said seriously, during the holidays, you don't need to be so particular. The two of them arrived at the end of the corridor on the 7th floor of Hogwarts Castle one after another. The fat lady was guarding the entrance to the Gryffindor common room in a painting. Dragon scum. Percy read the command, and the fat lady controlled the door to open, revealing a circular entrance. Come in. You should be the first person in Slytherin to visit here. That being said, I'm quite honored. As soon as they entered the door, the warmth dispelled the chill from both of them. There is a fire lit in the fireplace, with the phoenix pattern looming above it, and the lounge made of volcanic stones makes people feel quite warm. Percy brought Aaron to a sofa. You wait here for a moment and don't move. I'll call Harry over right now. Sorry to bother you. No trouble, this is what I, a prefect, should do. Percy said and walked towards a staircase. A few minutes later, Harry and Ron, who were wearing nightgowns, came down, but Percy sat on a table behind a few people with a book, and started reading very naturally. Ah, Harry yawned. Aaron, what are you looking for me for? Well, this matter may be more important. The three of us can just talk about it alone. There is no need to let other people know. Aaron winked at the two of them and said, Percy, on the mouth, which didn't mean anything. It goes without saying. Harry and Ron looked at each other, feeling a little bitter in their hearts. When Percy told them to get up just now, he specifically told them that he must listen. It doesn't matter, we are all our own people, just say it. Ron said. Aaron laughed in anger and turned to look at Percy. What? I'm very grateful to you for bringing me here. But can you avoid it first? It's really not appropriate for Gryffindor prefects to know about this matter. Quote. Really? Did you violate the school rules? Percy asked meaningfully. No. Aaron nodded very seriously. Then what can't you let me know? Percy asked. You should know that the relationship between Gryffindor and Slytherin has never been good, and I am making an exception by letting you in. I want to sit in now just to make sure that you freshmen won't cause trouble for me during the holidays. After all, I brought you in, and I have to be responsible for anything that happens. Quote. The corner of Aaron's mouth twitched slightly. No wonder this guy is a prefect. In order to be able to listen in, even this small trick was used. Look at how authentic the words are in this scene. He could have just left, but he really felt a little depressed. Out of politeness, I will call you Senior first. Senior, believe me, it would be more appropriate for the few of us to discuss this matter privately. Once you know it, its nature changes. Quote. Percy nodded. I still maintain my original opinion. Okay. Aaron turned to look at Harry and Ron helplessly. What's your opinion? Let me remind you that sometimes you need to know how to resist. You can go out with me and I'll just give you a few words and everything will be fine. Quote. Then, just as Harry was about to speak, Percy coughed twice. I think we'd better talk here. We don't have anything shameful to do. That's good, but I hope you won't regret it later. Aaron said, then took out a piece of cloth from his pocket and placed it on the table. As the cloth was opened, several pieces of glass appeared in the perspective of several people. Ron and Percy didn't know why, but Harry thought of something and his expression changed slightly. I went to the restricted book area this morning. Wait, you mean the restricted book area? Percy looked at Aaron in shock. Is that something you, a first-year freshman, can go to? I have the professor's approval note, otherwise Ms. Pants wouldn't have put me in. Aaron explained that he always felt like Percy expected him to make mistakes. I still feel a little inappropriate. Haha, it's so funny, you are a Gryffindor prefect and I am a Slytherin. Whether it's suitable or not is not up to you to say. Aaron joked, then picked up one of the fragments. While I was reading, I found these fragments in front of a certain bookshelf. I didn't have these pieces when I left the library yesterday, but I did this morning. No one was cleaning it, which meant that someone slipped into the restricted book area last night, and this person had not yet received approval notes from the professor. And among the people I know, Harry and Ron are the only ones who want to go to the forbidden book area to look up information, but there has been no way. Quote. You doubt both of them. Percy's face looked a little ugly. You can't put the blame on Gryffindor just because of a few broken glass and some speculation. It's too ridiculous. Senior, you are absolutely right, I think so too. But my pet, who has a better sense of smell, told me that the smell on these pieces was similar to that of a friend of mine. Aaron said and put Abe on the table. He pretended to sniff the fragments, and then glanced at Harry and Ron pretendingly. The look in the cat's eyes made one of them feel cold and the other confused. You also saw it, so I came here on a whim to ask if it was the two of them. Instead of making the matter bigger, which would make Mrs. Pinksy's face look bad. After all, letting someone sneak into the forbidden book area was her fault as the librarian. The corresponding students' college should also deduct a certain amount. Score. But now that you, the Gryffindor prefect, know, things are different. This is a violation of school rules and regulations. I wonder how you will deal with it. Quote. Chapter 41. Percy regretted it. Why did he come with him when he had nothing to do? Just by looking at Harry and Ron's appearance, we knew that this matter had something to do with them. He wanted to give them a symbolic warning and then let them go. After all, Gryffindor's prefects would deduct points from Gryffindor, which was nice to say and not nice to hear. Moreover, one of these two people is his biological brother, and the other is the star figure of their Gryffindor, which makes it even more difficult. But now there is an extra Slytherin here, bending the law for personal gain. Can people agree? Ahem. Percy put on a selfless look and asked, honestly, did you two do this? Quote. Percy, No, Prefect, I don't know anything at all. Ron said eagerly, feeling like he had been wrong. But as soon as he finished saying this, he looked at Harry in shock, because if it wasn't him, it could only be Harry. As expected, Harry nodded and said, "It's none of Ron's business, I did it." "Harry, you disappoint me so much. I haven't been to the Forbidden Book area even a few times." "You are doing it knowingly." Percy pointed at Harry sadly. If it was business, he would leave the dormitory in the middle of the night and break into the Forbidden Book area to read forbidden books. If these two things were added together, Gryffindor would be deducted 30 points, and Harry would also have to. If you were locked up for a period of time, you won't be able to let it out at least until the holiday is over. Aaron stopped the angry Percy and said gently, "Actually, this matter is not small at all, but it is not big at all. But in my opinion, there is no need to be so serious. It is common for us freshmen to be unable to control our curiosity. It's the holiday period now, and Christmas just passed yesterday. Senior, please don't pursue it, just think of it as a favor to me." And, I think Harry now knows he was wrong. Quote, "You." Percy hesitated to speak. Of course he saw what Aaron meant and wanted to spare Harry once. Although he didn't quite understand it, he had no reason to refuse. "Okay, but there must be necessary punishment, otherwise he will not have a long memory," Percy said very seriously. "Then let Harry copy the school rules during the vacation, with the general outline and details." Aaron suggested, "Let Ron personally supervise it." Harry didn't speak, just nodded weakly. There is no way. Who told him to violate the school rules? If he hadn't been caught, it would have been easy, but now that he had been caught, he had no choice but to admit defeat. Ron complained a little, "The school rules book is not very thick. Harry can't copy it all during the vacation." "That's your business." Aaron shrugged indifferently. "Okay, it's settled. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first," Percy said, then quickly stood up and walked towards the door of the lounge, not wanting to stay here any longer. After Percy left, Ron pouted, "Copying a copy of the school rules or something is too much." Aaron couldn't deny it, but compared to being deducted points from Gryffindor, I think Harry still prefers to copy the school rules. "I told Percy to leave before, but you two were quite stubborn. What can I do?" Quote, "We didn't know you came here with evidence. Besides, Percy insists on attending." Harry immediately covered Ron's mouth. "Stop talking, I am willing to be punished. Compared with the punishment in school regulations, this is already very light." Quote, "It's good to know, but don't be pessimistic. I told Ron to supervise it. How come it's not up to you to copy it? Even if a word is not written, who will know?" Quote, Harry and Ron looked at each other, and the sadness on their faces instantly disappeared, and they both showed meaningful smiles, like a scumbag who had successfully cheated. "That's right, the punishment is set, but it is up to them to decide how to operate it. As far as their relationship is concerned, there seems to be no difference between this punishment and nothing." Ahem. Aaron sat on the sofa and crossed his legs. "I really didn't expect you to be so brave, Harry. You should really copy the school rules. I warned you, it's not a place you can go yet. Do you know what punishment you will face if Filch catches you? The points Hermione has given you in Gryffindor for most of the semester are not enough to deduct you for this violation of discipline." Quote, "Sorry." Harry lowered his head in shame. He didn't regret that he took the risk of going to the Forbidden Book area yesterday. He just regretted that he was not so rigorous in doing things. "Don't apologize to me. I'm from Slytherin. Whether Gryffindor takes points or not has nothing to do with me. I just don't want to see her lose her temper when she comes back from vacation." Aaron's eyes exuded a sharp look, which made both Harry and Ron feel a little bit of pressure. "Then it's time to explain the Forbidden Book area. Harry, what happened to you?" He was actually able to throw the lantern to the ground. Quote, "The books there, are a little different," Harry said hesitantly, with unpleasant memories of last night appearing in his mind. Everything was going well originally. He wandered around the Forbidden Book area looking for clues related to Nico Flamel. But after opening a book, a hideous and terrifying human face spurted out of the book. The words on the book kept swimming on the face, which looked particularly weird. Especially this face actually made a shrill scream, as if it was about to rush out of the book. It was late at night, and it would be a lie to say that an 11-year-old child was not scared when he encountered such a terrifying thing. It must be different. Otherwise, why can it be called a banned book? Aaron rolled his eyes and was speechless. Not only that, I also met Mrs. Loris and Filch. Almost got caught. Quote, tisk. Then your luck is really good. But I'm curious about how you broke into the restricted book area in the middle of the night. Although Mrs. Pants's management was a little less strict during the holidays, you couldn't have gotten in so easily. Quote, Harry's heart skipped a beat, but after hesitating for a moment, he decided to tell Aaron about the invisibility cloak. He also knew that showing off his cleverness in front of a smart man would only bring humiliation to himself. Moreover, Aaron had regarded him as a friend just now, so it was not impossible to tell him. But before he could speak, Ron spoke for him. It should be the invisibility cloak. It's a relic of Harry's father. Invisibility cloak. Aaron became interested. The rarity of that thing was no less than that of his magic carpet. That's a very rare magic item, but don't use it unless necessary. In the eyes of some great magicians, this magical magic item is useless. Quote, oh, Harry suddenly realized, no wonder I was almost discovered by Snape yesterday. Snape, Professor. ×2. Aaron and Ron were both a little surprised. They knew that Harry went to the restricted area to find information about Nico Flamel, but there was no need for Snape to go there so late at night. Harry, what happened last night? Aaron asked seriously. I saw that Professor Snape seemed to be bullying Professor Quirrell and said, I am not your enemy, you'd better figure out who you are loyal to. I don't know what it means, but I'm sure Snape definitely has some ulterior secrets. Quote. As Harry spoke, he paid attention to Aaron's expression. In his heart, he thought that Snape was not a good person and wanted to steal the things that Buttercup was guarding. Now it's just a vaccination for Aaron. No matter how much he respects Snape, he should be a little wary when he hears this. Sure enough, Aaron's expression began to become uncertain, and a stone fell in Harry's heart. But what he didn't know was that Aaron didn't doubt Snape, but was wondering whether he knew that Quirrell had the remnant of Voldemort in his body. If you don't know, then don't worry. At most, you will notice some of Quirrell's little moves and issue a warning. But if it is known, it means that Voldemort has fallen into a trap from the beginning, and the danger of his subsequent system tasks will be greatly reduced. No matter what the situation is, it will be beneficial to him. Harry, God knows this matter. You know it and we know it. We must not let others know. And during this period of time, please be calm and don't make any more mistakes, do you understand? Quote. Understood. I also know the seriousness of the matter. Harry said, by the way, I found a magical mirror on the first floor when I was leaving. I actually saw my parents in the mirror. Quote. What? Ron was surprised. Why didn't you tell me such important information earlier? You really should have taken me there last night. There will be a chance, Harry said. You can go with me tonight. Aaron, are you coming? I can introduce you to my parents. Maybe I can also see what your family looks like. Quote. Aaron, co-author, what I said just now was in vain. Just one person who violated the school rules is fine, but now he wants to add Ron, and he wants to drag me into the water again. Is there something unusual about this operation? The next night, Harry, Ron and Aaron squeezed into the invisibility cloak, walked carefully through the corridor, climbed an unknown number of stairs, and arrived at an empty classroom. This classroom is full of dust, like a place where debris is piled. In addition to a pile of tables and chairs, a particularly tall mirror was placed against the wall. That's right, it's right here. This is the mirror I was talking about. Harry couldn't wait to take off his invisibility cloak and pointed at the smooth mirror excitedly. Did you see it? These are my parents. But I only see the three of us, Ron said. Change the angle and stand over here. Harry pulled Ron over so that he could see the mirror better. Okay, you can see them. Just as Harry was about to point out his parents in the mirror, Ron shouted excitedly, that's me, I became the president of the head boy, holding the Quidditch cup. It's such a great thing. I also became the Quidditch captain. I'm so proud. Harry, can this mirror show the future? Quote, how is that possible? Harry lowered his head regretfully, my parents are both dead. It's indeed impossible, Aaron said meaningfully, this is definitely not something in the future. Aaron, what about you? What did you see? Ron asked with interest. Let me take a look. Aaron walked to the front of the mirror, and Harry and Ron consciously made way for him. After more than 10 seconds, Aaron touched his chin and fell into deep thought. How could this happen? What did you say? Harry asked. Aaron shook his head. Unfortunately, I only see myself, and the mirror treats me differently. You mean you don't see your parents like Harry, and you don't become the student council president like me? Ron said in surprise, and then patted Aaron on the shoulder with some sympathy. You can only see yourself. Such amazing magic items are of no use to you. Can you please take your hands away? Aaron rolled his eyes speechlessly, pointing to the golden frame of the mirror and said, You'd better take a look at the words engraved on this mirror. Aris Stella Ohelu Aitwebi Kafalu Aitang Vorhes. Aaron read out the words above word by word. Obviously this is a string of garbled characters, and there may not be such a person in the entire magical world. But this is not a name, but a sentence that introduces this mirror. You can find out by spelling out the letters of these words backwards. Quote. Harry and Ron looked at each other, looked at the frame of the mirror at the same time, and then said in unison, It shows us the deepest and most desperate desires in our hearts. So this mirror will let us see what we want to see? Harry asked. That's right, but how come you can only see yourself? Ron asked curiously, and then he thought of something and opened his mouth in shock. You don't have something you desire, right? How pitiful. No, you can't say that. Aaron shook his head. As long as you are a human being, you will have desires. It is impossible for me to have no desires and desires, but my desires cannot be reflected in the mirror. Sounds awesome. So what is your desire? Quote. Aaron was stunned for a moment, then turned around and gave Ron a meaningful smile. Do you think I should tell you? This already belongs to personal privacy. Quote. Ron smiled awkwardly. I don't mean anything else, I'm just curious. Then please put away your curiosity. Aaron, can you make room for me first? Harry said with some embarrassment. I also want to see my parents. They are gone, so I may only be able to see them through this mirror. Quote. Okay. Aaron moved away and made a, please, gesture. Thank you. Harry simply thanked him and stood quietly in front of the mirror. His eyes gradually became gentle, and he reached out to touch the mirror, with a faint smile on his face. The beauty and warmth of being reunited with his family was beyond words, but Harry's expression looked a little dazed to Aaron and Ron. 10 minutes later, Ron hesitated and asked worriedly, Is he going to be okay? No, I just saw the family affection I long for most in my heart, and I couldn't help myself for a while. But you have to be careful not to let him sink deeper and deeper. No matter how beautiful the things you see in the mirror are, they are still mirror images. Simply remembering and motivating yourself is enough, but it would be the greatest tragedy to waste time on fantasy. Quote. Ron, you're preaching. No, what you said makes sense. But why should I pay attention? Quote. Do you even need to ask? You are Harry Potter's best friend and are inseparable all day long. Who else is more suitable than you? Quote. Ron opened his mouth and stood up straight with a proud look on his face. You were right, as his best friend, I have to pull him out. With that said, Ron walked up to Harry and took his arm. Harry, you have to take a rest. Let me watch for a while. No, you're almost looking at yourself. Ron said righteously, just let me look at you for a while. Puff. Hearing this, Aaron almost couldn't catch his breath. Is this the so-called best friend? I thought the friendship was so deep. Result. That's it. Plastic brotherhood is a bit disappointing. Ahem. Although it's a bit disturbing, I still want to disturb you. It's time for us to go. Don't you find it boring to stay up late at night and look at a broken mirror? Quote. Harry and Ron looked at each other, then shook their heads in unison. Although I know that what is in the mirror is fake, it is not a great comfort to my soul, so I naturally want to look at it for a while. Aaron held his forehead and shook his head. Looking at this broken mirror with you two is my biggest failure this semester. Haha, don't say that. Ron smiled awkwardly. How about you come over and try again, maybe I can see your desires. That's not necessary. Compared to looking through the mirror, I prefer to be down to earth, and I hope you do too. Aaron said, and then he ignored Harry and Ron's weird expressions and walked towards the door. Oh, leave first. I wish you two good night. Quote. Wait a minute. Harry called him hastily. You don't have an invisibility cloak. It's not safe to go out. I have my own method. Aaron took out a transparent bottle, invisibility potion, meaningfully, then opened the door and walked out. I always feel that he is more serious than my mother sometimes, Ron said with a twitching corner of his mouth. Harry nodded, and just as he was about to speak, he heard a bang. The door suddenly opened, and Aaron ran over in a panic. What about that? I think we have to leave, but we may have to hide before that. Why? I haven't seen enough yet, Harry said reluctantly. Even so, I haven't watched it yet. I saw Mrs. Loris. Is this reason enough? Ron was startled for a moment and asked anxiously, You mean that cat? Filch's one. If not. As soon as they finished speaking, the three of them heard a cat meowing. Harry and Ron trembled subconsciously, and without any nonsense, they decisively pulled up the invisibility cloak and covered Aaron in it. After a while, a pale yellow light appeared at the door, and Filch walked in holding a lantern. He looked at the classroom carefully, but found no students who violated the rules. Let's go, dear, there is nothing strange here. Mrs. Norris let out a reluctant meow, and took a few steps towards the location of the invisibility cloak. At this moment, the three of them held their breath in perfect agreement and stepped back at the same time. Filch frowned slightly and looked in front of Mrs. Norris. There's no one there. Maybe you made a mistake. When they left, the three of them breathed a sigh of relief. Aaron came out of the invisibility cloak. I think we can go back now. It should. Ron nodded angrily. He had been severely frightened just now, and he didn't want to stay any longer. Harry was still a little reluctant. He slowly stroked the Mirror of Erised and said, I think I can look at it for a while. Filch won't be back for a while. Ha! Aaron smiled silently. Harry, no, Harry Potter, you are so smart, you are so confident in violating school rules. Have you ever thought about what would happen if Filch suddenly returned? Quote. That's right, Harry, getting caught by Filch is not a good thing. We've already made Percy angry once. If we are really caught this time, we won't even have the shame to see him. Quote. But, Aaron interrupted, this mirror is just here, and it won't run away. If you want to see it, you can come back anytime, but now we have to go back. Ron nodded hurriedly at Harry and pulled him towards the door regardless of whether he wanted to or not. The Mirror of Erised is a magical object that deeply attracted Harry Potter, causing him to spend most of his time and energy on useless fantasies. For several days, Harry would go to that classroom whenever he had free time, and then sit alone in front of the mirror, staring at his parents in a daze. Although he knew it was false content, he still enjoyed it. Until the third night, Dumbledore appeared in that classroom. Are you here again, Harry? Dumbledore stood at the window, his shadow spreading on the wall next to Harry under the moonlight. Harry was startled when he saw the sudden appearance of the figure, turned around immediately, and then stood obediently next to the mirror, silent and speechless. It seems to me that you, like so many others, have discovered the endless joy of the Mirror of Erised. I'm sure you know its magic by now. Dumbledore walked slowly to Harry Potter. Let me give you a hint. When the happiest person in the world looks in this mirror, he sees himself, his own appearance. Quote. I know, Harry said, just like this sentence on the mirror, it allows us to see the most urgent and strongest desires hidden deep in our hearts. Hearing this, Dumbledore smiled happily and said, Harry, you are a little smarter than I thought. Harry Potter scratched his head in embarrassment. Actually, I didn't discover this, it was. Harry stopped mid-sentence, and then he remembered that Aaron had followed him here secretly. This was a violation of school rules, and it would be bad if Dumbledore knew about it. Oh, it seems that there is someone else besides you who has seen this mirror. Harry, can you tell me who it is? Quote. Seeing the kind smile on Dumbledore's face, Harry breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that the matter might not be that serious, but just in case, he still said, Then you must promise me not to tell anyone, and not to say anything to me. He takes any punishment. Of course, I completely understand your desire to take care of your friends, and that's totally fine. To be honest, sneaking over to look in the mirror in the middle of the night is not a big deal, not to mention that you haven't been caught by Filch, which is equivalent to doing nothing. Quote. Harry was stunned for a moment, unable to believe that such words came from the headmaster's mouth. What, are you surprised? I used to be a Gryffindor, and breaking school rules was commonplace. But for your own sake, you should do less of this kind of thing in the future. If you are caught, I can only do it on a business-like basis. The most I can do is to beg for mercy for the students. Of course, this depends on the situation. Quote. Okay. Harry felt a lot more relaxed. Headmaster, let me tell you. Aaron discovered the secret of the mirror first. Quote. Aaron Gaius. Dumbledore's expression froze for a moment, then returned to normal the next moment. I know him, he's impeccable on the Quidditch pitch. Yes, that's him. And Professor, he only saw himself in front of this mirror. Quote. Really? Then it seems that I will have to pay more attention to this outstanding little wizard in the future. Dumbledore said with a smile. At this time, Aaron, who was in the Slytherin dormitory, sneezed violently, opened his eyes from his deep sleep, and then shivered involuntarily. Why do you feel like you're being watched? Aaron said to himself, without paying much attention, tightened the quilt and continued to sleep. Harry, you have to remember that this mirror cannot give us knowledge or truth. People waste their time and even go crazy in front of it. There was a hint of intimidation in Dumbledore's words, which made Harry turn his head with a guilty conscience. So, let's move this mirror away tomorrow. I must advise you not to search for it painstakingly in the future. It will not do you any good if you become obsessed with your dreams and forget about life. Quote. Harry nodded silently, then put on the invisibility cloak and left the classroom. Dumbledore slowly closed the door and looked at himself in the Mirror of Erised, a cheerful old man holding a pair of thick wool socks in his hand. Aaron Gaius. Being a Slytherin and a member of the Gaius family is a bit difficult to deal with. I hope it won't affect my plan, otherwise I'll have to make some adjustments. Dumbledore's eyes flashed with wisdom, then he raised his hand slightly and put away the Mirror of Erised. The holidays are over, the white snow covering Hogwarts gradually melts, and students of all grades return to the castle and begin their respective study careers. Library. Aaron opened the dragon illustrated book sent by Jeans, held Abe and introduced its kind one by one. Across from him, Draco was also holding a book and reading, but his two followers stretched their hips a little and fell asleep directly on the table. Aaron, I really don't understand why you gave Abe a book about dragons. It would be better to read a book about cats. As soon as he finished speaking, Abe jumped up on the table and grinned at Draco. If it weren't for the crowd here, it would definitely fly up and slap him hard twice with its wings to let him know what the dignity of a dragon is. Seeing Abe like this, Draco also felt a little embarrassed and smiled coquettishly. At this time, Hermione passed behind Draco holding a thick old book. When she saw Aaron, she paused and said, Well, Aaron, can you come over here? I have something to ask you. Oh, Aaron carried Abe and then closed the dragon illustration. Draco, don't wait for me for a while. No. Hermione led Aaron to an empty table, then slapped the book in her hand on the table. After hesitating for a moment, she said, I found Nico Flamel. Wow. Aaron raised his eyebrows and smiled. This is really great news. Harry and Ron go to the library every day these days, but every time they come there enjoy and return disappointed. I feel anxious for them. By the way, you found the information about Nico Flamel in this book. Quote. That's right. This is what I plan to do during the Christmas holidays. Hermione turned to the introduction of Nicholas Flamel. Nicholas Flamel is the only known maker of the Philosopher's Stone. The Philosopher's Stone is a magical substance with amazing magical power. It can turn any metal into gold, and it can also create the elixir of life. Anyone who drinks it can live forever. The only remaining Philosopher's Stone belongs to the famous alchemist Nicholas Flamel, who celebrated his 665th birthday last year. Quote. Aaron's mouth twitched. It's a bit exaggerated to say that the Philosopher's Stone can make people immortal, but I really never thought that he actually lived for more than 600 years. That's not the point. The point is Nicholas Flamel and the Philosopher's Stone. Hermione was a little confused. I don't know now whether I should tell Harry and the others Nicholas Flamel's identity. This may involve a priceless treasure like the magic stone, and the water is too deep. Quote. Well, I think it's better if you tell them. I don't know anything else, but I am certain that there are more books about Nico Flamel in this library than the one you have. In other words, it was only a matter of time before they found Nico Flamel. Since we can't keep it a secret, it's better to tell them in advance so that we can save a lot of effort. Quote, "It seems like this is the only way. You are looking for Nico Flamel because of the Philosopher's Stone, right?" Hermione hesitated for a moment, then nodded. "You should be able to guess it too. The Philosopher's Stone is in the school, and someone is trying to get it." Yes, the Philosopher's Stone was originally in Gringotts, but now it is placed in a room on the right side of the 4th floor by Professor Dumbledore, watched over by a 3-headed dog. Harry and the others would definitely have the preconception that Snape wanted to steal it. Quote, "This is normal. After all, in the entire Hogwarts, only Professor Snape, who is the worst or even hostile to them, fits his guess. There are 2 things that are certain. First, the people behind the scenes have not succeeded yet. Secondly, the hiding place of the magic stone must not only be watched by a 3-headed dog, but also by other defensive forces. That thing is too precious. What if the dog accidentally falls asleep?" Quote, "Aaron, do you want to tell Professor Dumbledore about this?" "It's best not." Aaron interrupted her immediately. "At least now is not the time." "Why?" Hermione was a little confused. "First of all, you have no evidence that anyone wants to steal the Philosopher's Stone, and there is no direct evidence that the person who wants to steal it is Professor Snape. Secondly, how did you know there was a magic stone in the school? This should be considered a secret. Don't tell me you're just guessing." Quote, Hermione pursed her lips and said, "Hagrid accidentally let it slip." "Beautiful." Aaron shook his head speechlessly. "If you tell Dumbledore, Hagrid will definitely be punished, there is no doubt about it. Of course, the most important point is that once you tell Dumbledore, it may alert the snake. You must know that the magic stone is now protected by layers, but if it is to be moved, the defensive strength will be greatly reduced, which will give people an opportunity to take advantage of it." Quote, after listening to Aaron's analysis, Hermione fell silent. She knew that what Aaron said was right, but didn't that mean they could do nothing? "But according to you, can we just wait?" "That's not the case. You can just not participate and stay the same in the face of change." Noticing Hermione's unfriendly look, Aaron shrugged. "Okay. No more jokes, all you can do now is to find evidence. It would be best to confirm who is behind this. As long as there is definite evidence, all problems will be solved." Hermione frowned slightly. "This is not easy at all." "No, in fact, it's not as difficult as you think. Because you know someone wants to steal the Philosopher's Stone, you know where the Philosopher's Stone is, and you know who is guarding that place. In other words, you have a certain degree of initiative." Hermione suddenly realized, and the sadness on her face dissipated a little. Yes, if this person wants to steal the Philosopher's Stone, he must go through the 3-headed dog. In other words, Hagrid. Snap. Aaron snapped his fingers. "It seems you know what to do." "Well, as long as Hagrid doesn't leak the information through the 3-headed dog, the Philosopher's Stone will be safe. Once he leaks it, it means that the person behind the scenes has already started to act." Hermione nodded firmly. "That's it, Hermione, you are smarter than I thought." Hermione smiled shyly. A blush appeared on her face, and after hesitating for a while, she made a decision. "Aaron, I want to ask you to help us, can you?" "Me?" Aaron's face had a strange look. "It's not impossible, but Harry and the others probably won't agree to let me, who is close to Snape, join your plan." "Then keep it secret from them first." Hermione said, "You are smarter than all of us. With your help, we will be much easier. Please." "Okay." Aaron smiled bitterly and shook his head. "I'm really not good at rejecting requests from beautiful girls." "Hee hee." Hermione smiled embarrassedly, then picked up the book. "Then I'll go find Harry and the others first. They have been looking for Nicholas Flamel for so long, and now it's time to let them get what they want." Quote, "Wait." Aaron suddenly stopped her. "I still think I should tell you some guesses. Since someone wants to take the Philosopher's Stone, he must be an insider, which is an important clue. That means the other party is not an ordinary student, understand?" Quote, Hermione was stunned for a moment, and her pretty face became a little heavy. "You mean there is a thief?" "I didn't say that, but it is indeed possible. So except Hagrid and Dumbledore, it's best not to trust anyone, especially the professors of the college. If you happen to run into the gun, it will be tragic." Quote, "Got it," Hermione said, then picked up the book and walked away along the aisle. "This can be regarded as a reminder to them. Aaron stroked Abe in his arms, then put the dragon atlas on the table, and continued to teach it to identify its own kind. When he turned to the Norwegian Ridgeback, he suddenly noticed a shadow on the desk. Looking up, he saw the giant Hagrid looking at them with a smile, and his thick beard trembled. Hagrid, you're actually in the library, how strange. Let me guess, are you looking for books about pets? Is that little cutie in the Forbidden Forest naughty again? How is that possible? They're all very well behaved. Then why are you in the library? I'm just taking a look, Hagrid said hesitantly, but Aaron keenly noticed that his eyes were on his dragon illustration from time to time. You want this illustration? Aaron asked meaningfully. Why? Hagrid smiled awkwardly. Okay. I do want to take a look. The things recorded in your book are very detailed, habits, diet, hatching guides, etc., which are more detailed than any other book in the library. So, can you? Before Aaron spoke, Abe jumped directly onto the illustration, pressed his white paw on it, and shook his head. I'm afraid not. You've seen that our Abe is very possessive. If he doesn't agree to give it to you, I can't do anything about it. Okay. Hagrid nodded with some regret. Then when can you finish reading it? As far as I know, there is also a time limit for borrowing books in the library. If you finish reading it, be sure to tell me as soon as possible. Or I'll go and say hello to Mrs. Peace now, and when you finish reading it, ask her to leave the book to me. Hearing this, Abe, who had only shown his dissatisfaction before, began to bar his teeth. He angrily closed the illustrated book and squatted on it. Hagrid, Aaron, I can see that he is reluctant to give it up, but this is the property of the school after all. Woo! Abe angrily made a low moan that did not belong to a cat. The sound was very low, but Hagrid and Aaron, who were very close, heard it. Hagrid's eyes lit up, and his eyes stared at the tightly wrapped, white cat, in front of him, his eyes full of infinite interest. Holy shit! Exposed, Aaron cursed in his mind, and immediately pressed Abe's dragon head, then held him in his arms and covered his mouth so that he could not make any sound. It was very uncomfortable, but Abe also knew that he had just exposed his flaw, so he had no choice but to cooperate with his master honestly. Aaron, your cat seems a little different. Hagrid looked at him meaningfully, and as he spoke, his two huge palms slowly moved towards Abe. He moved very slowly, as if he was afraid of scaring the little guy. What do you want to do? Aaron said with an unkind expression. Hagrid looked like a human trafficker who abducted children, and he couldn't help but be wary. Hagrid retracted his palm angrily, with an awkward yet polite smile on his face. I'm just curious. Yes, curious, Hagrid said. My knowledge of animals is one of the best in the entire magical world, but this is the first time I've seen such a special cat. At this point, Hagrid suddenly paused and looked around carefully. Aaron, is it possible that Abe is not a cat? I'm pretty sure that the meow just now is definitely not something that a cat of any breed can make. Quote, I don't understand what you are talking about. Abe is an ordinary white cat who has been following me since he was born. Quote, I understand. Hagrid lowered his voice and said meaningfully, is it possible that Abe looks like a cat, but is actually another species? Actually, I mean the rare breeds of cats. You know, taking care of such a rare breed requires great care, and if you need help, I'm obligated. I don't need you to worry about this. Aaron interrupted him. He said it so nicely, but in fact, he was not greedy for the body of my holy dragon. Ha, I just said that casually. Hagrid laughed, and then thought of his own business. Aaron, when can you finish reading this illustrated book? I don't know about that. This book was sent by an uncle of mine and is not the property of the school, so don't think about it. Quote. Hagrid was stunned for a moment. He had never expected this. Then after you finish reading it, can you lend it to me for a few days? I have an urgent need. Quote. When Aaron heard this, he looked at this honest giant with amusement. When did you become so interested in dragons? I have always been particularly interested in dragons. Hagrid explained with dodgeful eyes. There are many magical creatures in the Forbidden Forest, but there are no dragons. To tell you the truth, I've always wanted to keep a dragon, but I didn't have the conditions, and the Ministry of Magic wouldn't allow it. Therefore, I can only have a simple understanding through reading books and barely satisfy my following wishes. Quote. Is that so? I don't know when I will finish it, but I can promise you that I will lend it to you once I finish it. Aaron said and subconsciously hugged Abe tightly, then picked up the illustrated book on the table and left along the corridor. Hagrid squinted his eyes, looked at Aaron's leaving figure, and murmured in a low voice, "That is definitely not a cat, but what species is it? Or is it a magical creature that has never appeared before? So curious. I have to find a way to borrow it and take a look." Quote. Hermione told Harry and Ron that the thing Momo was guarding was the Sorcerer's Stone, and both of them were shocked after knowing the power of the Sorcerer's Stone. No wonder Snape wants to steal it. Old Ron said thoughtfully, having that stone is equivalent to having endless wealth. There's a long life ahead, Harry added. Hermione rolled her eyes silently in her mind. These two guys were really trying to blame Professor Snape all the time. Ahem, now we know that what Momo is guarding is the Philosopher's Stone, and... Hermione paused slightly as she said this, and someone wants to steal it. Correction, it's not someone, it's Snape. Ron said. We don't have 100% evidence to prove that Professor Snape wanted to steal it. Almost everyone wants the Sorcerer's Stone, right? What more evidence do you need? Ron sneered, he just has his motives written on his face. Besides, we saw him cast a curse on Harry on the Quidditch field with our own eyes. Doesn't this explain the problem? Quote. Harry also nodded. Snape was currently the only suspect, and he was making things difficult for him at every turn. Who else could he be? Okay. Hermione looked at the determined expressions of the two people in front of her and could only shake her head, pretending to give in. If Snape wants to steal it, the first level he has to pass is Fluffy. It is very dangerous to pass a three-headed dog, so we have to pay attention to Hagrid. Once Snape asks Hagrid this question in a subtle way, then. That means he's going to take action. Harry's eyes lit up, and he suddenly felt that Hermione was not just a nerd, but was also very sharp in analyzing problems. That's right. Not only that, that thing was too precious. There must be more than just one guard named Mau Mau. Dumbledore must have set up other levels. And Snape might have been involved, otherwise there would be no way to explain how he knew about the Philosopher's Stone. Quote. Ron was instantly shocked. I always thought you could only draw inferences during exams. I didn't expect you to think about it so much. It would be a pity not to be an Auror after graduation. When Hermione heard this, there was a hint of embarrassment on her face. This was all analyzed by Aaron, and she just explained it like a cat. But now the credit seems to fall on her head, which makes her a little uncomfortable. Let's not talk about this for now. All in all, the situation is not as bad as we thought. At least there won't be any surprises with the magic stone in the short term. Quote. That's good. Harry breathed a sigh of relief. Let me tell you our current plan. Keep an eye on Snape first. Understood. Ron agreed immediately. This is easy. He is the one I see the most every day. Hermione rolled her eyes, but nodded. Second, find a way to find out from Hagrid who else was involved in the protection of the Philosopher's Stone. If Snape wants to get it, he will definitely find a way to break other levels. If we figure this out, we can understand his progress. Quote. Third, it's Hagrid. We have to always pay attention to whether he tells others about the method of passing through Mau Mau. Don't forget the fourth point, Hermione reminded, we have to prepare for the exam. Test, ×2. Harry and Ron looked at each other, and one of them was stunned. None of them are good students. For them, exams are a necessary hurdle in life and also the most difficult one. No way, Hermione, Ron said nonchalantly, the holidays are just over now, and the exam is still hundreds of years away. Then we have to prepare a review plan. Hermione's tone was unequivocal, we have already wasted too much time on Nico Flamel. If I don't cram in the knowledge I learned in class, I might not even pass the final exam. Quote. Are you going to fail? Ron seemed to have heard a big joke. If it weren't for the fact that this was a library, he would have laughed out loud. Harry also kept suppressing his laughter. Hermione, besides Aaron, you are the least likely to fail at Hogwarts. You know everything and don't need to review at all. Quote. I don't need to review. It seems you have forgotten that Draco and I have a bet. If I lose, then Aaron will have to pay a favor on behalf of the family. Although my understanding of the magical world is not as good as yours, I also know how important this kind of bet made in the name of the family is. Unfortunately, Draco worked extremely hard during this period, and even Professor McGonagall, who was not interested in Slytherin, praised him. So, do you want to see Draco win? Quote. Harry and Ron immediately became serious. Malfoy was the person they disliked the most, not even Snape. If Hermione really lost the battle due to a moment of negligence and allowed him to get the best of the villain, then they would definitely be particularly depressed before the start of the second year of school. And if they faced Malfoy in the future, they would be at an absolute disadvantage, because the strongest Hermione on their side had lost. Thinking of this, both of their eyes were filled with seriousness. Hermione, I think what you said makes sense. Harry said, studying is the most important thing for students, and we cannot waste it. I think so too, Ron said solemnly. Hermione. She worked so hard to talk so much, but in the end, no Malfoy was useful. In this regard, she could only blame herself for making careless friends. As a top student, Hermione quickly formulated a review plan for the two of them, generously gave them her own notes, and supervised their studies very carefully. The teacher also cooperated and gave various homeworks. Study hard and make progress every day became the norm in their free time, which made the two scumbags miserable. But even in the stormy sea of learning, they still devoted most of their energy to supervising Snape and Hagrid. A few weeks later, the gamekeeper's hut. Harry, Ron, and Hermione came here to visit Hagrid as usual. This was the 8th time they came to see Hagrid in the recent period. When they first came to him, they told him straight to the point that they knew that the thing Mau was guarding was the magic stone. Every time after that, they would, inadvertently, mention, has anyone asked about the way to get through the three-headed dog? But every time Hagrid's answer made them feel particularly reliable. No one knows how to pass Fluffy except me and Dumbledore, and I will never tell anyone else. And Snape didn't show anything unusual. He always had a face every day, and sometimes he would be particularly irritable. But the more he acted like this, the more relieved Harry and Ron were. Because this means that the Philosopher's Stone is still safe and Snape has not succeeded yet. This time they planned to ask other questions. Hagrid. Harry hesitated for a moment and then asked, we want to know what other switches besides Fluffy protect the Philosopher's Stone. Hagrid's face turned serious instantly. Why are you so concerned about this? Harry, let me remind you seriously again, this has nothing to do with you. Quote. Does that mean there are really other mechanisms? Hermione asked, like spells, magic, etc. I can't say this, it's a very important secret. Hagrid frowned. Of course, I don't know either. Hermione pondered for a while, then do you know who designed those mechanisms? I do know this, it's. Hagrid said with a proud smile, and then his face became serious again. I almost got tricked by you again, Hermione. It would be very troublesome if I let this slip. Quote. But it's not that troublesome. Harry pleaded, please, Hagrid, tell us. We all know about the Philosopher's Stone, and this is no less important. Quote. Stop being like this, Harry. Hagrid pressed Harry onto the chair with a smile. Ever since I accidentally told Nico Flamel, you guys have become more and more lawless. But someone is already trying to steal the Philosopher's Stone. Ron interrupted, we're sure it's Snape. Hermione curled her lips and hesitated to speak. She wanted to say, not sure, but she didn't say anything. Snape. Hagrid was startled. I know that almost all Gryffindors dislike him, but this is not the reason for you to doubt him. And Snape was one of the people who designed those mechanisms, so there was no way he would steal that thing. Quote. This is even worse. Harry looked ugly. This will make it much easier for him to steal. Hagrid, he really doesn't know a way through Fluffy. Quote. I've said it more than a dozen times. No one knows except me and Dumbledore. Hagrid said impatiently. Hagrid, you better tell us. Hermione pointed at Ron and Harry. You don't think they will give up so easily, do you? Hagrid looked at the two of them and saw that their eyes were full of determination. He sighed helplessly. Okay. But I have a small condition. Aaron's pet cat Abe, please lend it to me. Quote. What? Hermione stood up immediately and looked at Hagrid with thick eyebrows angrily. This is absolutely not okay, I don't agree. And Hagrid, how could you have such an idea? Let's steal the cat, if you can figure it out. Quote. Shish. Hagrid made a silencing gesture and looked at the three of them awkwardly. I didn't say steal, I meant borrow the cat. It's impossible, Hermione said speechlessly. Hagrid, I think you may not know that Aaron treats Abe like a treasure, taking him with him to class, eating and sleeping, almost never leaving him. Quote. Hagrid nodded. I also inquired about it secretly, so I'm asking you. But, Harry was very puzzled. Why do you want a cat? There are so many cats in the school, can't we just change them? Quote. Ha ha ha. Hagrid laughed proudly. What you don't understand is that I have a special intuition about animals. When you first came to Hogwarts, I noticed that there was something special about that cat. Quote. No matter how simple it is, it's just a cat. Ron said. No, it's smaller. It's smaller. I even doubt that it's not a cat. Hagrid said very firmly. You guys have been in contact with Abe more than me, so you should be able to feel the little guy's IQ more directly. It's not that high. It's not just any gluttony either. Ron murmured. Glutty. Hagrid immediately became interested. What does it usually eat? Eat everything. Candies, biscuits, cakes, puddings, chocolates, potatoes, and the most popular ones are chicken legs. 5 times out of 10, it was holding the chicken legs and gnawing on them. Ron was suddenly startled when he said this, and wailed in disbelief, oh my god. My life is worse than that of a cat. Quote. Harry patted Ron on the shoulder with some empathy. One of them was dependent on others, and the other was from a poor family. Compared with Abe, the cat, life was simply difficult. Look, you can tell that Abe is special just from his diet. Do ordinary cats have such a good appetite? Hagrid said. This further illustrates the importance Aaron attaches to Abe. Hermione shook her head and said, Hagrid, I advise you not to take any chances with him. I didn't want to do anything to it. Anyone who knows me knows that I never abuse animals and truly treat them as friends. I'm just curious and want to observe it carefully. If you don't trust me, you can supervise me. Quote. Harry smiled bitterly and shook his head. Hagrid, it's not that we can't trust you. It's just that this thing is too. It's so embarrassing, said Ron. Yes, it's so embarrassing. The embarrassment is secondary. Hermione's face turned ugly. More importantly, it will make Aaron's favorability towards us plummet. That's right. Harry was confused. Hagrid, why don't you borrow it yourself? If I could borrow it, I wouldn't ask you for it. Hagrid said helplessly. Since I last showed interest in Abe in the library, he has been wary of me. That would be worse. Once Abe is lost, Aaron's first thought will be you. Hermione said. That's why I asked you to borrow it. I've asked around, and apart from a few substitute professors at Hogwarts, Draco has the best relationship with him. But there is no way he, Estrellan, could help me, and he would even inform Aaron. So I thought of you. You 3 can still talk to him in Gryffindor. Hagrid said with a smile. A few seconds later, he found that the 3 of them were a little silent, and sighed slightly. It doesn't matter if you are not willing to help me. There will be opportunities in the future, but those who participated in the design of those institutions. Wait, Hagrid. Harry pondered and made a decision. We can help with this. Harry. Hermione interrupted him and shook her head at him with an ugly expression. Hermione, I know what I'm talking about. But it is clear at a glance which one is more important than a magic stone or a pet cat. Quote. I also agree with Harry's decision. Ron said, we are borrowing, not stealing. Besides, we will supervise Hagrid throughout the whole process and ensure that Abe will not suffer any grievance or harm. We will return it to him within a few hours at most. It shouldn't matter. Quote. Hearing this, Hermione was a little angry and her chest kept rising and falling. Is that alone? No matter how good the excuse is, it can't cover up the essence of deception. You will regret it. I'm not involved in this matter, you can figure it out on your own. Quote. After Hermione finished speaking, she walked out of Hagrid's hut angrily, leaving the 3 of them inside looking at each other. After coming out, she was a little hesitant to tell Aaron about it, but after thinking about it carefully, she gave up because Harry and Ron could not succeed. And if she told Aaron, then Harry and the others would know that it was her who leaked the secret without even thinking. In the hut, Harry was also a little embarrassed. Hagrid, we will try our best to help you borrow Abe, but please tell us who participated in the design of the mechanism of the Sorcerer's Stone after you are done. This is very important to us. Of course, Hagrid nodded, but this is also a secret. I can tell you, but you can't tell others, understand? If you can't do this, then even if you hold Abe in front of me, I won't say anything. Quote. Harry and Ron looked at each other and laughed in unison. Hagrid was still the same Hagrid, and his principles were still as strong. That's fine, it's definitely not that easy for Snape to get the method through Fluffy from him. The next day, the auditorium. Aaron took Abe to have lunch here. Harry and Ron looked at each other and started taking action. After a while, the two of them sat across from Aaron familiarly. In addition to their respective favorite foods, they both had a chicken drumstick on their plates. They had carefully considered it, and it was definitely impossible to borrow it directly. Their relationship with Aaron was not that strong yet. Then the only way to save the country is to save the country. Are there any good ideas for abducting a cat? Very simple, 4 words, do what you like. Don't you just like eating chicken legs? Then let's tempt with chicken legs. In short, all food in Hogwarts is free, and it doesn't cost them anything. As long as he makes Abe happy and offers to take care of him for a while longer, Aaron won't refuse, and the possibility of success is still very high. Sure enough, they just sat here without saying anything. The white cat opposite was drooling and looking at their plates eagerly. You worthless guy, you can't walk when you see delicious food. Aaron held his forehead speechlessly, and then tapped Abe's faucet to bring him out of his dazed state. It's okay, Harry smiled, and then very friendly pushed the chicken legs on his plate to Abe. I saw Abe staring straight at the chicken leg that was very close to him for several seconds, but he suppressed his desire to feast and even wiped its saliva with his paws. Then it looked at Aaron with its big watery eyes, then stretched out its white paws and pointed at the chicken legs, expressing its meaning, this dragon wants to eat. These operations really made Harry and Ron feel incredible, and they also understood why Hagrid was interested in this cat. This was simply not something a cat could do. Are all pets today so self-disciplined? Ron said in astonishment, suddenly thinking of his pet rat Spot, and couldn't help but feel sad. Take a look at other people's cats, and then look at your own mice. One is well-dressed, extremely cute, and very self-disciplined, while the other is slovenly, has negative appearance, and is too lazy to eat all day long. There is simply no contrast. What kind of self-discipline? This guy just wanted extra food because his diet was arranged. Aaron shook his head, then patted its head, and said helplessly, it's just this time, it won't happen next time. Abe nodded quickly, then picked up the chicken legs and started gnawing wildly. Aaron, your cat is so smart, Harry said with emotion, and he seems to listen to you very much. That's right, Abe has been following me since he was born. I raised him so fat and white all by myself, Aaron said proudly. After raising a dragon for several months, he felt quite accomplished. It's just that it's still a little far away from evolving. You have to use magic points to spawn it later, so that you can quickly awaken the second talent skill. Oh, that's it. Ron also handed over the chicken legs on the plate, looked at Harry, and then tentatively stretched out his right hand. But when his fingers were still a palm away from Abe, Abe suddenly stopped eating, turned around and bared his teeth at Ron, which frightened him and immediately retracted his hand. Aaron, does it have such a bad temper? Ron looked a little confused. I just gave it a chicken drumstick, and it can't even be touched. Forehead. Sorry, it generally won't let boys touch it without my permission. Apart from my family, Draco and Hermione were the only 2 people at school who held it. Aaron explained. Harry and Ron looked at each other and felt that the difficulty of abducting the cat had suddenly gone up several notches. Gryffindor common room. Harry and Ron sat at a table, frowning. What should I do? Ron asked depressedly. The original plan was to get rid of Abe first, but as long as he gained his favor and then sought Aaron's consent, he would definitely get twice the result with half the effort. But a few days later, Abe had eaten nearly 20 chicken legs, and he still didn't like them, which made the 2 people who were already guilty even more guilty. To this day, Aaron can't stand it, because the 2 of them were too kind to Abe, and both of them made him gain half a kilogram of weight. When Aaron held up the slightly fat white cat and asked them not to continue feeding it, the 2 of them were so confused that they could dig out a Hogwarts with their feet. How do I know? Harry was also speechless. The original plan is cancelled for the time being. That cat is cute, but it's just a bottomless pit. After feeding him to maturity, Snape would probably run away with the Philosopher's Stone. Quote. Alas. Ron leaned on the sofa and said thoughtfully, it's definitely not possible to borrow money around the corner. Abe is not that easy to walk around, and Aaron may not lend it to us. Harry was stunned for a moment, looked around, and after making sure there was no one there, he lowered his voice and said, then you mean, let's steal. Isn't this appropriate? Although Aaron is a Slytherin, he is also our friend. Quote. Harry, I know this is a bit unkind, but do you have a better way? Think about Snape, you don't want him to get the Sorcerer's Stone. Besides, we don't really want to hurt Abe, we just borrow him for an hour as a reward for treating him to chicken legs for 3 days. Quote. Harry was a little moved, but also a little worried, but what if we are discovered? There is no such thing as a chance. Ron said confidently, don't forget, you still have an invisibility cloak. Aaron couldn't take Abe with him all the time. For example, they would have to be separated when going to the bathroom. At that time, as long as we were careful, stealing a cat was not easy. Quote. Hearing this, the corner of Harry's mouth twitched. This method sounded a bit despicable. And if this is discovered, then the boat of their friendship with Aaron will capsize. The risk is very high, and it is too big to bear. No, we can't do this, it's too much. Simply a human trafficker, no, a cat trafficker. Quote. This. Ron reacted, with an awkward yet polite smile on his face. Don't talk nonsense, I'm just giving you an idea. If you have a good idea, put it forward. Quote. Harry opened his mouth and hesitated to speak, but no words came out. Because he also thinks this bad idea is the only one at the moment. What if Aaron finds out the cat is missing? Ha ha ha. Ron laughed. Harry, Abe is a cat, okay. It should be normal for him to wander around while his owner is away, as long as he doesn't disappear for too long. After we showed it to Hagrid, we released it directly and it automatically ran to Aaron. The cat can't speak, everything is very natural and there will be no flaws. Quote. Wait, Harry suddenly sat up, I have an idea. What can I do? Ron was a little curious. Didn't you just say it was a cat? What will the cat do? Catch mice. If we let Scabbers appear in front of Aaron while he is going to the toilet, and then lead him to Hagrid's hut, wouldn't that be the case? Quote. No. Ron slammed the table angrily. I absolutely disagree, there is no worse idea than this. Harry, you also know that cats can catch mice, but cats can also eat mice. What if Scabbers doesn't escape? It has been following me for a long time, and I can't bear to let it do such a dangerous thing. Quote. Sorry. Harry lowered his head in shame. Does that mean we can only steal? Yes, but we need a rigorous plan. Ron crossed his arms and looked serious. After all, Abe is alive. If he is suddenly caught, he will definitely resist violently. It would be bad if he makes a fuss. Yeah, Harry nodded. I think Hagrid will have a good idea. The next day they arrived at the gamekeeper's hut. After explaining the purpose of his visit to Hagrid, the honest giant showed a troubled expression on his face. Isn't your idea a bit unreliable? Why don't you forget it? Then tell us who participated in the design of the Philosopher's Stone's mechanism. Harry said immediately. This, of course not. Hagrid found it even more difficult, his thick beard all crowded together. Telling them directly would definitely not work. From the bottom of his heart, he didn't want Harry and the others to continue to get involved. It would take 1 day to delay. But he is not willing to study novel species. His intuition tells him that Aaron's pets are definitely not simple, and are not even inferior to some magical creatures. That's it, Harry said helplessly. But why are you looking for me? I can't help you. No, Hagrid, you are the only one in all of Hogwarts who can help. No one knows animals better than you, so you must have something to put Abe to sleep. Quote. Shish. Hagrid looked around guiltily. Who told you? Harry and Ron looked at each other and smiled. It seems you really have. Hagrid rolled his eyes at the two of them, then rummaged through a box in the corner. About half a minute later, he took out a small purple bottle. Special sleeping pill. This thing is only useful for pets, not people. But if it is a magical animal, the effect may not be that great. The more powerful the magical animal, the lower the effectiveness. For example, for magical animals such as dragons and phoenixes, as long as they are not cubs, this sleeping pill is just like plain water. Quote. That's enough. What we want to put down is a cat, not a dragon. Ron said with a smile, but he didn't know that what they wanted to put down was a dragon. Okay, I can give you something, but you have to pay attention to the dosage. Hagrid reminded, with Abe's physique, just one drop is enough for him to sleep for 2 hours. Moreover, you must return this bottle of medicine to me after using it. Quote. Got it. Harry took the medicine bottle and pulled Ron out of Hagrid's hut. The two of them returned to the common room without stopping and began to discuss the battle plan. Looking at the purple vial on the table, they became more and more excited as they talked. Although I know it's a bit unkind to do this, they are 11-year-old children after all, and such interesting and exciting things have an inexplicable attraction to them. What are you two doing? Why are you so happy? Hermione came over holding a stack of review materials. Ron quickly put away the sleeping pills on the table. Nothing, we were just discussing the Quidditch game. Really? Hermione was a little skeptical. Of course it's true, otherwise what do you think would make us happy? Harry said, unless Malfoy fell into the toilet, or Snape was fired. Hermione rolled her eyes. I won't talk about Snape, but Draco hasn't offended you recently, has he? But he offended us when school started. Ron said unhappily, that bossy attitude is exactly the same as his father Lucius Malfoy. Harry nodded with deep understanding. He didn't like Malfoy's condescending attitude. It's up to you. Hermione slapped the information in her hand on the table. This is prepared for you. As long as you memorize these final exams, you will be absolutely fine. Hermione. Ron's eyes twitched. Are you sure this is for the final exam? Our textbooks stacked together should not be this high. Quote. What kind of attitude do you have? These are my study notes. Many people asked me for them but I didn't give them to them. No, but this is too much, Harry said with a wry smile. The two of them had no academic talent. They would be satisfied as long as they could pass. However, Hermione arranged a hell difficulty for them. This was to get a perfect score in all subjects. Go ahead. Hermione also knew that it was unrealistic to ask them to read. You don't have to memorize it all, but you should at least read it a few times to avoid not knowing what to write in the exam. Harry and Ron looked at each other, but they were speechless. No matter how unhappy they were with the scumbag, they still had to bow their heads when facing the top students. By the way, has Hagrid relaxed? No, Harry shook his head, he is still in the same condition. What about Abe? At this time, the two scumbags showed a clear understanding and shook their heads at the same time, with a little bitterness on their faces. Although the acting is not perfect, it is full of confusion. Alas, Harry sighed dejectedly. Ron also cooperated and said, that cat doesn't give us any chance. Hermione frowned. She always felt that the two people in front of her were deceiving her, but there was no evidence. I'll give you a little suggestion, don't have any thoughts that you shouldn't have. If you really can't help it, maybe you can have a frank talk with Aaron. Quote. Then it's better to just give up. Harry shook his head. You also know that the probability of Aaron agreeing is not more than 1 in 10,000. And it will definitely alert the snake. Then it will be even harder for us to steal, borrow. Ron said, in short, just leave this matter alone, Harry and I will find a way to deal with it. Quote. Okay. Hermione patted the review materials, but be careful not to forget the real thing. Harry and Ron looked at the pile of review materials, nodded resignedly, and then watched Hermione leave. After she left, Ron took out the purple vial and said, get the props ready, rest for a day, and find the right opportunity to act tomorrow. After class the next day, the two of them followed Aaron from a distance. Looking at the neatly dressed and lively white cat following him, a look of helplessness flashed in their eyes. They followed from the classroom to the playground, to the auditorium, and then to the library. However, after entering the library, the two of them were at a loss because Aaron took out an approval slip and, with Mrs. Pance's permission, entered the restricted book area openly. Alas, this is trouble, Ron said regretfully. I guess he won't be able to come out in a few hours. Don't sigh, opportunities are reserved for those who are prepared. We have all followed you here, within a few hours. Quote. That's all. The two looked at each other, then sat at an empty table, took out the notes of the top student Hermione, and began the tortuous review. I thought I could read a little bit, but after reading for more than 10 minutes, the two of them started to yawn. I really suspect Hermione has put a sleeping spell on this, Ron said with a wry smile. It's not that he didn't want to work hard, it's just that there were too many words in these notes, which made people drowsy just looking at them. Hold on, Harry said drowsily, we can't lose to Malfoy no matter what. Ron, are you serious about telling the truth with your eyes closed? Almost 2 hours later, Aaron walked out of the restricted book area with a book in his arms. Ron, Harry hurriedly patted Ron's head to wake him up. What's wrong? Ron opened his eyes drowsily. He's out. What? Ron perked up instantly. He and Harry quickly put away the information on the table and followed Aaron lightly. But as soon as they left the library, they felt a little embarrassed, because Aaron was standing at the door, looking at them with a smile. I wonder if you two can tell me why you are spending the day with me. Ron was stunned for a moment. Who is following you? Do you have any evidence? This is true, but I don't believe that your arrangements are completely consistent with mine. It's a coincidence. Harry's eyes were evasive, but his tone was particularly firm. We just happened to go to the playground to watch Quidditch, then went to have a meal, and finally read in the library. I believe many students are like this. Quote, really? Aaron didn't believe these two people's lies. It was true that many students had such plans, but these two people followed him so closely that no one would believe them even if they said they weren't following him. But he couldn't figure out for a while what their purpose was in following him. Of course, Ron said confidently. Okay, I can pretend to believe you. So I wonder where you two want to go next. If so, please let me know, and I'll make sure to stay away from you two so that we don't all feel uncomfortable. Quote, Harry, Ron. The two of them knew that if they didn't tell the truth, they might not be able to get through. Now that we have alerted the enemy, we can only choose to conceal the truth. Aaron, we do have something to ask you for help with, Harry said hesitantly. Oh, Aaron raised his eyebrows. Then just tell me directly. It's my business to help or not. There's no need to play stalking. By the way, your tracking methods are very inferior, especially inferior. Quote, haha. Harry sneered, and then took out the notes given by Hermione. That's it. In order to prepare for the final exam, Hermione arranged devil training for us. She asked us to remember all these knowledge points. Here are the notes you can take a look at. Quote, Aaron took the notebook dubiously and looked through it roughly. There's nothing wrong with it. The records are very detailed, and there are almost no flaws. To be honest, you are really lucky to have friends like Hermione. So, what do you want from me? Quote, we would like to ask you and Hermione not to push us too hard. Harry said and poked Ron in the arm. Ron reacted immediately. We both tried it just now, but we only watched it for more than 10 minutes and almost fell asleep. You've been following me all day just for this. Aaron looked at the two of them, speechless in his heart. He really wondered if these two guys' brains had been squeezed by the door. Seeing that he had successfully fooled her, Harry felt happy. You also know Hermione's temper. She would probably be unhappy if we made this request. Moreover, she is doing this for our own good, and it is even worse for us to make this request. But you are different. You have the best relationship with her at Hogwarts, and he will definitely listen to your words. Quote, you two are really full. Aaron shook his head. Sorry, I can't help you with this. I shouldn't bring this up. Otherwise the situation will be even more embarrassing. With Hermione's IQ, it's easy to guess that you two came to me specifically to intercede with her. If you really feel tormented, you should go and tell her clearly yourself. Sometimes it's better to be honest. Quote, after saying that, Aaron turned and left. ×2. The two of them breathed a sigh of relief, but they couldn't help but feel a little more depressed. Alas, it's difficult to handle now. Harry smiled bitterly. Although I got through, I can't follow him anymore, otherwise he will definitely find some problems. Yes, we can't go to the Slytherin common room to block him. I don't know Slytherin's password either. Quote, we can only find another way. Bathroom. Under the invisibility cloak, Harry and Ron were squatting anxiously at the door. Sit back and wait. This was the stupidest but safest method they came up with after thinking about it all night. It just took a little longer. From the end of get out of class to now, at least dozens of people have gone to the toilet, but their target has not appeared. Harry, why don't we go back? If I stay here any longer, I'll feel like I'm a pervert. Quote. Wait a little longer. We've all been waiting for this for so long, Aaron is definitely coming. Quote. But we've been waiting for 3 hours. The longer it takes to wait, the greater the chance of waiting for him. It might get smaller. Ron curled his lips, but in the end he still waited with Harry. Perhaps the patience of the two played a role, because a few minutes later, Aaron came over. Seeing the white cat following him, both of them were excited and wanted to catch it immediately. After a while, Aaron closed the door, leaving Abe on the sink, guarding outside like a sentry. Is your stuff ready? Ready. Ron immediately took out a lunch box with 2 chicken legs in it. Okay, success or failure depends on this. The two walked over carefully, then opened the box and placed it gently on the ground. Under the invisibility cloak, the two of them kept fanning their robes to spread the aroma of the chicken legs inside as much as possible. Abe, who was squatting on the sink and looking in the mirror, smelled the smell. His ears immediately stood up and he raised the hat on his head by 2 centimeters. It looked around, walked to the door under the expectant eyes of the two, and then discovered the neatly arranged lunch boxes. Abe's eyes widened a bit in an instant and became particularly alert, because he saw his favorite food. Eat, eat quickly, eat quickly. The two thought excitedly. They had been preparing for this moment for several days. But Abe's next performance left them stunned, confused, and speechless. I saw Abe approaching the lunchbox and sniffing it carefully, then turning his head and looking around, focusing on the position of the invisibility cloak. After confirming that there was no one, there was a trace of doubt in its smart eyes. A few seconds later, the white cat resisted the desire to eat, wiped the saliva from the corner of its mouth, stretched out its 2 paws to cover the lunch box, and then walked into the bathroom with 3 turns. You cannot eat food that has fallen on the ground, let alone food that seems to be someone else's. This is the master's teaching, and this dragon is also well educated. What? Ron's eyes widened and he said in disbelief, how could this happen? Hagrid has reason to suspect this cat, but no matter how self-disciplined you are, there should be a limit. Harry said with emotion, don't worry about it for now, just take your things and leave quickly. Withdraw. Didn't we wait so long in vain? Ron was a little unwilling. They had worked hard for several days, and the plan was so perfect that no one could fault it, but the result was unacceptable. We can't withdraw. Aaron will come out if we wait any longer. What do you think he will think when he sees these 2 chicken legs? Quote. This. Ron was still about to say something, but the sound of running water came from the bathroom. Harry knew he couldn't wait any longer, so he immediately put away the lunchbox and covered Ron's mouth. When Aaron walked through the door, the two put away the invisibility cloak and looked at each other, their eyes full of helplessness. This cat is definitely a sperm, Ron said angrily. Alas, Harry sighed, if Hagrid hadn't let go, I would have given up. No, Harry, I'm not willing to suffer such a big loss on a cat. Are you willing? Quote. Of course I'm not willing to give in. Then go back and renegotiate the battle plan. I don't believe that the two of us can handle a cat with our intelligence. Quote. Harry thought for a moment and nodded heavily. Back in the Gryffindor common room, the two of them returned to their gloomy looks. The temptation of delicious food is probably gone, Ron said. Abe is very cautious and will not eat food from strangers, let alone food placed in the corner. No, that's not right. Harry expressed a different view. It's not that food is not good. You saw what it was like just now. It drooled from the door to the sink, but it restrained its desire for food. Quote. What do you mean? It's a human, Harry said with certainty. It only dares to eat with confidence when Aaron is around. That's it, Ron said with a bitter smile. If Aaron were here, I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to take Abe away even if he fell asleep. They couldn't tie up the man and the cat together, right? The nature has completely changed, and they don't have the courage. Even if they have the courage, they don't have the ability. Aaron's academic performance was recognized by all the professors, and he seemed to have fought trolls with Snape. In the face of this kind of record, he and Harry might not be their opponents together. It's not impossible, Harry said hesitantly. Aaron said that there are 2 people in the school who can lower Abe's vigilance. One is Draco, and the other is Hermione. Ron was surprised and his expression turned strange. You don't mean her, do you? That's right. No way, Harry. Have you forgotten that she was against us attacking Abe? Not to mention asking her for help and collaborating with us. Quote, it's a bit difficult, but this is the only reliable method at the moment. To complete Hagrid's mission, we have 4 breakthrough points. One is Aaron. He will not give his pet to Hagrid for examination. The success rate is 0% and can be ruled out directly. The other one is Abe himself. We have tried it in the past few days and contributed a lot, but the feeding is not done well. The success rate is calculated as 10%. The third one is Malfoy. He can hold Abe and feed it like Aaron. Quote, this must be ruled out decisively. Ron said disdainfully, no need to consider it, his success rate is definitely negative. So, that's just Hermione. She is Aaron's good friend and can hold Abe without any hindrance. More importantly, she knows a lot about the Sorcerer's Stone, Fluffy, Snape and so on. As long as we act with emotion and understand with reason. Don't forget to lose face. Ron added helplessly. Yes, show off your face. The corner of Harry's mouth twitched, and there was a bit of bitterness on his face. Both of them knew that as long as they were willing to lose face and ask Hermione for help, she would definitely not turn a blind eye, but this was the most difficult step for them, and it hurt their self-esteem. I have to go to lose face, this is the last chance. Only by knowing who was involved in designing those mechanisms can we understand the progress of Snape's actions. Quote, okay, just be embarrassed. Ron nodded helplessly, comforting himself and saying, as long as Snape is not allowed to succeed, we will have made great contributions to Hogwarts. Maybe by the end of the semester, I can add 100 points and win the Academy Cup. Quote, the two made a decision and immediately took out the review materials given by Hermione and read through them painfully. Since you are asking for someone, you must first assume the posture of asking for someone. If Hermione saw how hard they worked and didn't waste her efforts, she would have listened to what they had to say no matter what. However, ideals are full and reality is very skinny. The two wanted to show off, but they did not expect that Hermione did not return to the common room until the night curfew. At this time, their eyelids had begun to fight, but they still looked like they were forgetting about food and sleep. They were working hard enough, but they looked a little funny. You are almost done, Hermione said with twitching corners of her mouth. Studying requires a balance of work and rest. You should go to bed now. Hearing Hermione's voice, the two of them came back to their senses, and their confused eyes lit up instantly. Hermione, you're finally back, Ron said, almost crying with surprise. We haven't seen each other for a long time. What's the fuss about? No, Harry put on his glasses. As the saying goes, one day's absence is like 3 autumns. I realized it today. I'm really flattered by how you do this. But I hope you go back to bed quickly. Your mental state is not suitable for lying on this table at the moment. Quote, Hermione, we have something to discuss with you, Harry said hesitantly. Is it important? Well, it can be said to be important or unimportant. Then go back to bed first, Hermione said as she packed up the review materials on the table. Tomorrow is Sunday. If you have anything to say, you can talk slowly. Harry and Ron didn't say anything and walked towards the boys' dormitory in a daze. After all, dealing with the god of sleep was quite a test. The next day, Harry and Ron stopped trying to be clever and directly explained their cat-baiting plan 3.0 to Hermione. After hearing this, Hermione looked incredulous. In other words, you failed twice. And now you want me to cooperate with you to steal Abe. Quote, you can say that. Harry was like a kid who was caught making a mistake, not daring to raise his head. Ha, Hermione rolled her eyes. It's good that I didn't report you, but now you want me to help you do such a bad thing. I really don't understand what you two are thinking. Hermione, we know this is embarrassing for you, but if it wasn't for this, we really have no choice but to come back to you. It took us a long time to come up with such a reliable method. As long as you are willing to help, there is at least a 70% success rate. Quote, higher, Harry, at least an 80% success rate. Quote, sorry, I refuse, Hermione said righteously. I can help with other things, but I really can't do anything about this. If I do, then I won't have the shame to see him in the future. Quote. As long as we don't get discovered, Ron said, our plan is perfect. It only takes 1 hour at most to satisfy Hagrid's curiosity. No, no, Hermione waved her hand immediately. His curiosity should not be satisfied in this way, and I don't want to be your accomplice. Yes, everything you said is right, Ron said disdainfully. It's not because Abe is Aaron's. If it were anyone else, you probably wouldn't refuse so completely. Quote. Hermione opened her mouth and said with some confusion, it would be the same for anyone else. Harry, forget it. We 2 Gryffindors combined are not as good as 1 Slytherin. Quote. Ron. Harry glared at him fiercely. What we are going to do now is indeed not a good thing. But our ultimate goal is good. We worked hard for months to protect the magic stone, but it was blocked by a cat. Now we lowered our face and asked her for help, but she refused without even thinking. Hermione helped find out Nico Flamel's information, but is she behaving as a friend should? Quote. Ron. Harry couldn't help it. Hermione's decision has nothing to do with whether she is a friend or not, but you shouldn't be so aggressive now. Okay, stop talking. Hermione shook her sleeves and said reluctantly, I'll help you this time. Really? Harry was overjoyed, feeling that happiness came too suddenly. Really, but you have to make sure nothing goes wrong. If we are caught, we will be in trouble. Quote. Don't worry about this, we can guarantee it. Ron immediately patted his chest and said, even if there is an accident, it will be borne by us and we will not embarrass you. Hermione felt a little regretful after agreeing to the 2 people, but since she had agreed, she would not go back on her words. What are the conditions required to abduct Abe? Acquaintances, drumsticks, sleeping pills. Now that the 3 conditions are ready, Hermione is still a little uneasy, but Harry and Ron are full of confidence and believe that this time they will succeed. By dinner time, students from the 4 colleges gathered in front of the 4 long tables in the auditorium. As usual, Aaron put down his pet cat and enjoyed the food in an orderly manner. On the long Gryffindor table, Ron and Harry looked at each other, and then gave Hermione a cryptic look. It's your turn, if you miss this time, you will have to wait until next time. Hermione hesitated for a moment, but stood up and walked over to Aaron. Before she knew what to say, Aaron asked, Hermione, what do you want from me? Well, isn't it almost the final exam? I'm a little stressed, so I want to borrow Abe for a while. Hermione said very embarrassedly, this little guy is very warm to hold and can make people relax. Quote. Abe suddenly raised his arrogant head, looking like I wouldn't be happy even if you praised me. However, the hat on its head was inexplicably raised by 1 centimeter, which proved its secret joy. Are you under a lot of pressure? Draco, who was opposite Aaron, couldn't bear it anymore. Are you kidding? I'm under a lot of pressure, right? If my father knew that I lost to you, he would probably teach me a lesson. Quote. Then you should work harder. As long as your grades are not lower than mine, it will be fine. Hermione said arrogantly. She was not that good-tempered towards Malfoy. Draco's tone was stagnant. He also knew the gap between him and Hermione, a top student, but he couldn't lose in terms of momentum. I will prove it to you. We'll see, Hermione said, then looked at Aaron. Can you lend me Abe for 1 night? Aaron was a little hesitant. If he had a cat, he would definitely borrow it, but this is a dragon. Generally speaking, girls don't have much resistance to Abe, but if they notice the wings under Abe's clothes, it will be great fun. If it doesn't work, forget it. I won't make it difficult for you. Hermione said a little aggrievedly, but no one noticed the relief hidden under this grievance. As long as Aaron didn't agree, it would be Harry and Ron's and the plan would fail, and she wouldn't have to abduct the cat against her will. Actually, it's not impossible, Aaron said, but you have to promise me to take good care of it, and you must be careful not to let other people touch it, let alone take off its clothes. So it sleeps with its clothes on at night? Hermione asked with some confusion. A look of grievance suddenly appeared on Abe's face. Although the clothes he was wearing were specially made by jeans, they were highly stretchable and breathable and could be used as pajamas. But in the past few months, it can only take off its clothes when changing clothes, which makes the dragon sigh. That's right, Aaron rubbed Abe's head, this guy is particularly afraid of the cold. So that's it. All right, I promise you will take good care of it, Hermione said firmly. As for what happened next, she couldn't guarantee it. She just hoped that Harry and his friend's plan would go smoothly and nothing would go wrong. That's good. I'll give it to you after dinner. Hermione nodded and walked towards the Gryffindor table, not letting Aaron see the troubled expression on her face. You're not really going to lend her, are you? Draco asked with some suspicion. Aaron usually treated Abe like a treasure that no one else could even touch, but now he borrowed her whenever he asked. I keep my word, Aaron shrugged. Besides, it doesn't seem to be a big deal. If you want to borrow it, I can't lend it to you. Quote. Really? There was a touch of excitement on Draco's face. Just as he was about to say something, Abe, who was calmly waiting to be fed, suddenly bared his teeth, making him extremely embarrassed. Forget it. I'm not a girl, I need cute things to comfort me when I'm stressed. I have my own outlet. Draco said angrily, then turned to look at Crabbe and Goyle, who were enjoying their meal on the left and right. You two will come with me for a walk outside after dinner. Quote. No problem, boss, Crabbe said while eating, but his voice was a little unclear. As for Gore, he nodded vigorously. It was reasonable to take a walk after eating. Alas, Draco sighed. It was really speechless to have such two followers. Although they were loyal, their abilities were average and could only reach an average level. On the other side, Hermione returned to her seat, and as soon as she sat down, she met two questioning eyes. Don't worry, Aaron has promised me, but you two absolutely have to make sure nothing goes wrong. Quote. That's absolutely no problem. Harry emphasized the pronunciation of the word, absolutely. We have an invisibility cloak, no one will notice. Hermione didn't say anything when she saw the two of them looking confident. She just hoped that time would pass faster and that this matter could be completed as soon as possible. Any extra second would be torture for her. After dinner, everyone in the auditorium also left one after another. There were only a dozen or so people from the 4 colleges left, and more than half of them were foodies. Let's go first, Draco said, and then pulled the two followers out. Aaron nodded, then looked at Abe solemnly. This is your first time staying at someone else's place. Remember to stay safe, do you understand? Abe nodded, then rubbed Aaron's palm, showing reluctance. Haha, okay, I still trust Hermione, nothing will happen tonight. Besides, you will grow up sooner or later. We can't stay together forever. Let's just adapt to it in advance this time. Quote. Aaron comforted it for a while before leading it to the Gryffindor table. At this time, besides the leftovers, there were only 5 people on this long table. 2 senior students, Hermione and Harry and Ron. Hermione. Hearing this sudden cry, Hermione couldn't help but tremble, and then turned around angrily. Sorry, I was thinking about something just now and didn't notice you. It seems that you are under a little more pressure. Aaron teased, and then put Abe in her arms. I will leave it to you, just give it to me when you eat tomorrow morning. Yeah, Hermione's voice was as thin as a silk thread, and she didn't even dare to raise her head to look at him. Is she okay? Aaron frowned slightly. It should be fine. Harry said, Hermione is just a little tired, just go back and take a nap. Aaron had no doubts and turned around and walked towards the door. It wasn't until he left the auditorium that Hermione breathed a sigh of relief. She looked at Harry and Ron with resentment. You'd better not come to me for this kind of thing in the future, otherwise I will definitely break off our relationship with you two. I know, there won't be a next time, Ron said, and then took out a chicken leg that he specially left behind. I prepared something good for it. Abe's eyes lit up when he saw the chicken legs, but he turned to look at Hermione. Her big eyes made her feel somewhat guilty. Oh, you can eat it if you want. Abe instantly jumped onto the dining table and started to nibble on it, completely unaware of the smiles of success on the faces of the 2 people opposite it. When Harry and Ron saw Abe's behavior, their hearts sank firmly in their stomachs. I'm afraid only they know how difficult these days have been. Abe's eating speed is not slow, and it only takes a minute to kill a chicken leg. Soon, a chicken bone appeared on the dinner plate. Abe patted his belly with satisfaction. Just as he was about to jump back into Hermione's arms, he felt dizzy and there were countless double images in his vision. It staggered a little, stretched out its front paws, and then lay down on the table. Hermione picked it up immediately and patted its head distressedly. Abe will be okay. No, I only added 3 drops. It should wake up after sleeping for 6 hours. Wait, Harry frowned. How much did you say you added? 3 drops of sleeping pills. Ha ha. Harry patted his forehead. I was worried that you would forget, so I added 3 more drops to it. Ron, good guy, this round of superposition turns sleeping pills into ecstasy. Ahem. Actually, it doesn't matter. 1 drop can make the animal sleep for 2 hours, and 6 drops is enough for it to sleep until dawn tomorrow. This way we will have more time. At worst, if you wake it up tomorrow morning, Hermione, Aaron won't be able to tell. Quote, that's all, Hermione murmured softly. She didn't want to participate in this plan, but since she was already on the pirate ship, she had no choice but to row to the other side. Chapter 51. After wrapping Abe in the invisibility cloak, Harry and others walked out of the auditorium. They looked around carefully, made sure no one was paying attention, and then walked towards Hagrid's hut without stopping. But as soon as they walked outside the castle, they were accidentally spotted by Draco and his 2 followers who were walking. Where are you going? Draco blocked the road and asked meaningfully, the common room is not over here. It's none of your business. With these words, Ron pushed Draco away and quickly walked through the corridor with Harry and Hermione, who were slightly guilty. It's really rude, Crabbe said angrily. Draco also had a slightly sullen look on his face. If it were normal times, he would definitely give Weasley a good beating, but he has grown a lot during this time. Weasley can have no self-cultivation, but Malfoy can't. What are they doing outside the castle at this late hour? Gore asked doubtfully. It's almost curfew time. What can they do? Draco smiled disdainfully. The giant forest guard outside the castle has something to do with them, and that's the only place they can go. As soon as he finished speaking, Draco's expression became a little strange. It's very suspicious. Why are they going to that place at night? Maybe to reminisce about old times. Crabbe didn't think much of it. After all, Harry, the 3 of them, and Hagrid did have a good relationship. No, Draco began to pace slowly. If it's to reminisce about old times, there's no need to do it at this time. It's not long before the curfew. Points will be deducted if you can't get back to the dormitory in time. Moreover, they seemed to be a little sneaky just now, as if they had done something shameful. The most important thing is that I didn't see Abe. Aaron must have given his cat to that Hermione Granger. There is a problem, absolutely there is a problem. Quote. Crabbe asked hesitantly. Then, let's follow up and take a look. Don't be ridiculous, it's almost curfew now. Gore said weakly, the only serious thing is to go back to bed. What if we can't make it in time? Then rush back before the curfew. Draco said meaningfully, it won't be a problem if you go faster. Crabbe and Goyle looked at each other and nodded helplessly. Because they knew their destination, Draco and the other 3 were not in such a hurry and walked slowly towards Hagrid's hut. On the other side, Harry and others ran to Hagrid's hut out of breath. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 of them kept knocking on the wooden door. A few seconds later, Hagrid opened the door. When he saw Harry and the 3 of them, his expression was a little helpless. Hi. Sorry, don't blame me for being rude. I don't have time to play with you today. Just as Hagrid was about to close the door, Harry took out Abe, who had been wrapped in the invisibility cloak. You might want this. Hagrid's eyes lit up, and he looked at the sleeping white cat with interest in his eyes. Did you really do it? I think you have to invite us in, Ron said playfully. Of course, come in quickly. The 3 entered the hut and found that the temperature was extremely high and suffocating. It's already spring, why are the fires still burning so brightly here? Hermione asked with some confusion. That's not important. Hagrid made tea for the 3 of them enthusiastically, and couldn't help but grab the sleeping Abe with a big hand. Wait, Harry stopped Hagrid. Cat, we brought it. Should you tell us who else participated in the design of the mechanism to protect the Philosopher's Stone? I can tell you that I also mean what I say. But you must not tell anyone, let alone say that I told you. Hagrid said, reluctantly holding up his fingers. Dumbledore, he borrowed Mau from me and also applied magic. In addition to him, there are Professor Snape, Professor McGonagall, Professor Sprout, Professor Flitwick, and, by the way, Professor Quirrell. That's all. Then Abe, shouldn't it be time for you to let me take a look? Quote. Hermione put the cat in her arms on the table with some hesitation. Let me make it clear first, you can only see and touch it, but you must not hurt it. Don't worry, I will never harm animals. Hagrid said seriously, I just want to study what kind of creature Abe is. What Hagrid didn't know was that when he was saying this, Draco and his 2 followers happened to arrive in front of the wooden house. Hearing this, the 3 of them looked at each other with a little shock in their eyes. Today is really not in vain. Draco said with a sneer, I thought Granger was a good friend of Aaron. I didn't expect that. He really knows people, faces but not hearts. Quote, this is a shameful betrayal. Crabbe said angrily, his round face becoming a little distorted. Normal. After spending a long time with Weasley and the savior Harry Potter, it seems natural to learn to be bad. Draco waved his hand and lowered his voice and said, the top priority now is to notify Aaron to come over. It's best to catch someone, otherwise they will never admit it. I'll stay here and rush in to protect Abe when necessary. You 2 should go back and call him. Quote, but the curfew is coming soon. Gore hesitated, it's definitely too late to come and go. Stupid, Draco said angrily, Filch is the only one patrolling Hogwarts at night. As long as he doesn't catch us, nothing will happen. Besides, I'm Malfoy. Even if I'm caught, he won't do anything to me. At most, he'll just deduct points. Hurry up, it might be too late if you're late. Draco's attitude was extremely firm, so Crabbe and Goyle naturally didn't dare to raise any objections. They themselves were also very disgusted with the behavior of Harry and the other 2. After quietly leaving Hagrid's hut, they burst out with a speed that they couldn't usually reach and ran towards the dormitory. Draco was a little surprised when he saw this, and his mouth twitched. He even wondered if these 2 followers were usually playing him. This was not the speed that a fat man could show. At this time, a strange sound came from the hut, attracting Draco's attention. Ding, ding, ding. The sound of pot lids hitting each other suddenly sounded, and Hagrid immediately stood up from his seat. The 3 of them also looked behind Hagrid. There was a pot shaking constantly on the raging fire. Hagrid, wearing a pair of thick gloves, fished out a burnt egg from the pot. The egg was a bit big, and the surface was hot. Even with a pair of gloves, Hagrid felt particularly hot and quickly put it on the table. No one noticed that Abe, who was originally sleeping soundly, suddenly moved his nose at this moment, as if he smelled something delicious, and slowly opened his sleepy eyes. Hagrid, what is this? Harry asked curiously. This is quote. I know what this is. Ron said, and then his face became strange, but Hagrid, how did you get it? I won it from a stranger. Hagrid's eyes turned slightly, I don't know why, he seems to be eager to lose to me. As soon as the voice fell, a black crack appeared on the surface of the eggshell, the whole egg kept shaking, and white steam spurted out of the crack. 4 people, no, including Draco outside the window, all 5 of them held their breath and watched the scene nervously. A few seconds later, the eggshell shattered, and the fragments of the upper part shot out in all directions. Fortunately, the 4 people surrounding the egg were not hit by these hot egg pieces. A black claw poked out from the lower part of the eggshell, and a thorny wing was connected to the claw. The wing gently waved a few times, sweeping away most of the egg pieces on the table, and a black baby dragon appeared in front of everyone. This dragon was not very beautiful, with a head only the size of a fist, because it had just hatched from the egg and its body was still wet. It made a soft cry and looked around blankly, with long mucus hanging from the corners of its mouth, but it showed strong vitality and moved its limbs on the table. Is this a dragon? Hermione looked at Hagrid in astonishment. She knew there were dragons in the magic world and had read about them in books, but a real dragon appeared in front of her. Besides feeling lucky and surprised, she was more at a loss. It's not just a dragon, it's a Norwegian ridgeback. Ron said confidently, my brother studies dragons in Romania. It's beautiful, isn't it? Hagrid smiled gently, then stretched out his finger and touched the head of the Norwegian ridgeback. Look at this little guy, it thinks I'm its mother. Right, Norbert. Hagrid had just finished naming the dragon when his Norbert sneezed, and a ball of dragon flame spewed out of its nose, burning a large area of Hagrid's thick beard. Hagrid kept patting his beard to extinguish the sparks on it. This ball of dragon flames came somewhat unexpectedly, but Hagrid's eyes when looking at Norbert were still full of love. Of course, it still needs some training. Norbert coughed a few times, and black smoke mixed with sparks came out of his mouth. Click, click. At this moment, a strange sound suddenly sounded in the hut. What sound? Hermione frowned. Hagrid, what other magical creatures have you raised? No more, really no more. Although I would like to raise more, Hogwarts does not allow it. Besides, hatching Norbert consumed most of my energy. Quote. But what's going on with this sound? Ron asked puzzledly. It's like an eggshell cracking, and it cracks very frequently. I think I know what's going on. Harry stretched out his index finger and pointed to the other side of the table in surprise. Abe, who woke up at some point, was chewing a piece of broken eggshell, chewing it slowly and apparently enjoying it with gusto. For Abe, the quality of these eggshells is incomparable. There is almost only a little bit of insignificant magic power inside, and there is no nutrition. But no matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat. The eggshells of a baby dragon when it is just born are also considered a good snack for it in its infancy. Crunchy, chicken drumstick flavor. What? Hermione's eyes widened. Didn't you say it was foolproof? What is going on now? How do I know? Ron was also surprised, but still explained, there shouldn't be any problems with our plan. If you don't believe me, ask Harry. Even if I was careless and something went wrong, he would be the second layer of insurance. Quote. Harry thought of something and put a small purple bottle on the table, then stared at Hagrid with some complaints. Hagrid, is the sleeping potion you gave him expired? This is impossible. Hagrid picked up the sleeping pill and explained patiently, as long as it is for animals, I will not allow myself to make any mistakes. In other words, there won't be any expired medicine in my cabin. Could it be that you added too little? Quote. The three of them looked at each other. They hoped that they had made such a stupid mistake, but the reality was exactly the opposite. Hagrid, these two idiots gave Abe 6 drops of sleeping pills. If this is considered a small amount, we really don't know how much to add. We can't add the whole bottle. Quote. 6 drops. Hagrid looked at Harry and Ron, who bowed their heads in shock. Are you crazy? Even a lion, tiger, or even an elephant can be paralyzed with just 1 drop. Even a young magical creature like Norbert can take a nap with just 5 drops. When you use 6 drops to bully a cat, do you think it is more powerful than a dragon? Quote. Actually, this was really an accident. Harry said weakly. Besides, isn't Abe still alive and kicking now? Hagrid was stunned for a moment, turned to look at Abe, who was chewing on the eggshell, and then looked at the purple vial carefully. He was a little at a loss for a moment. This is impossible. Ron was relieved when he saw this. I'm just telling you. The sleeping pill must have expired. What nonsense are you talking about? I spent a lot of money to get this, and the shelf life is still 3 years. Then how do you explain this? Even a cat can't handle it. I seriously doubt that, Hagrid, you have been deceived. Quote. I can't be wrong. Hagrid shook his head. A glint flashed in his eyes. There is only one possibility in the current situation. Abe is not a cat. I was just a little skeptical at first, but now I am 100% sure. Abe is definitely a magical animal, and its quality is definitely not low, even better than dragons and phoenixes. Quote. Gulu. Hearing this, Harry, Ron, and Hermione all gulped. They originally thought that what they were going to steal was a cat, and the pressure in their hearts was not that great. At most, it was just a prank between classmates, as long as they were not discovered. But now the polarity has reversed, and a magical animal has been abducted. This is too exciting. If the people at the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures knew this, the 3 of them. No, counting Hagrid as the 4 of them, the 4 of them might be invited to the Ministry of Magic for tea. Draco was also shocked outside the hut. He was even a little lucky to stay here tonight despite the risk of being caught by Filch. Catching the evidence of Granger's betrayal would have been a huge reward, but who knew that I would be lucky enough to see the dragon's shell break? This was an unexpected surprise. Buy 1, get 1 free. Catching all 4 Gryffindors in one fell swoop was worth it, even if he, Draco Malfoy, was caught by Filch. But I never expected that there would be an Easter egg at the end. Abe is not a cat, but a magical animal comparable to dragons and phoenixes. But if you think about it carefully, this is natural. After all, Abe doesn't act like a cat at all. He is too smart, too cute, and too humane. If such a cat was for sale, he would buy one no matter what. I hope Crabbe and Gower can be faster. Although this drama is exciting, Aaron's absence has some flaws. In the hut, Ron stuttered and said, Hagrid, are you kidding? Are you kidding? Hagrid smiled meaningfully. Have you ever seen a cat eat eggshells? Or dragon's eggshells? Ron's face froze. The facts were placed in front of him, and he couldn't help but not believe it. Then what should we do now? Harry asked. This is a magical creature, not an ordinary cat. Do you still look at it, Hagrid? Of course you have to watch it. Abe is probably a magical creature that has not yet been discovered in the magical world, and it is very necessary to observe it. Quote. But Abe is awake now, not asleep. We can't just grab it. Hermione frowned worriedly. What if I hurt it? How do I explain this to Aaron? Quote. Hermione. Hagrid took a deep breath and said patiently, I have always regarded magical animals as friends, and I promise not to harm them. With that said, Hagrid stood up, picked up the umbrella with the wand that he had put aside, and walked cautiously towards Abe, not even paying attention to Norbert who was waiting for food on the table. But the next moment, Hermione opened her arms and stood in front of him. Not to be outdone, she raised her head and looked at him. No, I can't let you do this. Why? I brought Abe here, and I have the responsibility to protect him. Hagrid was stunned for a moment, then smiled and scratched his head. I'm not willing to hurt it either. Hermione, I'm really curious about Abe. You also know my love for magical animals. I just want to observe them up close. Isn't that okay? Quote. Don't forget, you promised me. If you can't talk, it doesn't count. Quote. Hermione bit her lip, feeling very conflicted and regretting boarding Harry and Ron's pirate ship. Hagrid told them about the relevant people involved in protecting the Philosopher's Stone, and they naturally had to reciprocate and meet his conditions. Originally, this was nothing. Hagrid was a simple and honest giant and a good friend of theirs. His character was absolutely trustworthy. But the problem is that Abe's identity is too complicated. With Hagrid's love for magical animals, God knows what he will do. The fact that he dares to violate school rules and secretly raise a Norwegian Ridgeback in school is enough to illustrate the problem. If he accidentally gets involved, he might go directly to Aaron, and everything will be compromised by then, and there will probably be a big crack in their relationship. Seemingly sensing Hermione's dilemma, Hagrid turned his head helplessly and looked at Harry and Ron, hoping that the two Gryffindors could help him. But the two of them looked up at the ceiling in perfect agreement, pretending not to see anything. Are you kidding? They just don't like studying, but their IQ and EQ are not low. It's hard to help anyone in this situation, so staying out of it is the best option. Okay, Hermione. Hagrid put down his umbrella. I admit that I like magical beasts, but you are also my favorite Gryffindor. Since you don't want to, I won't make it difficult for you. Quote. Thank you. Hermione breathed a sigh of relief, then looked at Hagrid with some shame. I'm sorry, I made you happy in vain. Hagrid smiled and said, there is nothing to be sorry for. I am already lucky tonight. Norbert was born and it was confirmed that Abe is a magical animal. I will find a way to talk to Aaron later if I want to get in close contact with it. Then you have to help me talk. Quote. I will, but Abe is not generally important to Aaron, so I can't make any guarantees. There will always be a chance. Aaron will study at Hogwarts for 7 years. Hagrid looked at Abe who was walking towards the next eggshell with some reluctance. Let's look at my Norbert first. Hagrid was teasing the newborn Norbert, but from time to time his eyes would glance at Abe who was chewing on the eggshell, his eyes full of novelty. He now wished that Abe could come over by himself and let him take a closer look. It would be great if he could touch it with his hands. But with Hermione here looking at him seriously, this idea was just a wishful thinking. Harry and Ron were admiring Norbert with great interest. Unlike Hagrid, they had tried their best to steal Abby the cat these days. They had already experienced the luxury of Hagrid's close observation and touch. In comparison, Norbert, the Norwegian Ridgeback, was even more attractive to them. Abe may be an unknown magical creature, but it also cannot surpass the pinnacle of magical animals, the dragon. At the same time, Crabbe and Goyle finally arrived in the Slytherin common room. Pure blood. Enter the password and enter the door. The two of them entered the dormitory without any delay. Aaron, something big happened, something very big. Crabbe said breathlessly. What's wrong? Aaron looked at the two of them calmly. Where's Draco? It's already curfew and he didn't come back with you. Quote. He is the one who asked us to inform you. Gower gasped and added anxiously, there is no time, please come with us. Calm down, what happened? Gore, tell me. Quote. Harry Potter, Ron, and Hermione, they. What's wrong? They took Abe to Hagrid's. What? Aaron's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately stood up from the bed. Are you sure you read it correctly? Absolutely not. One may be wrong, but it is impossible for all three of us to be wrong, Crabbe said. Good guy, I was just wondering why Hermione asked me to borrow Abby. It turned out to be a premeditated plan. Hagrid, you, a thick-browed guy, can do this kind of damaging trick. You really misjudged the person. Quote. Even if we didn't see it with our own eyes, we wouldn't believe it. Crabbe said, Aaron, go and see it quickly. I'll go right away. You two stay in the dormitory honestly, so don't follow me here. Quote. But, no buts, just listen to me. I'll explain to Draco. Aaron's tone was unquestionable. He felt that Abe's identity might not be concealed. In this case, try to minimize the influence as much as possible, and the fewer people know about it, the better. Crabbe and Goyle looked at each other and nodded. They were unwilling to go back if they could stay in the dormitory to sleep. The two fat men could still handle a quick night run, but if they did it again, they would probably have to go halfway. Aaron quickly changed his clothes, and just in case, he took out a spare pet suit from the closet. After coming out of the Slytherin common room, he ran towards the Forbidden Forest. I hope it's not too late, my stupid dragon, you have to protect yourself and never take off your clothes. What he didn't know was that not long after he ran out, Mrs. Norris walked out of the shadows. Looking at the figure running wildly under the moonlight, a glimmer of light flashed in her cat's eyes. ... Click, click. 10 minutes passed, and Abe finished eating the eggshell scattered in the hut. Although it was only 80% full, it still patted its belly with satisfaction. It looked around, glanced at Hagrid, Harry, and Ron, and then stopped at the little sister the owner asked him to accompany. He immediately walked over and jumped up to Hermione. Come here. Hermione waved to Abe, and held him in her arms under Hagrid's longing eyes. Hermione. Hagrid smiled sheepishly. Abe seems to be quite well behaved. See if I can, you know. I'm afraid that won't work. Abe would not let strangers touch him when he was sober. Quote. What she said is true, Hagrid. Harry smiled. We have been feeding it for several days, but it will bar its teeth to show resistance when our hands come near. It is recommended that you don't try it, as it will be bad if you get bitten. Quote. Ha, I'm not afraid of this, Hagrid said, extending his finger to knob and covering his mouth. The next moment, Norbert bit the giant's finger. But Hagrid was unmoved. He was an adult giant with rough skin and thick flesh. The bite of a baby dragon that was less than an hour old could cause some damage to a child, but to him it was just an itch. See, Abe's teeth can't be sharper than a dragon's. However, after only 3 seconds of showing off, Norbert coughed, and fist-sized flames spurted out from its mouth, with Hagrid's fingers bearing the brunt. Hiss! Hagrid gasped and quickly put his fingers in the water glass to cool down. After pausing for a while, Hagrid raised his head and met 3 pairs of playful eyes, and said with a smile, that was a wrong demonstration just now. Of course, I also use practical actions to tell you that whenever you are not absolutely sure, do not put your body in front of the dragon's mouth. Quote. Poof. The 3 of them couldn't help laughing, and Hermione hugged Abe a little tighter. Hagrid, you'd better restrain your thoughts. If you force it, I don't want to see Abe bite you. Quote. It's fine. Besides, Abe can't spit fire, so the danger is not that great. How about this? You let me try it, and if it doesn't agree I'll give up immediately. Quote. Okay. Hermione nodded hesitantly. She didn't want to agree, but she also knew that he would never be willing to let Hagrid give it a try. Hagrid was overjoyed, nervous, excited and anxious, and stretched out his huge palm to Abe. But Abe didn't take it seriously. Just when Hagrid's palm was about to touch it, it jumped from Hermione's arms to the table and dodged it perfectly. Okay. Hagrid spread his hands. The first contact failed. Hermione smiled silently, and just as she was about to pick up Abe, she found that the little guy was staring at Norbert in front of him. Stop it, that's a dragon, don't get too close. Be careful of being burned by the dragon's breath. Quote. Abe ignored Hermione's reminder and walked straight forward, stopping about 20 centimeters in front of Noble. The two dragons looked at each other at close range. Noble shook his head for no apparent reason. He could feel the throbbing in his blood. The one opposite seemed to be a dragon as well. Abe, on the other hand, looked at Norbert curiously. This was the first time he had seen a dragon other than him. It was completely different from the illustrations in the illustrated book. It was a living species of the same kind. But after watching it for a while, there was a hint of disgust in its eyes. This dragon is not as good looking as him. Harry, did I see it wrong just now? Ron rubbed his eyes. Why do you think Abe looks down on Norbert? I think I saw it too. It felt weird, similar to the way Draco looked at us. Quote. Impossible, Hagrid said, displeased. This is obviously a historic meeting between two magical animal cubs. How sacred. You must have read it wrong. Quote. Don't worry so much, separate them quickly. Don't forget, Abe is in front of the dragon's mouth now, it's too dangerous. Quote. It's okay, Hermione. Abe and Norbert were probably both cubs, and they might just be curious about each other's identities. Nothing will go wrong, Old God Hagrid said calmly. There are scenes of magical animals fighting, but they are very rare. Only adult magical animals use fighting to solve problems for food, territory, mates, etc. Unless it is a natural enemy and can receive warnings from the blood, the cubs will generally not have any major conflicts. Seeing Hagrid's determination, Hermione also breathed a sigh of relief. After all, Hagrid is the forest guard and often interacts with the creatures in the Forbidden Forest. In this regard, he is the authority of Hogwarts. Abe was about to leave after glancing at Norbert with a slight disgust, but when he was about to leave, he saw a few eggshells on the table, and his eyes lit up instantly. It walked slowly behind Norbert, lowered its body, and picked up one of the pieces. Click. A clear, crisp sound seemed to signal the start of war, and the hearts of several people present were in their throats. Hagrid. Harry couldn't help but swallow as he looked at the two magical animals on the table. Although I don't read much, I can still see it. This should be considered a provocation. Quote. This. Hagrid nodded hesitantly. Obviously, yes. Should it be okay? Ron asked with his mouth twitching. I don't know, this is my first time raising a dragon. The book doesn't mention what will happen if the baby dragon is provoked. Quote. Hearing this, several people looked at Norbert nervously, hoping that the Norwegian Ridgeback would have a bigger belly and not be as experienced as Abe. But contrary to expectations, Norbert is also a dragon. Although he is just born, he also knows what the dignity of a dragon is. Chewing its shell in front of it is like pressing its dragon face to the ground and rubbing it, which even a dragon cannot bear. The next moment, Norbert raised his head slightly, and a little red appeared on his neck, and it became darker and darker. No, separate them quickly, Hagrid shouted. Hagrid's reminder was a little late. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, a ball of blazing dragon flames with a destructive aura rushed towards Abe under the horrified eyes of everyone. Seeing this scene, everyone's hearts went crazy. It's over now. If Aaron knows that Abe is injured, then there will definitely be nothing good for them. However, what happened next made their hearts drop in their throats. While Abe was chewing on the eggshell, he felt the terrifying high temperature coming from behind him. He lowered his head subconsciously, and the dragon flames directly passed over the top of his head. There was no danger. A ball of flame flew over his head. Abe touched the hat on his head with his right paw in confusion, and found a trace of burnt marks on it, and he immediately became angry. This piece of clothing was specially prepared for it by its owner's mother. It was one of the few that had the seamless stretching charm added to it, and it was also one of its favorites. Its entire net worth and almost all its snacks are in this dress, and it would be better if it were burned. Click. Abe bit the eggshell in his mouth, turned around angrily, looked at Noble with black smoke coming from the corner of his mouth, and let out a meow that didn't belong to a cat. Roar. A faint coercion spread quickly on the table, and Norbert took half a step back involuntarily. But it soon calmed down and moved a step forward, unwilling to be outdone. No matter how loud it is a Norwegian Ridgeback, a carnivorous fire dragon, completely different from those that eat grass. Isn't it just that the appearance is a little higher than it? This cute appearance has no deterrent effect at all. I don't believe that I can't beat him. Holy shit, it's true, this is definitely not a cat. Ron said in surprise. Don't talk about it now, separate them quickly, otherwise something will happen. Hagrid said, picking up his umbrella and giving Abe a blow to knock him out. At the same time, Hermione's curse also flew towards Norbert. Norbert staggered for a second and then stood up straight. The damage caused by this curse was almost negligible. The fire dragon skin is very resistant to the stun spell, although it is most vulnerable when it is just born. But Hermione was only a first-year freshman, equivalent to a cub among wizards, and the spells she released were not even as threatening to it as Hagrid's palm. If Noble's side was normal, then Abe's side was more outrageous. When the red curse hit it, a layer of sacred white scales appeared under its clothes, which offset the curse. How could this happen? Hagrid muttered to himself in confusion, this doesn't make sense. He admitted that he had been merciful just now. It was too late to protect the cubs of magical animals. How could he use all his strength? But even so, Abe should have shaken it a few times, instead of being intact like it is now, just like nothing happened. This not only highlights Abe's unusualness, but also shows that he is somewhat incompetent as a forest farm guard. Hermione and Hagrid looked at each other and planned to continue casting spells. But before they could raise their wands, the two dragons each roared and frightened the two of them. Abe bared his teeth at Hagrid, gave a simple warning, and then walked towards Norbert unhurriedly. Revenge is also prioritized. First, beat up the dragon cub who damaged its clothes. As for Hagrid, give him another chance. It might not be able to defeat him with its current physique, but that doesn't stop it from remembering this honest-looking giant first. The fact that it has grown so big means that its owner used a levitating charm on it when it was still an egg. Other than that, no one has ever used a magic spell on it. Hagrid, what should I do? Hermione held her wand tightly and swallowed. There's nothing we can do to stop it now. It's probably Noble's dragon breath that just made Abe angry. If they don't have a fight, they probably won't be able to swallow this breath. Hagrid said helplessly, and I feel like Abe has a grudge against me. Quote. That's not okay, Hermione said, about to step forward and slip a Betty away, but was stopped by a thick arm. It's best not to interfere, this is like a conflict between children, just a small fight. But if we don't let them deal with it now, when these two magical animals grow up, I don't know what the fight will be like. Quote. But Nob is a dragon after all, and Abe can't defeat him. You can't say that, Hagrid said with a smile. Noble has just broken out of his shell after all, and Abe still has the advantage in terms of size. Don't worry, I will take action when it's time to take action. Quote. But, Hermione hesitated, no matter what, you can't let Abe get hurt, otherwise I won't be able to explain. Hagrid frowned. Wanting to protect Abe would mean that he might take action against Norbert later. He planned to raise this young dragon as a child, so he was naturally reluctant to do so. But thinking that he had something to do with the situation developing to this point, and Hermione's almost pleading eyes, Hagrid still nodded, I promise you. Thank you. Hermione breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, Abe had already walked up to Norbert, taking advantage of his physical advantage to coldly look down at the Norwegian Ridgeback. Naturally, Norbert refused to be inferior to others, so he fluttered his wings and was about to fly. However, Abe took action first, and before Norbert could take off, his white claws came down hard with the force of thunder. Boom! The strong wind blew against his face, making Norbert unable to open his eyes. He took several steps back before he could react. Feeling the severe pain coming from the dragon's face, Norbert's eyes were full of anger, and he was about to spit out the dragon's breath. But Abe quickly rushed to it and raised its neck dozens of degrees with an uppercut. Breathing fire is indeed impressive, but it's useless if you can't hit it. Although Abe is quite envious of this skill, he is not jealous. As time goes by, it will have more and more skills, and dragon breath is just one of them. Boom! The blazing dragon flames shot straight to the ceiling, but Norbert was still young after all, and his lung capacity was quite limited. The length of the dragon's breath was not more than half a meter before it dissipated in the air. Oh my god! Ron stared in disbelief and said, Noble can't lose. It's a dragon. Is now the time to care about this? Harry said speechlessly, Hagrid, you'd better stop them quickly. You live in a wooden house, so Abe is okay, but if Norbert continues, we will have to prepare to put out the fire. Quote. Wait a little longer, my Norbert will definitely not lose. Hagrid's eyes were bright. Dragons are the most dangerous magical creatures. He did not think that his fire dragon could not defeat an unknown magical creature. The corner of Harry's mouth twitched. Hagrid would lose his due calmness when facing these magical animals. If it weren't for his inability to stop them, he would have done it himself. The battle between the two young dragons continued, but the process was unexpectedly one-sided. Noble had little power to fight back and was punched several times by Abe. When Norbert's eyes were filled with stars, it turned over and pressed on Norbert's back, stepped on Norbert's wings with its hind legs, then raised its front paws and gave him a hard thump on the head. Boom! Norbert shook his head and lay weakly on the table. After the battle was over, Abe walked up to Hermione with a victor's attitude, then turned around and glared at Hagrid with contempt, which seemed to mean that your fire dragon is not as powerful as mine. Hagrid seemed not to notice. He walked up to Norbert and stroked the whimpering baby dragon. Hey, why are you pinching me? Ron asked, looking at Harry complainingly. It's okay, it seems like it's not a dream. Harry said with a smile, but how is it possible? The Norwegian Ridgeback actually lost. It should have been caused by Norbert's carelessness. Hagrid was a little unconvinced and tried his best to find some comfort reasons for his fire dragon. First of all, Norbert was still young, less than an hour old after he was born. Abe, who is more than twice as big as him, will naturally suffer some losses. Secondly, they were fighting in close quarters, and the space was too small, so Noble couldn't use it at all. What's more important is that Norbert's wings have no effect at all. It is a dragon, and only by combining flames with flying can it fully exert its combat effectiveness. All in all, at the same age, Noble must win. Quote. That seems to be the case. Ron nodded. Judging from Abe's size and the amount of food he eats, he must be at least 3 years old. Just when a few people thought the matter was over, Norbert suddenly sprayed out a dragon's breath without any sense of martial ethics, and knocked away Abe, who declared victory. The sneak attack was certainly shameful, but it was so badly beaten. A complete defeat, still with a complete body and skin. Dragons are all arrogant. After being born, they experienced such a nightmare. Which dragon could endure this? Oh my God. Hagrid stared at the white figure flying out from the table with wide eyes, feeling a little at a loss. Harry and Ron were also a little confused. Isn't it over? But what's going on? If you can't afford it, do you want to carry out a sneak attack? Abe, Hermione yelled in distress, and ran over quickly to check on Abe. When Hermione got closer, she found that Abe was intact, but part of his clothes had been burned, which was completely different from what she expected when he was burned by dragon flames. While she breathed a sigh of relief, she also saw the burning anger in Abe's eyes. Roar! Abe roared at Norbert. This time his power was much greater than before. At the same time, its body underwent some changes. A layer of smooth white scales appeared on its skin, its claws extended a few inches, and its teeth became sharper. It changed from a cute and harmless creature to one with teeth and claws, beast. Gulu. When everyone saw this scene, their eyes widened and they all swallowed. Hagrid, you know a lot about magical creatures. Do you know what kind of species this one is that can transform? Harry asked uneasily. I don't know either. There are indeed some magical beasts that can transform, but Abe doesn't belong to any of them. And Abe is obviously a cub, and there are even fewer people who have this ability at this stage. Hagrid said meaningfully, but his expression soon turned serious. The situation is not good. Its current state is obviously for fighting, and it seems to be really angry. Quote. What should we do? Ron asked. What can we do? Stop them. Hagrid said, picking up his umbrella and casting a spell on Abe. But Abby, who was under full fire, easily dodged. It ignored Hagrid and just ran to the table at a very fast speed, and then slapped Norbert hard on the head. Snapped. At the critical moment, Norbert spread his wings and flew into the air. Abe's blow missed, but everyone did not relax at all, because there was a clear claw mark on the table. Hagrid's heart was even more heavy. The power of this blow was almost several times that of before. If it was true, although Norbert would not lose his ability to fight, he would be seriously injured. He didn't know how to treat the baby dragon's concussion, so he could only hope that Norbert would recover on his own. Although it is a bit exaggerated, it is true. Adult dragons are very terrifying and have few opponents, but young dragons that have just hatched are quite fragile, and even ordinary muggles can easily kill them. Abe looked at Noble flying above him, gritted his teeth angrily and made a gurgling sound. Norbert didn't care about this. It could breathe fire, fly, and was naturally invincible. There was nothing to be afraid of. If it didn't take this opportunity to avenge the beating it had just received, it would be embarrassed to say that it was a dragon. A ball of flame spurted out from its mouth and landed on the tabletop where Abe was standing. The fire spread quickly, burning half of the wooden tabletop into black. Abe did not catch the dragon's breath, and jumped to the floor the moment the flames fell. Neither of the two dragons took advantage, but from the perspective of a bystander, Noble undoubtedly had the advantage. Unless Abe can fly, defeat will be inevitable sooner or later. Norbert looked at Abe condescendingly, his orange eyes full of pride. Abe also noticed its provocation and bent down while growling angrily. It kicked its legs back, suddenly picked up speed, and started running in Hagrid's hut. The white figure flew past the ground, boxes, windows, and cabinets. After a run up, it jumped up, its sharp claws sparking on the wall, and with a simple push, it jumped into the air. Norbert. No, Hagrid and Hermione shouted in unison. Harry and Ron couldn't help but close their eyes. They were afraid to look at the next scene. With its current speed and the sharpness of its claws, if it hit Norbert, it would probably leave an indelible psychological shadow on the young dragon. When the sharp claws stabbed him, Norbert was momentarily stunned. But there are certain advantages to being born as a dragon. Before the brain could react, the body had subconsciously reacted and narrowly escaped the blow. Abe landed on the ground and ran a few steps forward to act as a buffer due to inertia. Norbert flapped his wings, his eyes a little more solemn. It thought it was a sure winner at first. The first time Long Sheng attacked a fat and white creature of the same kind, it didn't disgrace its name as a Norwegian ridgeback. But who would have thought that the other party has this kind of attack method? This is simply cheating. It's a pity that this is indoors, which severely limits its performance. On the contrary, it provides Abe with a certain degree of convenience and attack opportunities. If it were outdoors, its chances of winning would definitely be greatly increased. You are worthy of being my Norbert. Hagrid breathed a sigh of relief and patted his chest gently with his left hand. The whole giant relaxed a lot. Abe's attack method just now really shocked him, but this kind of surprise attack was only useful for the first time. Now that Norbert is on guard, this trick will be greatly reduced. Hearing Hagrid's sigh, Harry and Ron also opened their eyes. Looking at the situation that was almost the same as before, they felt a little restless for a while. How could this happen? Did Norbert bear it with force? Ron murmured, as expected of a dragon. This skin is really thick. No. Hermione rolled her eyes at him and said, it dodged. It should have been done instinctively. That's even more amazing. Harry praised, of course, Abe is also amazing. Is it really a cub? Quote, now is not the time to talk about this, Hermione said with a bitter smile, going over to pick up Abe. If these two magical animals were to fight again, Hagrid's hut would probably have to be rebuilt. But before Hermione could take the first step, Norbert swooped down, and a ball of dragon flames spurted directly from its mouth. The flames hit his face, and Abe jumped back quickly to avoid the burning range of the flames, and then prepared to fight back. But Noble had received a beating after all, so he naturally knew the importance of keeping a distance, so he raised the flying height when Abe rushed towards him. The white right paw was still a few centimeters away from Norbert's wings when it began to fall under the influence of gravity. His limbs fluttered twice in midair before falling to the ground. Funny but totally adorable. Upon seeing this, Norbert roared once or twice provocatively, and spread his wings to hover over Abe's head several times. Faced with this naked show-off, Abe scratched his heart with anger, and the parts on both sides of his body began to swell slightly. Hagrid, are all magical animals like this? Hermione asked with twitching corners of her mouth. You were right, this is indeed a quarrel between children, but this dragon is a little too naive. Hagrid was stunned for a moment and rolled his eyes slightly. I have never encountered this kind of situation, so it is necessary to record it. Also, Hermione, there's something I have to remind you. Magical animals are not a common commodity. They are very rare. Ordinary wizards may not be able to see one in their lifetime, and cubs of magical animals are even more rare. So don't ask me everything, I don't know everything. Quote. But who else can I ask but you? Dumbledore. I'm sure he has seen as many magical creatures as me, and he even raised one. Hagrid paused slightly, then closed his mouth immediately. What are you raising? Harry asked with interest. You can't say that, this is his privacy. Hagrid raised his umbrella with a smile. Tonight has been very lively, let's separate these two little guys now. Please pay attention, I plan to use my full strength this time. Quote. After Hagrid finished speaking, Harry and others breathed a sigh of relief. There were two magical animal cubs fighting in the room, one of which was considered the most dangerous fire dragon in the wizarding world. But none of them were worried, just because Hagrid was here. He may not be as powerful as Dumbledore, but he has considerable experience in dealing with magical animals, with the exception of Abe. Hagrid smiled and waved his umbrella, and a light red light appeared on the tip of the umbrella. Just when he was about to cast the spell, his movements stopped abruptly, and he just stared ahead in astonishment. The faint red light on the tip of the umbrella also disappeared. It's incredible, Hagrid murmured. Among magical creatures, the only one that can rival it is the noble unicorn. The three of them followed Hagrid's gaze in confusion, and opened their mouths in unison. I saw that Abe's clothes on the left and right sides were stretched open, and a pair of white wings were exposed. The white light shone on its skin, highlighting its sacred aura. Revealing its wings, Abe also flew up. The whole dragon stood upright in midair and looked at Noble. Norbert looked confused, and an ominous premonition arose in his heart. It subconsciously spit out a mouthful of dragon's breath, but Abe did not dodge this time. He used his wings to block it in front of him. The few magic energy in his body circulated on its own to form a white magic circle, blocking the dragon's breath. Then Abe bared his teeth at Norbert, raised his claws, and struck at him. The two young dragons soon collided in the air, but Abe was stronger than the newborn Norbert in every aspect. Although he didn't know dragon breath, he still suppressed him and fought. There were constant sounds of ping ping pong 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 in Hagrid's hut, and at the same time, Aaron rushed over panting. Draco lay outside the window, watching the battle inside with interest, completely unaware of the figure behind him. Snapped. A hand suddenly tapped Draco on the shoulder, startling him. But before he could scream out, Aaron covered his mouth. Don't get excited, it's me. Aaron, you're here, Draco whispered. How's the situation? It's incredible that Hagrid actually has a Norwegian ridgeback. But what I never expected was that Abe actually had wings, and he was not so powerful. He could actually fight with baby dragons. Quote. Honest gift crab. Aaron held his forehead and shook his head, it's still exposed. After saying that, he walked to the wooden door and prepared to kick it open. Wait a minute. Draco hurriedly stopped him and said with a meaningful smile, a sacred war between magical animal cubs is taking place in this cabin. I suggest that we wait until they decide the winner before entering. Quote. There is also a giant and 3 Gryffindors inside. By then, my Abe will probably be bullied into something bad. Aaron ignored him and kicked the door. Boom. The wooden door shook violently, and a layer of dust fell from it. The noise immediately aroused the alert of everyone in the hut. Hagrid first glanced at Norbert and Abe who were fighting in midair, and then made a silence gesture to Harry and others. Who is it? I've gone to bed late at night. If you have anything to do, come back tomorrow. Aaron Gaius, my pet should be in the house now. I advise you to open the door for me, otherwise don't blame me for being rude. It's over now. Hermione's face instantly turned gray when she heard this, and she slumped on the chair helplessly. Harry and Ron also had anxious faces, but more of them felt guilty. Didn't they just abduct one? Okay. The cubs of magical beasts are much more valuable than cats. But it's only been more than an hour. They were caught doing this. This is unreasonable. Calm down, don't talk. Hagrid comforted him, he may not know that you are here. Harry, take out the invisibility cloak quickly and get them both in. I'll knock Norbert and Abe out again. As long as we don't get discovered by him, we'll have a chance to hide it. Quote. Hagrid, you have to be careful when you deceive yourself and others. Hermione said with a bitter smile, I don't know how we were exposed, but Aaron wouldn't have come at this time if he wasn't sure. Boom. The sound of the door being kicked sounded again, hitting the hearts of several people hard. Then you have to at least try it first. The door here is quite strong and they won't come in so quickly. Harry, hurry up. Quote, good. Harry nodded immediately and took out the invisibility cloak. Hagrid also took out his wand. Although he didn't want to hurt the magical beast cubs from the bottom of his heart, he couldn't care so much at this time. If caught, not only him, but Harry and the others would also be punished. So, these two little guys should sleep a little longer. However, the next moment, a spell sounded outside the door, and everyone was stunned. The Allaho hole opens. The lockpicking spell, as the name suggests, can open door locks. Although it has no offensive power, it can work wonders at certain times, such as now. After casting the unlocking spell, the latch of the wooden door quickly fell off. Everyone in the hut felt a haze in their hearts as they watched the latch fall. Outside the hut, Aaron sneered and kicked again, causing the door to open completely. He ignored the messy house and the stunned people, and directly fixed his gaze on the two dragons fighting in the sky, and then the corner of his mouth twitched involuntarily. Abe, who had switched to combat mode, was seen violently torturing the Norwegian Ridgeback, using fists and kicks to make the opponent miserable. The jet black skin has a bit of purple on it, and even the wings are a little asymmetrical. He is simply bullying the children with his size advantage. Abe, come here, Aaron shouted, and Abe, who was being beaten happily, suddenly paused, kicked Noble and flew to the table, and then flew to the ground. It quickly retracted its wings, the white scales on its body quickly faded away, and its fangs and claws retracted at the same time, assuming a cute and harmless appearance. Abe glanced at Aaron with some anxiety, and lowered his proud dragon head in grievance. The owner gave many warnings not to reveal his identity, but he forgot this warning less than 2 hours after leaving. Okay, who are you showing this to? Aaron said, dumbfounded. He immediately picked it up, observed it carefully, and breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that it was not injured. Woo! Abe pointed distressedly at the burnt parts of his hat and clothes, and then pointed at the fire dragon that was beaten so hard that it could barely stand up, briefly expressing that it was not exposed on purpose. Aaron laughed angrily at this action, and immediately put a new pet suit in front of it, put it on first. Forget it this time, but don't make an example next time, understand? Abe nodded repeatedly, stood on the ground with his two hind paws, and put on new clothes for himself in a humane manner. Draco, please close the door. Okay. Della nodded with a smile, turned around and bolted the door. When the three of them saw Draco Malfoy here, they immediately understood some things they didn't understand. This guy must have followed them sneakily and then tipped Aaron off, otherwise there is no way to explain it. Now I just hope that Draco comes a little later. If he hears about the Philosopher's Stone and Snape, it will be great fun. Aaron walked to a chair, wiped the dust on it casually, sat on it with an expressionless expression and crossed his legs. The feeling of oppression rose instantly. Guys, I'm very angry right now, but I'm still willing to talk to you calmly. Explain it. I'll give you a chance to explain. Quote, several people looked at each other, but no one spoke. Don't you want to explain? Or are you saying that you know you did something dirty and you're too embarrassed to explain? Quote, I think it's probably the latter. Draco gloated. That's how Gryffindors are. It's almost normal for them to dare to do something or not. Aaron, please listen to my explanation first. Hermione gritted her teeth, actually. Stop it, don't talk yet. No matter what the reason is, some things are just done without explanation. And what you say may not be true. I can't believe you anymore, Aaron said with some disappointment. Hearing this, Hermione's eyes turned slightly red, but she resisted crying. What she did was indeed unethical and there was nothing to say. Explain it. Aaron looked at the other three people. Let me hear what excuses you can make up. After a few seconds, still no one spoke. Don't you want to tell me? It's really interesting. Let a girl charge into battle and take the blame, you are really promising. Quote. That's so right. Draco couldn't help but applaud. I still admire Hermione Granger in this regard. Although she deceived Aaron, at least she is better than the celebrities Potter and Wes. Leto shares the responsibility. Us. What? Weasley has something to say. Draco smiled provocatively. You had already put Abe on the table when I came, and I didn't know anything about what happened before. So I'm quite curious about your plan. Can you tell me how you kidnapped Abe? Quote. When Ron heard this, he clenched his fists angrily. He felt particularly aggrieved when Malfoy pointed his nose at him and scolded him, but he didn't know how to refute. Could it be that it would be too embarrassing to tell them that they had given Abe a sleeping pill to bring him here? While Harry felt humiliated, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Judging from the time, Draco did not hear the conversation about the Sorcerer's Stone, which was fortunate among misfortunes. That's enough, I asked them to do it. Hagrid said helplessly. I couldn't suppress my curiosity and wanted to see what kind of species Abe was, so. Anyway, I'm sorry, I'm very sorry. Quote, why does the Ministry of Magic need to do anything if an apology is useful? Aaron said coldly, besides, you have to apologize because I caught you in the act. So if I don't know, can I just pretend that nothing happened? You should be glad that Abe was not injured, otherwise this matter would never have been settled like this. Quote, yes, that's it, Draco said, but his expression became weird. Aaron, do you mean to forget it like this? Is this too cheap for them? They almost sold Abe. No, to be precise, it has been sold, but there was a little accident in the process. Quote, I know what you want to say. Aaron reluctantly grabbed Abe's two front paws and lifted him up. Actually, I don't want to just let it go. But this little guy's identity has also been exposed. If things get bigger, do you think Abe's identity can be concealed? Quote, I didn't think about it. But what kind of magical creature is it? Quote, you will know when it grows up, but it's not convenient to say now. Aaron sighed, his eyes swept across the other people in the room, and stayed on the Norwegian Ridgeback for a second longer. It's better to stand up for a while. Please sign a confidentiality agreement. Don't tell anyone about what happened tonight. Hagrid's eyes lit up. This was indeed the best way to solve the problem, and in this way, his Norbert could also be saved. That's a good idea. How about the red loyalty charm? You can make Malfoy the secret keeper. Quote, that's not necessary. Aaron said calmly. How long can you keep the identity of your dragon secret? With the growth rate of dragons, its size will be several times larger than it is now in less than 2 weeks. I'm afraid your room won't be able to accommodate it in a month. By then, can you control it like you do now? Even if you can, it can burn down your cabin if it sneezes accidentally, and then everyone in Hogwarts will know that the forest keeper has raised a dragon. I also know that I can't keep it forever. Hagrid said frustratedly, but I can't bear to throw it away like this. I can't do that. This is your business, and it has nothing to do with me. It's completely unnecessary to use the Fidelius charm on a secret that is destined to be unprotected. Abe, Harry looked at Aaron and said, it's also a magical animal. It looked like this when school started, and it's still like this now, and it has hardly changed. But Abe grew a lot when he was fighting, and now he has returned to his original appearance. What do you want to say? Hagrid figured out something, and his heart was filled with anxiety. A glimmer of hope appeared, and he pleaded, you must have a way to let magical animals control their size. Can you arrange it for Norbert, the Norwegian Ridgeback? Ha ha, you have a rich imagination. Abe is a magical animal. I remember that there seems to be a creature that can control its own size among magical animals. Although there are not many, there are indeed 1 or 2 mentioned in the books in the restricted area. To give a very simple example, werewolves will transform on the night of the full moon. Also, I don't understand where you get the nerve to ask me to do this. Don't forget that you just kidnapped my pet. Sorry, I'm anxious. Let's talk about the confidentiality agreement you mentioned first. How do you plan to deal with it? It's very simple. Aaron took out a piece of parchment and a pen from his pocket, and then began to write. I learned the identity of Abe's magical animal in February 1992, but I guarantee with all my reputation that I will not reveal its identity in any way. Hagrid picked up the parchment and looked at it carefully. His expression became strange. This piece of paper is just ordinary paper, and the content of the agreement is as simple as it can be, but it is too casual. That's it. Are you sure? Of course, you just need to sign it. Aaron, isn't this too hasty? Draco frowned. Even if you don't use magic props, at least write a detailed agreement. What if they make Abe's identity public? If they really want to do this, you can't stop them with any spells. Aaron said meaningfully, the magic world is not short of wizards who are willing to break the contract with their lives. Besides, this is a unilateral agreement. They know Abe's identity, but we don't know Norbert's existence at all. If the dragon is discovered in the future, it has nothing to do with us. In other words, as long as we do not talk about the fire in the dragon, they will naturally not tear our faces with us. I signed it first, you don't use. Aaron waved his hand and looked at Hagrid intentionally. The pupils were red slightly, sitting on the chair with motionless. The whole process lasted for more than half a minute, during which she did not dare to raise her head, fearing that she would see Aaron's disappointed eyes. After signing, she felt empty in her heart, as if she had lost something. Okay, everyone, see you tomorrow. Aaron put away the parchment expressionlessly, picked up Abe and walked out the door. I hope this is the only and last time. You guys, take care of yourself. Draco followed Aaron, but after a few steps, he suddenly thought of something, turned around and looked at the other people in the hut proudly. What a wonderful night, although the moon is not too round, but my mood is inexplicably beautiful. Malfoy. Ron clenched his fists. Stop being sarcastic there. Really, where am I being sarcastic? Please help me point it out. Weasley, thank you very much. Okay, there's no point in teasing them, let's go. Wait a minute. Draco smiled, then looked at Hermione. Don't worry, I won't call you a mudblood anymore, but I will definitely not lose to you in the final exam. Hermione rarely refuted, just nodded weakly. Draco, please pay attention to your demeanor as a pure-blood wizard. Aaron said speechlessly. Not wanting to stay here any longer, he opened the door and walked out. Hey, wait for me. Draco hurriedly followed, not forgetting to close the door for Hagrid. After the two left, the atmosphere in the hut became a little heavy. Harry, Ron, and Hagrid all looked at Hermione tacitly. They had nothing to lose other than losing face tonight, but Hermione was different. She probably felt very uncomfortable. Hermione. Harry wanted to comfort her, but he didn't know what to say. Cry if you want. Don't hold it in. Hagrid sighed melancholy. We are all our own people here, no one is laughing at you. Hermione raised her head slightly, her red eyes began to burst, and crystal tears fell like broken beads. Sorry. Ron blamed himself. This is all my fault. I forced you into this plan. I can't blame you entirely. Harry patted him on the shoulder. I also have to bear half of the responsibility. Didn't you say it's foolproof? Hermione sobbed. It's fine now. I won't have the shame to see him in the future. Are you happy? Harry and Ron couldn't raise their heads in embarrassment. They had made their promises before taking action, but they didn't have the conditions to get caught. Even if they wanted to take Hermione out, they didn't have the conditions. It's all Malfoy's fault. Ron pursed his lips. If he hadn't snitched, everything would have gone smoothly. No, Hagrid interjected. Before Aaron and Malfoy kicked the door, Abe and Norbert got into a fight, and part of its clothes was burned. Even if Malfoy didn't come, the secret would still have to be revealed tomorrow. Quote. You heard it. Hermione said with regret. I shouldn't have helped you, he obviously believed in me so much. All the magical animals have been entrusted to me for safekeeping, but Don't cry, Hermione. We were wrong, there is no next time, really. Harry said incoherently. He had never coaxed a girl in his whole life. Ron was also upset and didn't know what to do. He did have experience coaxing his own sister, but the current situation was completely different. It was not like giving a few candies, saying a few nice words and then having a good sleep to turn things around. They really played it big this time. No matter how heartless he was, he knew he was sorry for Hermione, but he didn't know how to coax her. Hagrid also felt uncomfortable. Although he did not participate in the action, he was the cause of the incident. In Aaron's words, he is indeed a mastermind. Oh, apologize. Hagrid, you are confused. Ron said with a bitter smile. If apologizing could solve the problem, Harry and I would have apologized long ago. It's not you, it's Hermione. Hermione hasn't apologized to Aaron from just now. I think you should at least admit your mistake and express your attitude. Quote. But as you saw just now, he didn't give Hermione a chance to speak. Harry said. That's better than doing nothing and just crying here, right? Yes, you're right. Hermione wiped the tears on her face and managed to cheer up. I have to catch up and apologize to him. Regardless of whether he accepts it or not, even scolding me is better than saying nothing. Quote. Just figure it out and go quickly. It would be best not to wait until tomorrow and apologize before he returns to the dormitory. Hagrid said, the sooner the better, the sooner the better. Quote, I know, thank you, Hagrid. Hermione thanked him, quickly opened the door and chased out. We're going to, Harry said, about to pull Ron away. Don't drag me, I won't go. Ron said stubbornly, Draco is probably next to Aaron. I will be embarrassed if I go. Ron, Hermione, a girl has the courage to apologize. If we two boys don't go, what's the difference between us and cowards? If I were Malfoy, I would look down on you even more. Quote. Hearing this, Ron gritted his teeth and said, if you're embarrassed, be embarrassed. The two of them made a decision and quickly ran towards the door without stopping. However, within a few steps of running out of the hut, the two of them slowed down, and their expressions became particularly unnatural. Filch was waiting for him outside with a lantern, Mrs. Norris was squatting at his right foot obediently, and what was even worse was that besides him there was Professor McGonagall who looked disappointed. Ha ha, there are still fish that slipped through the net. Filch sneered, but I'm unlucky, so I have to fall into the trap myself. Good evening, you two. Professor McGonagall said solemnly, what are you doing standing there stupidly? Why don't you come over quickly? Harry and Ron just felt that they were extremely unlucky. Although they got information from the professor who designed the mechanism to protect the Philosopher's Stone tonight, overall, the gains outweighed the losses. The two walked to Professor McGonagall anxiously, lowered their heads first, and then looked at Aaron and Draco with suspicious eyes. Filch usually patrols the castle, but why did he suddenly come to Hagrid tonight, and Professor McGonagall was also accompanied by him? They didn't think it was a whim, it was definitely someone who snitched on him. Don't look at us like that. We were bumped into by Filch and Professor McGonagall just a few steps after we came out. Aaron said disdainfully, so, don't insult our noble character with your suspicious eyes. Quote. This is all the fault of Mrs. Norris. Filch said proudly, it found Aaron, then told me, and I called Professor McGonagall. In fact, I should have asked Professor Snape. After all, he was the head of Slytherin, but his office was a little far away. But now it seems that surprisingly, the wrong person was found. There are actually 3 Gryffindors and 2 Slytherins. 3-2, Professor McGonagall, I wonder how you plan to deal with it. Quote. Confinement for all. But before that I have to figure out why. Professor McGonagall looked at the 5 students in front of her expressionlessly, what are you doing here at night? Don't you know that students are not allowed to walk around campus at night without permission? Quote. Professor, let me tell you. Draco sneered and glanced at Harry and others, then took a step forward, although we stayed up all night, it was entirely for a reason. Of course, I'm talking about me and Aaron, not Potter, Weasley, and Granger. Quote. Do you want to take the 2 of you out? Professor McGonagall said, don't think about it. No matter what the reason is, you can't escape the confinement you deserve. The corner of Draco's mouth twitched, and he inadvertently caught a glimpse of the half-smiling expressions on the faces of the 3 Harrys, and couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. Professor, it's like this. Tonight, Crabbe, Goyle, and I were about to return to the common room when we happened to see 3 sneaky figures. It's understandable to come and take a look out of curiosity. Of course, we respect the school rules very much and plan to return to the dormitory before curfew. Quote. Get to the point, Malfoy. Also, don't say it's so high-sounding. It's not very upright for you to follow others. Quote. Professor, I admit that what I did was rude, but I don't regret it. Draco said indifferently. He is not an ordinary person tonight. Although he is not the protagonist, he can be said to be the key role in pushing the story to the climax. Although I was accidentally caught at the end, it was harmless. He and Aaron may not be able to escape their punishment, but Harry and his team's punishment will definitely be heavier. By comparison, he felt a lot better. We followed them quietly to Hagrid's hut, and saw. Harry and the others were planning to give Aaron's pet to Hagrid. What? Professor McGonagall frowned. Is what Mr. Malfoy said true? The 3 Gryffindors lowered their heads and remained silent, and the silence at this time was the default. That's it, Professor McGonagall. Aaron is my best friend, and I couldn't stand him being deceived, so I asked Crabbe and Goyle to go back and inform him. As for what happened next, I won't say much. Quote, you have disappointed me so much. Points will be deducted. 50 points will be deducted. Professor McGonagall said angrily, you are going too far. 50 points. All three of them opened their mouths wide, this number gave them such a huge impact. That's 50 points. Evenly divided, one person would be deducted 16 or 17 points. Hermione was doing better. She might be able to make up for it with a few hard classes, excluding Snape's potions class of course. But Harry and Ron were a little broken. It was good that they were not deducted points. It was not easy to fill this big hole. 50 points for each person. Professor McGonagall said calmly. Everyone. Ron was stunned. He and Harry looked at each other, as if they could see the huge debt they were carrying. Draco looked at the three of them with a victorious smile, not to mention how happy he was. Why are you laughing? When I say everyone, I also include you and Aaron. Quote. The smile on Draco's face instantly faded. I'm sorry, Professor, I may have heard wrong. You mean we have to deduct 50 points too? Quote. Yes, you also violated school rules. This is to ensure that you will not do it again in the future. But this, no need to explain, Draco. Aaron patted Abe, who was holding him. I'll pay back your 50 points for you, it's only 100 points. We can still get it done by the end of the semester. This is not a matter of scores, it's unfair. Draco said unhappily. I don't have a problem with Professor McGonagall wanting to punish us, but why should the punishment be the same as theirs? I don't accept it. The three of them suffered no losses except for the same punishment as us, but Abe was almost injured, and that was. That's enough, that's the end of it. Aaron interrupted him loudly. Professor McGonagall was stunned for a moment, as if she understood something, and turned to look at Aaron. It's okay. It's okay, I was just a little scared. Scared? Are you sure you're just scared? Yes, I'm sure. Aaron's attitude was firm. Professor McGonagall turned to look at Draco. If you don't explain it to him, maybe a few points will be deducted. It still doesn't work. Draco shook his head. Think of it as bad luck for us this time. Hoo-ho. Filch, please keep an eye on them while I go find Hagrid to find out the situation. Professor McGonagall said meaningfully, if you don't tell me, there will always be someone who is willing to tell me. Hagrid is an honest man and won't lie. Seeing Professor McGonagall walking towards the hut, Harry and the other three immediately panicked. There is also a fire dragon in the hut. If it were discovered, Hagrid would probably be heartbroken. Wait a minute, Professor McGonagall, how about I explain? Harry stopped her hastily. In fact, he didn't know what to say, but it was important to stop Professor McGonagall first. As for the rest, just adapt to circumstances. Then you say it and I listen. This thing is like this. Harry hesitated, unable to say a complete sentence. Professor McGonagall could naturally see his perfunctory attitude and sighed helplessly. I'd better go find Hagrid. This time no one blocked the way, because they all knew in their hearts that Professor McGonagall would not give up until the matter was clarified. Aaron, is this okay? Draco was a little worried. He didn't care whether Norbert would be discovered, but it couldn't be discovered today. What if they are implicated and Abe's identity is exposed? Hagrid and the others signed a confidentiality agreement, but in his opinion, that piece of paper was not binding at all, let alone at this juncture. Don't worry, it's okay. Aaron said calmly, everyone knows that one more thing is worse than one less thing. Hagrid is just naive, not stupid, and he will not be an exception. Hope so. Soon, Professor McGonagall's roar came from the hut. How can you keep a dragon in the school? How dare you, Hagrid? Quote, he keeps a dragon. Filch asked in surprise. I know he likes all kinds of magical animals, but are dragons too exaggerated? We just found out, Aaron said. No one thought Hagrid would be so bold. Professor McGonagall walked out of the hut, let out a long breath, and then walked up to a few people. What punishment will Hagrid receive? Harry asked anxiously. You will definitely be expelled. Draco said happily. Expulsion is not an issue. Fortunately, the dragon has just broken out of its shell and is not a threat to the safety of the school. If it were older, it would be difficult for anyone to plead for mercy. But he definitely can't be raised anymore. I will discuss it with Dumbledore to see where it is appropriate to send him. Professor McGonagall said a little tiredly, Aaron, Abel, does it really not matter? I want you to tell the truth without any worries. Quote, it's really okay. I watched Abe grow up, and he is one of the few family members I have. I will not let him suffer any injustice. It's just that the clothes my mother specially prepared for it before school started were scorched by the dragon flames, which was a pity." Quote. Abe also showed an aggrieved expression at the right time, stretched his 2 claws to the top of his head, and pulled out a hat from under the hat that had traces of being burned by the dragon's breath. There was a layer of mist on his big eyes, which instantly filled Professor McGonagall's sympathy. "I'm so sorry, Aaron. As the head of Gryffindor, I failed to keep a close eye on them. Abe was almost injured and I had to bear some of the blame." Professor McGonagall said earnestly, "I am here to apologize to you. It was my negligence. I didn't expect that things were much more dangerous than I thought. Confinement is definitely unavoidable. It is a punishment for violating school rules, but you and Draco can have your points deducted less if appropriate. Draco deducts 10 points, and you will deduct 5 points. Quote. Professor, this isn't appropriate," Ron said hesitantly. One second he was gloating about everyone's misfortune, but the next second the punishments of the 2 Slytherins were reduced by more than half. This huge gap inevitably made him feel a little uncomfortable. "You still have the nerve to say it. All this is not a good thing you 3 did. I've never felt so blushing for a Gryffindor student as I did today." Professor McGonagall said angrily, "I stole Aaron's pet and almost hurt it. If it weren't for the fact that they also violated school rules, you would be fully responsible. If you are not convinced, I can inform your father and I believe Mr. Arthur Weasley will seek justice for you." Quote. "No need to. Professor, the punishment you gave is reasonable. I accepted it, and I accepted it with all my heart," Ron said immediately, and the word, concerned, was vividly reflected in him. The Weasley family is a harmonious family with not so many rules. Although they are a little poorer, it is undeniable that they are still very happy. But there is a small premise: don't make mistakes, especially those that are unspeakable. If his father Arthur found out about what happened tonight, he might be punished because the school had already punished him. But if his mother, Molly, found out, he would probably be scolded 5 times for saying anything less. He would have to bear her mother's anger for a long time in the future, which would be quite uncomfortable. HMPH. Filch, I'll leave these children to you. Business is business. Quote. Understood, Professor McGonagall. Filch chuckled, looking at several people with sinister eyes. You must think twice before violating school rules in the future. But you should be glad that the current punishment methods are completely different from those in the past. Quote. Professor McGonagall, can you please let me send Abe back before he is put into confinement? It needs a good rest. Quote. Of course, this is what it should be. Professor McGonagall looked at Abe with some distress. It was hard to imagine how such a harmless and cute little guy could face a fire dragon. It must have been frightened. Your punishment is scheduled for tomorrow night. Mr. Filch will be waiting for you in the foyer at 11 o'clock tomorrow night. Before that, you can take a good rest for a day and think about how to explain it to your respective colleges. Quote. After saying that, Professor McGonagall looked at the 3 Gryffindors disappointedly and left without looking back. Let's go too. Aaron sighed and walked towards the castle with Abe in his arms. Hermione opened her mouth, but hesitated, and no words came out. Everyone, see you tomorrow. 15 points and 150 points, a tenfold difference. Tisk tisk tisk. I already think of you reduced to mice crossing the street. Quote. When the 3 of them saw Draco's gloating look, they gritted their teeth and were very angry, but at the same time they also felt uneasy. Slytherin's score was far ahead, and both Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff were left behind by a large margin, but Gryffindor might not have no chance of catching up. But what they did tonight directly wiped out that slight possibility. Back in the dormitory, Aaron sat on the bed and placed Abe opposite him, with a serious look on his face. It doesn't matter if it's exposed this time, but we should take it as a warning. If you are wronged, just come back and tell me, and I will vent your anger for you, but don't do anything casually again, do you understand? Quote. Abe nodded repeatedly, then took off his coat, revealing the burnt clothes underneath. Oh, let's change it first. I know you can't bear it, but life still has to go on. Quote. Abe put down his clothes, then stretched out his paws to dig into the front pockets of his clothes, including candies, chocolates, lollipops, bread, apples, and a few pieces of dried meat. What's even more outrageous is that there are more than a dozen gold galleons and dozens of silver coins inside, which is simply arrogant. Half a minute later, Aaron first looked at a pile of coins, and then at a pile of snacks on his bed that was twice as big as Abe and was speechless. He picked up an apple and took a bite in front of the pet. It tastes good, confiscated. Woo. Abe pointed at the pile of snacks with tears in his eyes, showing deep reluctance to give them up. They were saved one by being frugal and being cute. Still not convinced. Who exposed you tonight? This is punishment. Quote. Abe turned a deaf ear and pounced on his mountain of snacks, showing his strong possessiveness. But when it met Aaron's eyes, it still felt a little guilty, and carefully separated half of the hug. I'll give you half of this, and I'll keep the other half. There can't be any more. Aaron shook his head slowly. Abe's eyes became more sparkling. He bit the dragon's teeth and separated another half from his own. This time, there really couldn't be any more. Puff. Aaron was amused, patted its faucet, and then pushed 3/4 of the snacks it had divided. I just want an apple. Look, I scared you. Abe was stunned for a moment, crying with joy, stretched out his shell-long fist and started beating Aaron's chest. Okay, stay safe from now on, or I will confiscate all your treasures. Aaron said angrily. Abe stood up straight in an instant, quickly put on another new set of clothes with a traceless stretching spell, and stuffed the snacks and coins he took out one by one. After emptying out, the whole dragon feels at ease, which is the satisfaction of having settled down. Before the smile on its face dissipated, Aaron picked it up and placed it on its exclusive bed. Sleep well, you have to go to confinement with me tomorrow. After covering Abe with a blanket, Aaron also lay on the bed, but looking at the burn marks on Abe's clothes, he always felt that his dragon was suffering a bit. Abe did beat Norbert violently, but he was able to crush him with his physical body due to his age advantage. Without the dragon's breath, he wouldn't have much advantage in attack. System, open Abe's property panel. OK. Pet. Abe. Race. Dragon, Saint, unawakened. Magic energy. 304 increases a little every day, although the potential is endless, but now it is extremely weak. Innate ability. Flying. Alas. Aaron sighed with regret. He only had 304 points of magic energy. If he expected it to naturally evolve to the next stage, it would still take 196 days, which is more than half a year. But by that time, Norbert's size will have increased at least 10 times, and he will probably be able to kill it with one paw. No matter, add more points and evolve. The ability to breathe fire must be assigned to it. Aaron hesitated for a moment and generously invested 190 magic points to increase Abe's magic power to 494 points, leaving 6 points as a buffer. He didn't dare to feed Abe all at once. This was Hogwarts. What if it made some noise when it evolved? The whole school would know that he had a magical animal, and he didn't want to experience the feeling of being in the spotlight. After class the next day, the students stopped when they passed by the huge hourglass that recorded the score of the college. Some even rubbed their eyes in disbelief. This hourglass has changed so much in less than a day, something must have gone wrong. But when they looked at it again, they sadly discovered that they had seen it right the first time, and had no choice but to accept this cruel fact. The first place, Slytherin, has 462 points, which is 15 points lower than yesterday's 477 points. Although I don't know what happened, this fluctuation is not an exaggeration. The second place, Ravenclaw, 406 points. The third place, Hufflepuff, 332 points. There is no change. But the problem is that the fourth place Gryffindor has 299 points, which is a full 150 points lower than yesterday's 449 points. This is too exaggerated and simply outrageous. Before the students could figure out what was going on, news came out about Slytherin. Draco admitted in person in the auditorium that he had been deducted 10 points, Aaron had been deducted 5 points, but Harry, Ron, and Hermione of Gryffindor had all been deducted 50 points. He didn't say the specific details, but the students didn't need to know the details, and they didn't even doubt the fairness of the matter. Because these points were deducted by Professor McGonagall, who was the head of Gryffindor and would not use 150 points to make such a big joke with her own house. There was only one possibility. Harry and the others made a mistake, and it was a pretty big mistake. After the news spread, Harry and the three of them were indeed reduced to street rats, as Malfoy said. Although not everyone shouted for beatings, almost no one gave them a good look. Gryffindor fell from second place to fourth place. This gap was too big. The same is true for Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff. They have no joy in rising up one place, because Slytherin is still the first place, firmly pressing on them. The Snake Academy has won the College Cup for 6 consecutive years. Both of their colleges have endured it, but they have to endure it some more. Under this situation, they tacitly put their hopes on Gryffindor, hoping to defeat Slytherin this school year. After all, the scores are not much different. As long as we work harder, it is entirely possible for the latecomers to come out on top. But now, the dream is shattered. Unlike Harry and the others, Aaron and Draco not only did not receive any glares during this point deduction incident, but they also indirectly became Slytherin's heroes. Although Slytherin House didn't know why the two of them were deducted 15 points, these points were nothing to two outstanding students and could be earned back in a few classes. Not to mention Aaron, he was the target of extra points in almost every class. Draco contributed more than 15 points to Slytherin's House Cup this semester alone. And being able to exchange 15 points for Gryffindor's 150 points is definitely a surefire deal. It is true that Slytherin is number 1, but there is Gryffindor, number 2, who is still trying to bite him. It is really unsettling, as he is afraid that he will be caught up at some point. But now they are no longer worried. The score difference is too big. Unless a miracle happens, Gryffindor's place at the bottom is certain. Every Slytherin felt that this year's House Cup was safe, and their tense nerves were relieved a lot, and some students even started to celebrate in advance. You really don't have to do this. Aaron looked at the triumphant Draco and said speechlessly, "After all, we have also been deducted points. This is not something to be proud of." Okay, I admit that I am a little gloating. But everyone will know it sooner or later, I'm just saying it in advance. This incident was entirely caused by the three of them. For some reasons, we have to keep it a secret, but I am not willing to let it go. So I took this opportunity to add some trouble to them, but I didn't expect the effect to be so obvious. Draco said with the corners of his mouth rising involuntarily. Actually, Harry, Ron, and Hermione, the three Gryffindors, should be Slytherin's heroes. 150 points. One goes and the other goes. Gryffindor House will definitely be at the bottom this time. Aaron, would you be interested in going with me to meet them? Quote. What are you doing seeing them? I suggest you have a good sleep, you have to be in confinement at night. Quote. Aaron, I have to say something to you about this. Sleep only makes our confinement a little easier, it doesn't matter. In contrast, it was really interesting to see the frustrated faces of Harry and the others. Draco said with interest, feeling faintly excited at the thought of Gryffindor's star being the target of public criticism. But seeing Aaron's lack of interest, he was a little speechless. I know you don't bother adding insult to injury, but this time they did something wrong. Even if you don't think about yourself, you have to think about Abe. If it hadn't been for its greater strength, I would have been bullied by Norbert last night. Quote. This. Aaron was stunned for a moment, looked at the yawning Xiaolong lying on the table, and sighed slightly. This little guy was too heartless. Let's go. What you said makes sense. You can't be too good-tempered towards certain people. But do you know where they are? Quote. There is no need to look for them at all. Draco said very confidently. Their negative popularity has increased by more than one level. They are the center of attention wherever they go. It is easy to find them. 2. When the two walked out of the common room, the first classmate they met was from Slytherin. Millicent, do you know where Harry Potter is? Draco asked. I saw them in the library before, but they should be gone now. Except for Slytherin, the remaining three houses almost wanted to kill them with their eyes. Quote. Look, Draco smiled at Aaron, I said they were going to be street rats today. It's indeed quite pitiful, Millicent said, but it's reasonable. No one has been deducted 3-digit points in recent years. They don't deserve sympathy. I know this. These are points deducted by Professor McGonagall. They were deducted by the head of Gryffindor himself. They are absolutely fair and just. What did they do last night? Can you disclose it conveniently? I promise not to tell anyone. Quote. This won't work, Draco said confidently. I can't tell you that they were deducted so many points because. Ahem. Aaron coughed, and then gave Draco a look that you understood. Just kidding, we have to keep it a secret. Oh, Millicent nodded thoughtfully, knowing enough not to ask any more questions. After Millicent entered the common room, Aaron looked at Draco meaningfully. What were you going to say just now? Don't get me wrong, I know what's appropriate. I just want to say they stole students' property, that's all. Abe is considered your private property, so there should be nothing wrong with that. Quote. There's nothing wrong with what you said, but you better stop talking nonsense. Sometimes not being able to control your mouth is more terrifying than not being able to control your hands. Quote. The two went to the library, but couldn't find Harry and the others, so they asked a random classmate and went to the auditorium. However, when they arrived at the auditorium, they were told that the three Harrys had moved to another place. What the hell, can't you just stay in one place for a little longer? Draco said, a little depressed. He had already planned to add insult to injury. Although it was a bit unkind. Who told him not to deal with those people? Let's not talk about Ron. The feud between Weasley and Malfoy probably dates back hundreds of years. Harry embarrassed him in public at the beginning of the school year, and he usually ignored him and often made things difficult for him. As for Hermione, she betrayed her friend's trust, so it was natural to mock her. But I never expected that these people were as slippery as loaches. How could they add insult to injury when they couldn't find the person? That's normal. They are now being pointed at by thousands of people. They would be ashamed to death if they stayed in one place. If I were them, I would hide in a place where no one can find me, or a place with few people. Gryffindor's common room, Draco said thoughtfully. Hiding in the dormitory and closing the door is indeed a good way to escape. But they can't hide forever. There is another place, Hagrid's hut. Aaron suggested. Compared to the common room that is all Gryffindor, it is a better choice. If that's the case, then your idea may be postponed. After all, there is a giant protecting them. Not really. Do they dare to go there? The problem of the Norwegian Ridgeback should not be solved yet, right? Aren't they afraid of meeting Dumbledore and being criticized again? Draco said with a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Based on his understanding of Harry and others, if nothing unexpected happens, the three of them should be hiding in Hagrid's hut. There are no other people's rolling eyes there, nor those sarcastic words mixed with accusations. It is definitely the best refuge. Go back. No matter where they are hiding now, they have to gather in the hallway at night. Draco nodded, but still felt a little regretful. Today is definitely the most difficult day for Harry and his friends, but tomorrow will be different. After a good night's sleep, many people will passively accept the reality. After a while, the limelight will gradually fade, and their situation will be much better. It was past 10 o'clock in the evening. Aaron and Draco came out of the common room and walked towards the hallway. Before he got close, he heard Harry Potter's voice coming from inside. Wood disagrees with my withdrawal from the Quidditch team. He still hopes that I can win the game as a seeker and make up for the score. However, as a seeker, they look at me strangely and don't even call me by my name. They just call me Seeker, which feels out of place. It's okay. Everyone will forget about these things in a few weeks. Ron comforted. Fred and George are often deducted points, but they are still very popular. They must not have been deducted 50 points at once. Ah, that's not the case. Ron said angrily. Hermione and I are in a slightly better situation. After all, our reputation is not as big as yours, but no one wants to talk to us now. They are all here. Draco walked over with a smile. I thought you were expelled. I looked for you for a long time today and couldn't find you. Malfoy, are you here to add insult to injury? Harry said unhappily. Misunderstanding, really misunderstanding. Draco walked up to Harry with a smile on his face, clapping his hands continuously. I'm here to express my gratitude, you really helped Slytherin a lot. 150 points. God knows how long it will take to earn it back. Potter, Granger and Weasley, if you want to transfer to Slytherin, you must tell me, I will definitely help you. At worst, I can lose face and let my dad go to see Dumbledore and ask him to agree in the capacity of the school board. You are simply bullying too much. Ron pointed at him angrily and was about to rush up to duel with him. Enough, Aaron shouted. Do you think the deduction is too little? I need to remind you that Filch will be here soon. I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more.